As Chandrayaan-3 circles the moon, India's billion breaths are held. Our spacecraft is in final descent, and every Indian heart beats for it as India's historic moon landing nears for our scientists and their mooncraft. Your love, your prayers, your wishes matter. Come on, India, cheer for Chandrayaan. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
As Chandrayaan-3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd at 6 p.m. There was another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole, but failed. Russia's first moon mission in 47 years has failed. Russia's Lunar 25 took off for the moon on August 10th, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan-3 was launched into space, and was expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan. Lunar 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon after spinning into an uncontrolled orbit. Russia's space agency lost contact with Lunar 25 after a technical issue in the spacecraft. Measures taken to locate Lunar 25 were also unsuccessful. The Russian spacecraft was scheduled to land on Monday to explore southern pole of the moon, which scientists think could hold frozen water and precious elements. Lunar 25 was expected to reach the moon in just 12 days, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? Well, the most important factor is the weight. While Chandrayaan-3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Lunar 25 is much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kilograms. Now that Russia is out of the race to moon, all eyes are on India's Chandrayaan-3. After successful completion of India's moon mission, India will join an elite league of 3 nations, the United States, Russia and China, to make a soft landing on the moon. Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi heading to Johannesburg because South Africa is where the BRICS summit is set to be hosted now. South Africa hosting the 15th BRICS summit, for which Prime Minister Modi has also been invited. But as you can see on the other side of your screen, so has Chinese Premier Xi Jinping arrived for the BRICS summit. So on one hand, Prime Minister Modi departing from India, while Xi Jinping arriving for the BRICS summit. This is going to be very crucial because whether or not there are going to be bilateral talks of China and India, that is going to be the big suspense right now. After the line of actual controls military level talks, remember the co-commander level talks, at least 19 rounds have already taken place. Will Modi and Xi Milan be on the cards? Because eventually, remember, as much as the military talks, it will have to be diplomatic conversations that can bring some sort of a resolution. Let's go across to our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, for the latest on that. Geeta, so at least we know now that Xi Jinping will be at the BRICS summit, so will be Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, whether the twain shall meet, that is not yet clear. Geeta.
Well, that's right. What we're given to understand is that there is a meeting that's most likely to take place on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, but there is no confirmation or an announcement yet. For now, there are only 3 countries with which bilateral meetings have been confirmed: Iran, Mozambique, and Ethiopia, which is very interesting because the South African president has not only invited the BRICS leaders, but also a host of African nations. We are looking at a BRICS Africa outreach program as well. So Prime Minister Modi has a packed schedule for the next 3-4 days, beginning with the business forum and then the leaders' retreat. It is at the leaders' retreat, if at all an unofficial bilateral meeting is to happen, then a pull-aside or is to happen, Pooja, that could happen today on the sidelines of the BRICS leaders retreat. And that will really be interesting. But otherwise, there are scheduled bilateral meetings that are in place, but names have not been put of leaders who Prime Minister Modi is going to meet. Should the 2 leaders meet, it will pave the way for Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to India for the G20 that Prime Minister Modi and the Indian administration will be hosting in September.
And could South Africa become that, so to say, neutral location where Prime Minister Modi and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping could be meeting, and will it yield any results at all? So Prime Minister Modi departing from Delhi to Johannesburg because South Africa is hosting the 15th BRICS summit. They have a rotating membership here where they've been. Now they are going to be the host this year. Heading to South Africa at the invitation of President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Soon after arrival, Prime Minister Modi will participate in the BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue and the BRICS Leaders Retreat. Prime Minister Modi is expected to participate in discussions on issues related to economic cooperation, food security and BRICS expansion. As per sources, Prime Minister Modi will also hold bilateral meetings with Iran, Mozambique and Ethiopia on the 24th of August. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping will also be in South Africa to attend the summit. The India-China border standoff, remember, is refusing to die down despite 19 rounds of military-level talks. All eyes will be if these 2 leaders also meet and whether there will be a bilateral meeting or not.
The host country, South Africa, has invited large number of guest countries, besides, of course, the BRICS members who would be present there. The Prime Minister's schedule in terms of bilateral meetings with those leaders who would be present in South Africa is still being developed, and as and when we have details of confirmation of Honorable Prime Minister's different bilateral meetings, we would definitely apprise.
Disturbing details coming in from an incident in the national capital. Did a deputy director position level officer in the Delhi government Women and Child Development Department allegedly rape a minor girl who he was the guardian of? A 17-year-old girl who's 17 now has claimed that she was allegedly raped repeatedly for months and impregnated by Premoday Khaka, Delhi government officer. Aam Aadmi Party questioned even the DCW and the Delhi police, asking why the accused was not arrested immediately. Aam Aadmi Party slammed the Delhi police for allegedly shielding the accused. Delhi government has further clarified that this officer was suspended as soon as the case came to light. The BJP clearly has jumped in as opposition. It's become a huge political showdown, slamming the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that the accused was hand-picked by one Delhi minister, Kailash Gehlot, and therefore now demanding the minister's resignation. They are further questioning the Women and Child Development Minister Atishi's silence on the issue and taking a jibe at the DCW chief Swati Maliwal. BJP has said, why is she not questioning the Delhi government this time? Meanwhile, DCW chief Swati Maliwal sat on a dharna at the hospital, claiming she was prevented from even meeting the victim. According to the cops, the minor victim is currently in trauma from all that has happened. Swati Maliwal sat at a dharna through the night, asking why is she not being allowed to even meet the victim or her family.
ये जो आदमी है, जो रेपिस्ट है, वो बहुत बड़ा पावरफुल आदमी है. तभी तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने पिछले 8 दिन में अरेस्ट नहीं करा, जबकि वो एफआईआर हुई है, पॉक्सो के सेक्शंस लगे, फिर भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने अरेस्ट नहीं करा. अब वही दिल्ली पुलिस जो अरेस्ट नहीं कर रही, वही दिल्ली पुलिस दिल्ली महिला आयोग के अध्यक्ष को अंदर जाने नहीं दे रही, लड़की से मिलने नहीं दे रही. तो मेरे मन में बहुत सारे सवाल हैं दिल्ली पुलिस को लेकर, उनके कंडक्ट को लेकर, और मुझे लगता है उन्हें गुंडागर्दी बंद करनी चाहिए. दिल्ली महिला आयोग को लड़की से मिलने दें. हम समझना चाहते हैं लड़की की क्या मदद हुई है, नहीं हुई है, कोई दबाव तो उसके ऊपर नहीं है, क्या कॉम्पेंसेशन मिल पाई है, सारा प्रक्रिया दिल्ली महिला आयोग को करना है. तो हमें क्यों नहीं मिलवा रहे दिल्ली पुलिस?
स्वाति मालीवाल जी, जिनके ऊपर ये दारोमदार है कि उस बच्ची को न्याय दिलाएं, वो धरना डालकर राजनीतिक प्रपंच कर तफ्तीश में अवरोध क्यों पैदा कर रही है? ये राजनीति का मुद्दा नहीं है. जैसे मैंने कहा, बच्चियां सबकी साझी होती है. ये एक ऐसी घटना है जो पूरे समाज को शर्मसार करती है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बच्ची के परिवार के साथ, इसके इस वेदना में उसके साथ खड़ी है.
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहां अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया. ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है. ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज का मामला है. और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
So he was the deputy director at a Women and Child Development Department. He was now becoming the guardian of a minor girl whose father passed away during the COVID pandemic. Then he allegedly raped and impregnated her, and if that wasn't enough, the wife of this officer allegedly provided abortion pills so the pregnancy could be terminated. These are serious charges that have come against the couple. Here's what this detail is about.
Premode Khaka, Deputy Director of Women and Child Welfare Department in Delhi government, tasked to safeguard women and kids in the national capital. This protector turned predator raped and impregnated a 14-year-old girl in his custody. While shockingly, his wife gave abortion pills to the teen. After India Today's report, the husband-wife duo has been taken into custody.
आज हमने 164 का बयान लिया है और उसके बाद हमने 2 लोगों को अभी अरेस्ट किया है. एक हैं श्री प्रमोद खाका, 51 साल उम्र है, बुराड़ी के रहने वाले हैं और ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट में डिप्टी डायरेक्टर की पोस्ट पे है. सेकंड इनकी वाइफ हैं, सीमा रानी उनका नाम है, 50 साल उम्र है और शी इज अ हाउसवाइफ.
The minor survivor was living with the accused after her father's death in 2020. After the bureaucrat met her at a Delhi church and convinced her mother that he will be guardian to the child.
किसका सस्पेंशन होना है, किसकी गिरफ्तारी होनी है? इस पूरे मामले में एक बच्ची को उसकी बायोलॉजिकल मदर से छीनकर किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति को दिया गया और उस व्यक्ति ने बच्ची को रेप किया. तो इसमें जिस अधिकारी की कोताही है उन सब पर मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाना.
The heinous crime by a top Delhi government official answerable to Delhi Minister Atishi and DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sparked a massive storm. Facing political attacks over inaction and hypocrisy over child rape.
We have issued a notice to the Delhi police. We are also issuing a notice to the government because we wish to understand. One is, of course, a person needs to be suspended, which the government has already done. But at the same time, we wish to understand as to where all was he posted in his 20 or plus years of service, and what all sensitive posts did he handle, and what kind of complaints were received against him during this process.
The opposition BJP tore into the AAP.
दिल्ली की जनता जो उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि दिल्ली सरकार उनके अधिकारों का हनन नहीं करेगी, दिल्ली सरकार का एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी ये करता रहा एक बच्ची के साथ और उनको जानकारी नहीं थी, और जानकारी ही नहीं, जानकारी थी तो क्या कार्रवाई की।
डीसीडब्ल्यू की चेयरमैन तो जहां भी कोई घटना होती है हर जगह आंसू बहाने पहुंच जाती हैं, लेकिन उनके ऑफिस के अंदर अगर ये घटना हो रही है, और वो 1-1.5 साल से जो मुझे सुनने में आया, 1-1.5 साल से ये घटना हो रही थी और ऐसे किया जा रहा था, तो उनको नॉलेज नहीं है, तो समझ में नहीं आई मुझे तो।
After political attacks and widespread outrage, Chief Minister Kejriwal suspended the accused rapist.
उसको मैंने आदेश दिए हैं चीफ सेक्रेटरी को कि उसको सस्पेंड किया जाए तुरंत प्रभाव से, जब तक इंक्वायरी वगैरह चल रही हैं, और शाम 5 बजे तक मैंने इसके ऊपर एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट मांगी है। मैं पुलिस से वो करूंगा, अपील करूंगा कि उसको तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
Has the capital shocker exposed the AAP government bigwigs who go about preaching on rape when it comes to crimes in other states? With Arvind Ojha and Rahul Gautam in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Remember, superstar Rajinikanth had to face backlash because he had touched Yogi Adityanath's feet when he had met him. And now Rajinikanth has put out a clarification on that. And he has said he touches every sannyasi's feet. Rajinikanth has said, I touch every sannyasi's feet even if they are younger. Remember, he's bowing down to Yogi Adityanath. This photograph when he had met him and also other Uttar Pradesh leaders had sparked a controversy because he had bowed down to Yogi Adityanath, who also, of course, remember, is heading for the Gorakhnath temple, and in that area he is a prominent religious figure. Rajinikanth had visited Ayodhya's Hanuman temple, and when he met him, he bowed down and he had to face a lot of backlash. Many asking him why would he want to touch Yogi Adityanath's feet, and he said, he's a sannyasi and I touch every sannyasi's feet even if they are younger to me in age. Listen in to Rajinikanth.
ஒரு சன்னியாசி ஆகட்டும் இல்லை ஒரு யோகி ஆகட்டும், அவங்க வயசில் நம்மளோட சின்னவராக இருந்தால் கூட அவர் காலையில் விழுறது என்னுடைய பழக்கம். நான் அதான் செஞ்சேன். இது ஒரு சன்னியாசி ஆகட்டும் இல்லை ஒரு யோகி ஆகட்டும், அவங்க வயசில் நம்மளோட சின்னவராக இருந்தால் கூட அவர் காலையில் விழுறது என்னுடைய பழக்கம். நான் அதான் செஞ்சேன்.
So just to jog your memory, remember the Samajwadi Party, the Congress Party, the DMK had charged at superstar Rajinikanth when he had met Yogi Adityanath in Ayodhya and had touched his feet. To which Rajinikanth said, he's a sannyasi, I touch everyone's feet if they're a sannyasi. Here's what this controversy was about.
The disease வந்தவங்க பூனைக்குட்டி மாதிரியே இருப்பாங்க.
Superstar Rajinikanth's jailer has smashed the box office records, grossing mega bucks amid fan frenzy. Amid the success of the film, Thalaivar's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajini's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya, unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रहे है, तो आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlala for Ramlala Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the.
That's what, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
या बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा तो इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
And this is India Today's exclusive news break. BJP MP from Gurdaspur, Sunny Deol, has declared he will not want to contest the 2024 polls. In an exclusive conversation with Aaj Tak consulting editor Sudhir Chaudhary, actor-turned-politician has said he will quit politics and will not be contesting in 2024 because he does not like the world of politics. Sunny Deol has been celebrating right now as an actor the success of Gadar 2. But he's also been facing flack as a member of parliament, as a politician, for missing from his constituency while it was flooded, and even in the parliament for its absence. Listen in.
2024 का चुनाव आप दोबारा लड़ेंगे?
मैं तो नहीं अभी कोई चुनाव लड़ना चाहता, क्योंकि मेरा चुनाव सिर्फ एज एन एक्टर रहेगा, और मुझे लगता है एज एन एक्टर मैं देश सेवा करूंगा जो मैं करता आ रहा था, और मुझे अभी यकीन है कि व्हाट आई कैन गिव टू द यूथ, to the country, is being a good actor and bringing out good projects.
After a very short break, it's a news to cheer about and also marvel at. 18-year-old R. Praganananda has now gone through to the finals in the Chess World Cup. He'll be up against world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, and what a brilliant game that he fought. And this, remember, at a time when for the candidates tournament he's cleared. After Vishwanathan Anand, he becomes now the youngest, and what a pride for India to be entering into the Chess World Cup finals.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajni's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya, unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रहे है, तो आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlala for Ramlala Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the.
That's what, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
या बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा तो इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
History has been created in Indian chess on Monday in Baku as R. Pragnananda, 18-year-old Indian Grandmaster, reached the final of the Chess World Cup that's currently on. In a sensational display, Pragnananda defeated Fabiano Caruana to set up a summit clash with world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. He's 18-year-old. He's rewritten in the history books now as he reached the final of the Chess World Cup. And in the semi-final, he defeated world number 2 Fabiano Caruana of the United States of America in the rapid tiebreakers. Having drawn the earlier 4 games, the action shifted to the 10-minute rapid tiebreaker. Pragnananda won the first game and held on for a gritty draw in the second to set up a summit clash with now world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. With this achievement, Pragnananda has become only the second Indian after 5-time champion Viswanathan Anand to qualify for the prestigious Candidates Tournament in 2024. Here's wishing the teenager all the very best and may he succeed in the finals. One of the youngest grandmasters, Pragnananda, has been making waves, flaunting sacred ash on his forehead, quietly staring into the chess pieces, orchestrating the next big step. At just 18 years of age, Pragnananda has become the first Indian since Viswanathan Anand in 2002 to enter into the last 4 of the tournament after winning the marathon quarterfinal 5-4 this week. And at such a young age, this boy has shown strong mental fortitude, extreme calm, and the quick thinking to move on from any mistake of the step that he would have made. When he was barely 10 years of age, Pragnananda had become the youngest international master in the history of this game. By his teenage, he had become only the 3rd Indian to trump the 32-year-old Norwegian grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who's the highest-ranking chess player in the world. He's the son of a bank manager and a homemaker mother. This grandmaster has a special support behind him, and that is his mother, Nagalakshmi, traveling with her son to his international tournaments and is always seen around him. A quiet support, but that surely means the world to this young prodigy. Some of her reactions have gone viral, showing anxiety, confidence, eventually relief and smiles when he wins. In fact, if you remember, even Viswanathan Anand and his mother were seen alongside traveling to the international tournaments. Here cannot ignore the support of the parents in making of these grandmasters. Now, these young brigade, away from the usual teenage hobbies, are becoming international sensations at a very serious sport. This requires stillness, time and effort. India's squad for the 2023 edition of the Asia Cup has been announced. While most of the players named were fairly predictable, there were a surprise inclusion as well as exclusions. So here's a special report for you to know about what could have become some repercussions for the ICC World Cup.
A little over a week before the 2023 Asia Cup, India have named their squad for the tournament, and it is a star-studded one with Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Shubman Gill spearheading the batting lineup. The team were also handed a massive double boost. Shreyas Iyer, who had not been in action since March, has been declared fully fit and will provide solidity in the middle order. The return of KL Rahul, who not only kept wickets but also played a few key ODI knocks earlier this year, will help the team too, even though he might not be fully fit for the opener against Pakistan.
Injuries are part and parcel of the sport. Sometimes you can do everything and still come back and get injured. Bumrah and Prasidh Krishna have worked really hard over the last few months and they fortunately look good now. Shreyas has been past fit. He's done everything. They've already played 3 games at the NCA, 50-over games. KL Rahul, medically, I think you'll probably get a report from the BCCI what exactly is wrong. So I don't want to go into that. But it's a niggle. It's nothing to do with the injury that he had. And from what we've been told, it shouldn't be too bad. So we are hoping that he's okay soon.
Youngster Tilak Verma was also handed a surprise call-up. The 20-year-old has not played an ODI game yet, but impressed during his debut T20I series against the West Indies and has thus been rewarded with a maiden ODI call-up.
Into the boundary line.
One player whom many expected to get a recall was Ravichandran Ashwin, despite the fact that he last played an ODI in January of 2022. Yet the experienced off-spinner, who's also a handy bat, was not named in the squad.
And I think
But perhaps the most shocking exclusion was that of Yuzvendra Chahal, with the leg spinner not even included as a backup. The reason? The team found it hard to accommodate two wrist spinners.
Yeah, there was, of course. I mean, he's again, like we spoke about Shikhar before, again, terrific performer for India, but sometimes it's just the balance of the team or the combination. You're looking at guys, Akshar Patel's done really well, who can bat as well. Kuldeep's obviously had a fantastic run at this point, and to fit two wrist spinners might be difficult. So, like I said, you can only fit 15 at this point. 17, okay, we're a little bit fortunate that we can take a couple extra guys, but otherwise to fit two wrist spinners, so unfortunately one has to miss out, and at this point I think Kuldeep's a little bit ahead of him, so gives us a different kind of option. Kuldeep and unfortunately has to miss out.
Two players whose inclusion came as no surprise are Jasprit Bumrah and Prasidh Krishna. Both are currently in Ireland for the 3-match T20I series, and both have looked imperious, especially Bumrah, who's returning to action after almost a year. India will begin the 2023 Asia Cup with a game against arch rivals Pakistan, which will take place on September 2nd. Fans are undoubtedly excited for the game and will hope for a good Asia Cup run to best prepare for the ICC World Cup in October. Sports Bureau, India Today.
On that note, I'm wrapping up the first up, but stay tuned. Big political stories coming up right after. Thank you very much. Stay tuned to the first up and India Today.
Massive outrage in Tamil Nadu against the national entrance cum eligibility test for medical college admissions. The ruling DMK held a statewide hunger strike on Sunday demanding NEET abolition. The stir was spearheaded by Tamil Nadu Minister Udayanidhi Stalin. The strike began after Tamil Nadu ministers offered floral tribute to a photo collage of medical aspirants who allegedly died of suicide over NEET. 8 students have died so far this year, allegedly over NEET exams. Udayanidhi turned emotional on stage and was seen wiping his tears after a suicide victim Anita's video clip was played.
200 out of 200.
Who are you? What authority do you have? Are you a people's representative? You are just a postman. Our RN Ravi kadayadu. RSS Ravi. What authority do you have? You have no rights. Makkala sandinga. உங்களுடைய சித்தாந்தங்களை எல்லாம் எங்க தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் போய் சொல்லுங்க. செருப்ப கழட்டி அடிப்பாங்க.
Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, speaking at a wedding event, targeted Governor R.N. Ravi for stalling government plans to ban NEET.
தயவு செய்து நீட்டுக்கு விலக்கு பெறுவதற்கான முயற்சிகளில் ஈடுபட வேண்டும் என்று கவர்னத்தில் கேட்டப்போ கொதிச்சு போய் கோபம் அடைஞ்ச கவர்னர் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காரு தெரியுமா? என்ன சொன்னார் தெரியுமா? அதெல்லாம் முடியாது, அவருக்கு பவரே கிடையாது. ஆனா இருந்தாலும் அவர் சொல்றாரு, நான் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டேன், இருந்தாலும் என்னிடத்துல அதிகாரம் இருந்தா கூட அது கொடுக்க மாட்டேன், அதை அனுமதிக்க மாட்டேன்.
The couple who got married in the presence of Chief Minister Stalin also turned up at the hunger strike. Both the DMK and erstwhile AIA-DMK governments have adopted resolutions against NEET. Presently, the anti-NEET bill is with the President for her assent. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Jana Small Finance Bank. Jama karo, jana karo.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning into India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9 a.m. Our top headline coming in from very close to the lunar surface. India's moon mission nears an exciting finish. Less than 35 hours to the moon history. Vikram touchdown set for tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi leaving for Johannesburg, South Africa hosting the 15th BRICS summit. Massive suspense over India-China bilateral. Delhi's alleged rapist Babu and his wife have been arrested. Aam Aadmi Party distances itself from the allegations and of this gruesome incident. Blames the Delhi police instead. Delhi Women Panel Chief Swati Maliwal, meanwhile, sits on a dharna, says, why am I not being permitted to meet the girl and the family? BJP MP Sunny Deol to give up Neta's role. Deol's big declaration on India Today television. Sunny Deol will not contest 2024 elections. Says, I do not like the world of politics. And what an incredible match that was. Indian chess grandmaster R. Pragnananda makes it through to the final of the Chess World Cup, becoming the third youngest to qualify for the candidate tournament after Bobby Fischer and Magnus Carlsen. Remember, he's barely 18 years of age and will now be competing against the world number one, Magnus Carlsen. All right, top visuals coming in from Ladakh, where Rahul Gandhi presently has been bike riding, sharing a lot of visuals, and now interaction with the locals. He's now putting up this image of how he is constantly with the people, interacts with them, and went shopping, of course, because in Leh, he went and bought some local goods from local artisans and the local shops in Leh. This was after a road trip where he had been seen bike riding, interacting now with the local residents and shopkeepers. Rahul Gandhi also met some army personnel in Ladakh. He was clearly on a shopping spree at a very popular Leh's local market where Rahul Gandhi ensured that he met, interacted, got clicked and ensuring interactions with the local residents and children. All smiles there, Rahul Gandhi. This, remember, is a new avatar for Rahul Gandhi to show how he's with the people throughout. Let me go across to my colleague Ashraf Wani, who's tracking the latest coming in from Ladakh. Ashraf, so of course, a very interesting image portrayal also for Rahul Gandhi. That can we say that this is his People's Connect in Ladakh right now?
Absolutely, and some of the sources in the Congress say it is the Bharat Jodo Ya Part 2. Because as earlier Rahul Gandhi himself said that he was supposed to visit Leh Ladakh during his Bharat Jodo Yatra, but that couldn't happen. Now he is visiting Ladakh, and it is the extensive tour. Now today is the fifth day of the Rahul's visit to Ladakh region. Now we are getting information that he is going to come by road to Kargil, then from Kargil to Srinagar also. So it is an extensive program of Rahul Gandhi, not only doing the politics, but in fact enjoying each and every act in the Ladakh region. As you said, yesterday evening he went to the local market in Leh city. He purchased apricots at the rate of 400 rupees per kg from the local vendors, interacted with them. Then he purchased some local handicraft items from the local shopkeepers. And one of the different things what we see in the Ladakh is that most of the shops and vendors are the women from women folk. They do these kind of things, and they are very excited when Rahul Gandhi tried to reach them and interact with them. And in fact, each and every section of the society in the Ladakh region has been so far focused. All right,
Ashraf Wani, yes, telling us about Rahul Gandhi's image building here clearly in Ladakh, reaching out to the people, targeting government at the center for not doing enough for the border issues with China and more. These are some of his earlier visuals of bike riding through the streets in Ladakh. I have an update coming in from the disturbing case of allegations of raping a minor, impregnating her. The officer's wife has now sent to judicial custody. The officer's wife is also in the dock, remember, because rather than report the crime or at least deal with this case, she gave the child allegedly abortion pills to terminate the pregnancy. The girl has opened up to the counselors, to her family, and revealed what had happened. And she said that after this man allegedly raped her repeatedly over months, while she was in his guardianship, because her father had passed away, she had come to the guardianship of this family. He allegedly raped her, impregnated her. When the wife realized, the girl had actually told the wife about what had just happened, and she then gave abortion pills to this child to quietly terminate the pregnancy. The girl has been facing anxiety attacks and has been speaking to counselors. The cops have said that she's currently in trauma. Shreya Chatterjee is joining me with the latest on that. Yes, Shreya, go ahead. Judicial custody, why precisely for the wife of the official?
Well, what we're learning, Pooja, that yesterday, Seema Rani, who is the wife of Premoday Khaka, she's been sent for judicial custody after she was produced yesterday in the learned court, which is Cesarii, as we're learning. But as you asked that why was she sent to judicial custody, remember her role in the game was mainly about criminal conspiracy, which has already been established. So that's primarily the reason we've seen that she has been separately sent for JC. The DCP is also concerned that today Premoday Khaka will be produced to the court. So in all likelihood, the Delhi police will be seeking his police custody. So, I mean, a later part of the day we'll have a confirmation on that. But clearly, the wife has been sent for JC, but in all likelihood, Premoday Khaka will definitely go for police custody as the police will continue investigating the case.
Shreya, please keep tracking the latest on that. So the wife also has been sent to the judicial custody. So it's not just the man for the crime, but the manner in which the wife, in fact, made it worse for that little child who had been in that situation. This is a very disturbing incident that has come to light from Delhi. And it's not just about the case, which is bad enough, but also the details around it. Here's what happened. A 17-year-old girl, who's 17 now, has claimed that she was allegedly raped repeatedly for months and impregnated by one Premoday Khaka, a Delhi government officer at a very senior position. Now, this is because it has become political, and it is as much about the officer, his wife giving abortion pills to the child to terminate the pregnancy, them hiding it, them not getting arrested, despite the gruesomeness of this case. Aam Aadmi Party is now facing the dock because it was in their government's department. Aam Aadmi Party questioned the Delhi police, asking why was the accused not arrested in time and immediately. Aam Aadmi Party also slammed Delhi police for allegedly shielding the accused. Delhi government has now clarified that the bureaucrat was suspended as soon as the case came to light. The BJP, on the other hand, slammed the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that accused was handpicked by one Delhi minister, Kailash Gehlot, and therefore they are demanding minister's resignation. They're further questioning the WCD minister Atishi's silence on this. Taking a jibe at the DCW chief Swati Maliwal, also the BJP has said, why is she not questioning the Delhi government this time? Meanwhile, Swati Maliwal herself sat on a dharna at the hospital late last night, claiming she is being deliberately prevented from even meeting the victim or her family. Here's what Swati Maliwal has said and how the BJP attacking her.
ये जो आदमी है, जो रेपिस्ट है, वो बहुत बड़ा पावरफुल आदमी है. तभी तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने पिछले 8 दिन में अरेस्ट नहीं करा, जबकि वो एफआईआर हुई है, पॉक्सो के सेक्शंस लगे, फिर भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने अरेस्ट नहीं करा. अब वही दिल्ली पुलिस जो अरेस्ट नहीं कर रही, वही दिल्ली पुलिस दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष को अंदर जाने नहीं दे रही, लड़की से मिलने नहीं दे रही. तो मेरे मन में बहुत सारे सवाल हैं दिल्ली पुलिस को लेकर, उनके कंडक्ट को लेकर, और मुझे लगता है उन्हें गुंडागर्दी बंद करनी चाहिए. दिल्ली महिला आयोग को लड़की से मिलने दें. हम समझना चाहते हैं लड़की की क्या मदद हुई है, नहीं हुई है, कोई दबाव तो उसके ऊपर नहीं है, क्या कॉम्पेंसेशन मिल पाई है, सारा प्रक्रिया दिल्ली महिला आयोग को करना है. तो हमें क्यों नहीं मिलवा रहे दिल्ली पुलिस?
स्वाति मालीवाल जी, जिनके ऊपर ये दारोमदार है कि वो उस बच्ची को न्याय दिलाएं, वो धरना डालकर राजनीतिक प्रपंच कर तफ्तीश में अवरोध क्यों पैदा कर रही है? ये राजनीति का मुद्दा नहीं है. जैसे मैंने कहा, बच्चियां सबकी साझी होती है. ये एक ऐसी घटना है जो पूरे समाज को शर्मसार करती है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बच्ची के परिवार के साथ, इसके इस वेदना में उसके साथ खड़ी है.
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहाँ अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया। ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है। ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज का मामला है। और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
This officer was a deputy director at the Women and Child Development in the Delhi government. The girl's father had passed away during the COVID pandemic. They were family friends. He becomes the guardian, takes her in the family's care. When the girl got pregnant and the wife of this man got to know, she gave her abortion pills to quietly terminate the pregnancy. The girl has been facing a lot of trauma, anxiety attacks. The counsellors are in touch with her. But what a gruesome incident. Now remember, these are charges. The matter is being investigated by the Delhi police as well. But it's become a huge political showdown, specifically with regard to Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Here are all the details, and what a disturbing incident that's come to light.
Premode Khaka, Deputy Director of Women and Child Welfare Department in Delhi government, tasked to safeguard women and kids in the national capital. This protector turned predator raped and impregnated a 14-year-old girl in his custody. While shockingly, his wife gave abortion pills to the teen. After India Today's report, the husband-wife duo has been taken into custody.
आज हमने 164 का बयान लिया है और उसके बाद हमने 2 लोगों को अभी अरेस्ट किया है। एक हैं श्री प्रमोदे खाका, 51 साल उम्र है, बुराड़ी के रहने वाले हैं और ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट में डिप्टी डायरेक्टर की पोस्ट पे है। सेकंड इनकी वाइफ हैं, सीमा रानी उनका नाम है, 50 साल उम्र है और शी इज अ हाउसवाइफ।
The minor survivor was living with the accused after her father's death in 2020. After the bureaucrat met her at a Delhi church and convinced her mother that he will be guardian to the child.
किसका सस्पेंशन होना है, किसकी गिरफ्तारी होनी है? इस पूरे मामले में एक बच्ची को उसकी बायोलॉजिकल मदर से छीनकर किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति को दिया गया और उस व्यक्ति ने बच्ची को रेप किया। तो इसमें जिस अधिकारी की कोताही है उन सब पर मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाना।
The heinous crime by a top Delhi government official answerable to Delhi Minister Atishi and DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sparked a massive storm. Facing political attacks over inaction and hypocrisy over child rape.
We have issued a notice to the Delhi police. We are also issuing a notice to the government because we wish to understand, one is of course this means a person needs to be suspended, which the government has already done. But at the same time we wish to understand as to where all was he posted in his 20 or plus years of service and what all sensitive posts did he handle and what kind of complaints were received against him during this process.
The opposition BJP tore into the arm.
दिल्ली की जनता जो उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि दिल्ली सरकार उनके अधिकारों का हनन नहीं करेगी, दिल्ली सरकार का एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी ये करता रहा एक बच्ची के साथ और उनको जानकारी नहीं थी और जानकारी थी तो क्या कार्रवाई की।
डीसीडब्ल्यू की चेयरमैन तो जहां भी कोई घटना होती है हर जगह आंसू बहाने पहुंच जाती हैं, लेकिन उनके ऑफिस के अंदर अगर ये घटना हो रही है और वो 1-1.5 साल से जो मुझे सुनने में आया 1-1.5 साल से ये घटना हो रही थी और ऐसे किया जा रहा था, तो उनको नॉलेज नहीं है, तो समझ में नहीं आई मुझे तो।
After political attacks and widespread outrage, Chief Minister Kejriwal suspended the accused rapist.
उसको मैंने आदेश दिए हैं चीफ सेक्रेटरी को कि उसको सस्पेंड किया जाए तुरंत प्रभाव से जब तक इंक्वायरी वगैरह चल रही हैं और शाम 5 बजे तक मैंने इसके ऊपर एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट मांगी है। मैं पुलिस से अपील करूंगा कि उसको तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
Has the capital shocker exposed the AAP government bigwigs who go about preaching on rape when it comes to crimes in other states? With Arvind Ojha and Rahul Gautam in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Remember Remember, as this gruesome case surfaced, specifically when the girl opened up to the counselors as she was facing trauma, she was facing anxiety, she had actually gone for some other issue to the doctors when this started to surface and she eventually opened up. A deputy director in Delhi's Women and Child Development Panel. One, professionally, he's supposed to be the guardian of so many children and women. Two, he takes this girl in his care. He's supposed to be her guardian. He's supposed to be ensuring she's safe and protected because her father had passed away during the COVID pandemic. They were family friends. Who do you trust if not a family friend in a situation like this? And then, when she had started to live with them from about 2021, there were repeated rapes, emotional manipulation, and the girl eventually found and realized that she had got pregnant. When she told the wife about it, what happened was the wife giving her abortion pills to quietly terminate the pregnancy and not tell anyone about it. The case surfaced. The girl is currently facing a traumatic phase of her life right now. And while the Delhi police has finally taken into arrest, the big question remains. The FIR was filed on 13th of August. It took over a week. And once India Today started to report on the issue, that is when the Netas started to speak. That is when Delhi Commission for Women said that I absolutely had no information about it. And BJP also jumped in to target the Aam Aadmi Party. This, remember, is as much about betrayal of trust as it is about misuse of power at a level of deputy director's position, knowing that he may possibly be able to get away. As you can see, Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party have distanced themselves and have said that they suspended the bureaucrat as and when they got the information about it. But how can it take so long for even an FIR information to reach either the DCW or even the Delhi government? Over a week it took them to decide what to do before the police arrested and India Today reported about it. We're staying on this big story coming in from the national capital with more visuals and more updates constantly coming in. Remember, Delhi police now parading them, now taking them into arrest and have arrested the couple as well. But we're looking at this visual. It appears that this was at one of the times when the word got out about the bureaucrat. And deputy director, for those who may not know, is a very senior position in bureaucracy. And clearly, he knew that he would hold a lot of sway and power. But many are now even questioning that did he hold any sort of influence of power in other child organizations? Look at this vehicle. According to our information, the police eventually caught them when the couple was trying to run away in this vehicle. This CCTV footage has come to the access of Delhi police regarding the accused. His name, the bureaucrat's name is Pramoday Khaka and his wife. That early morning yesterday, when of course they realized that the word has got out, it is now starting to be reported. They tried to escape, attempted it, and but clearly the adventure was cut short. And that was when North District Special Staff Team zeroed in on them and subsequently arrested as well. Shreya Chatterjee with the latest on that. Shreya Chatterjee is getting us this visual. Shreya, the fact remains they tried to flee yesterday. And this was almost after a week. The FIR had already been filed. They thought they'll get away, nothing will happen. But when it started to get reported, they realized they will not be able to now get away from the law. Do tell us about this visual that we are running on our screen of the vehicle, the black vehicle in which the couple is believed to have been.
Yesterday, Pooja, when we had actually visited the residence of Pramoday Khaka and his wife, we clearly got to know from the neighbors that at early morning they had attempted to, escape the scene because the word had gone out. So now the CCTV that we've also got a hand on, which is clearly establishing that at 9:30 a.m. yesterday morning, they tried to escape in a sports car. And what we're also learning that they tried to actually secure bail. They were also in touch with lawyer and they were hoping that there was a possibility that they could get an anticipatory bail, which would not have been possible given the charges that they had attracted in this particular case. So while they had made this attempt, we had seen that the Delhi Police Special Staff was constantly on the hunt of them. And finally, but we can definitely say that the adventure was short-lived. At around 12:30 is when the Special Staff got and zeroed in both of them, and subsequently they were arrested and brought to the Special Staff office. So clearly, this visual proves that this man not only was he hiding for all this while, but he was also making an attempt so that he can actually escape the entire scene. So this is a CCTV that is also now come into the hands of Delhi Police and will also be a very crucial part and play a crucial part in their investigation process.
Shreya, stay on with me because this is the vehicle we are told yesterday morning when the word spread out, when it started to get reported, the couple realized they'll have to escape now. This was that vehicle, and that is when the police eventually caught them. But it is as much a question on the Delhi police. Why did it take them so long to arrest a couple that clearly had some very serious charges and allegations against them? It will have to be investigated, of course, but even then the charge against them was fairly serious, and it was a POCSO case with regard to the child right and a child who was in their custody, a family friend's daughter. And if these charges had come forth, why did it take so long? Shreya, what is the Delhi police saying? Because they even, yes, if the couple tried to escape when it started to get reported, the cops also arrested them a week later when the matter was being reported. So what is the Delhi police stating in this regard? Both of them have been arrested now. What happens now to the probe?
Pooja, you know what we're learning so far as the investigation process is concerned, at least in these sensitive cases, the police was actually hoping for the 164 statement before the magistrate to be recorded at the earliest before they move ahead with the arrest. The timeline is such that on the 13th, when the FIR was registered, subsequently on 14th itself, according to Delhi police sources, they had actually served a notice for the magistrate's statement and also sent a notice to the accused. What we also know that the girl, the minor, she's not in the best of her health, and for 2 times when the Delhi police attempted for a magistrate's statement to be recorded, that wasn't allowed by the hospital authorities. So clearly, that caused the delays, what the Delhi police's alibi is. But however, it's glad that they've finally been arrested, because clearly, Pooja, it's been established from the CCTV that these people were keeping a close track on the developments, and that is the reason they attempted to make arrests. It was short-lived, but they are people who
tell me a bit about this case, because anyone who's hearing of this, and I know people around me, are absolutely shocked, because there are just so many layers of betrayal of trust in this case, professional betrayal of sort of position he was in, personal betrayal. Tell us about this girl's life and how and when she started to come and live with this couple, and then what happened, because I reiterate here that these are allegations for now. These will have to be proven against the couple, but nevertheless the details in itself are quite gory. Yes, Shreya, go ahead.
The couple and the minor girl's family, Pooja, they were actually family friends for 20 long years. Now, during the time of COVID, what we are learning that the girl's father had succumbed due to COVID, and subsequently they used to go to a common church. And one of the church officials had decided that because the condition of the girl's family is not in the best of health, that's the reason that they were entrusting Premodar Khaka as the guardian of the minor girl. So this man was entrusted as a guardian in a difficult time. The girl started living with Premodar Khaka and his family, and this was a time period between 2020 to 2021, for 2 long years, when this incident apparently had taken place, and subsequently she was impregnated, the wife gave abortion pills. But the entire incident, why did it come into light in 2023? Because she was getting anxiety bouts, she was getting panic attacks, is when the mother took her to a hospital. Subsequently, it's the therapist who actually unearthed the entire scenario, and she subsequently alerted both the police and the mother about the scenario, after which the FIR got registered.
Absolutely terrible, even the details for the girl to be able to talk about it. But remember, this is a case, it will have to be investigated further. There will have to be further evidence that will have to be brought forth around against the couple. And in this case, for now, they have been arrested and the wife sent to judicial custody for giving abortion pills to the young teenager to quietly terminate the pregnancy. We are getting disturbing visuals from Bihar. There appears to be some sort of communal tensions. We are being reported on an attack on a yatra that was being taken out as well. A lot of arson, visuals speaking for themselves right now. There's been stone pelting and vandalism in Bihar, 2 incidents of clashes and arson. Now, the clashes emerged after incorrect information fake news that was spread over social media of some shrine attacks. Stones were then pelted at a religious yatra in Baga. This looks like a new-like situation, escalation in Bihar. We are being told this is Bihar's Bagaha area and Motihari, where arson and vandalism was caught on camera. It was a Nag Panchami procession that was targeted in Bihar. There was some sort of, as we are being told, that the district magistrate has said there is no truth in any of the incidents that was being spread forward. Mischievous elements tried to vitiate the atmosphere. There was no damage to any shrine, but it led to attacks on the Nag Panchami procession. Aditya Vaibhav is joining with the latest in this. Aditya, go ahead. किस तरह की information आ रही है? कहाँ पे attack हुआ? What are cops and district magistrate telling you, Aditya?
From Motihari.
Go ahead.
Well, exactly. As far as the information transpiring from Motihari is concerned, of course, there are shocking visuals coming in from an area under Mehsi police station of the district, and it has been informed that this is not the only clash that took place on Nag Panchami in Motihari the last day, but as many as 3 different clashes were reported in Motihari, and the other 2 police stations that were involved are Kalyanpur and Darbar. We have been given to understand that the situation is now finally calm after the local administration has plunged in more pair of boots to ensure the proper bandobast there, but then tension continues to simmer. Interesting to note here is the fact that the entire scene unfolded after rumors actually started coming out, but then the district administration has technically denied all such claims, but then the tension continues to prevail and the administration is on its toes. Back to studio.
All right, Aditya, go ahead. Tell us what is the situation like presently. Is the arson and stone pelting still on?
No, exactly. The administration has been successful in containing the big batting incidents, and they have actually taken charge of the entire situation, and they are actually pushing forward into things. But then the situation is now reported to be, you can say, calm, but then tension continues to prevail. So this is what we have been given to understand by the local administration, that is also striving hard to identify the people who were actually involved in the entire incident, and also they will try to look into the CCTV footages and also the live video footages that were made available by media and also locals. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly transpires next.
Aditya, also tell me, can we say that this is again social media's negative side that has come for the manner in which fake information, wrong information was being spread, and sometimes deliberately?
Well, exactly. Of course, this is you can say, negative side of social media that actually throttles rumor mills, but then it is the duty of the administration and the owners on the administration to keep a tab on these things and maintain a vigil, and if necessary, try to nab those who are trying to run such rumor mills. Back to studio.
All right, Aditya, stay on with me. Aditya Vaibhav telling us about Motihari, where at least some of these arson and pelting has taken place. So tell me this, Aditya, what time did this start? Did it happen yesterday evening? This looks like a full-fledged mob that's burning, and first, it's surprising. Sometimes it looks so easy that these people can just go and burn public properties. It shouldn't be this easy at all.
Well, exactly. It all transpired the last, you can say, last day in the second half, when the entire processions were being taken out. Of course, the people and the devotees were stuck in doing rituals and other things owing to the Nag Panchami and Somwari occasions. But then, when the procession was taken out, it was found that at some particular places, they were being targeted. They were actually being targeted via stones and other missile sort of things, but then this is what actually transpired.
All right, Aditya Vaibhav telling us about the visuals in Motihari in different areas as well, where there was stone pelting reported. Can you give us a brief information about, Aditya, what was the information that it was spread, or fake news that was spread, that led to a full-blown communal clash, or at least the attack? Or Aditya, actually, I would suggest, I understand the situation that you're also tracking and you're heading to different locations. Go ahead. I'll give you the breather there right now, and I'll come back to you in just a short while as Aditya Vaibhav telling us about the situation in Bihar, and he'll try to get us more updates and reactions very soon as well. Fake news spread there on the ground in Bihar, leading to communal attacks, clashes taking place. But let's take you to space after a break, because there's no fake news there. It's the correct news of Chandrayaan-3 looking for a spot on the lunar surface to land. And that landing on 23rd of August. And we'll, of course, be live for that. But I want to get you all the updates. After that, it's going to be a big moment for India, and you do not want to miss it.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the Hostel Air Base, and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they grace the runway. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. They have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Vadva, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
As Chandrayaan-3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd at 6 p.m. There was another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole, but failed. Russia's first moon mission in 47 years has failed. Russia's Lunar 25 took off for the moon on August 10th, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan-3 was launched into space, and was expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan. Lunar 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon after spinning into an uncontrolled orbit. Russia's space agency lost contact with Lunar 25 after a technical issue in the spacecraft. Measures taken to locate Lunar 25 were also unsuccessful. The Russian spacecraft was scheduled to land on Monday to explore southern pole of the moon, which scientists think could hold frozen water and precious elements. Lunar 25 was expected to reach the moon in just 12 days, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? Well, the most important factor is the weight. While Chandrayaan-3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Lunar 25 is much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kilograms. Now that Russia is out of the race to moon, all eyes are on India's Chandrayaan-3. After successful completion of India's moon mission, India will join an elite league of 3 nations, the United States, Russia and China, to make a soft landing on the moon. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, I have an update coming in from the Delhi alleged rape horror that's come to the light, and now the mother of the young survivor has put forth a letter, has written a letter requesting privacy, and that's absolutely understandable. Survivor's mother has written a letter and has appealed that the young child, the survivor, does not want to meet anyone and has requested not to be contacted by anyone. Remember, even the Delhi police corps had said that the girl, who's a minor, who's now 17 years old, and according to her account, she was being repeatedly raped for the past few months, if not years. And they have said that she's currently in a traumatic state. Her mental health is not at best right now, and it would be advisable that she would not be meeting anyone. This is also in the backdrop, remember? The DCW chief, Swati Maliwal, had sat on a dharna saying that why is she not being allowed to meet either the mother or the girl from the victim side, and perhaps likely many more organizations or individuals may be trying to contact the victim's family, the survivor's family. And now the mother of this young woman had said, do not please contact us right now, we will need privacy. You're looking at the images of the couple who are the accused, the deputy director of the Women and Child Development. It does not get more ironic than this. A Women and Child Development senior bureaucrat, a family friend, and dead with allegations of rape of a child. Arvind Ojha is joining me for the latest on that. Arvind, ये जो चिट्ठी लिखी गई है, जो माँ है इस बच्ची की, और बहुत ही अंडरस्टैंडेबल है ये जो कह रही हैं कि मुझे अभी प्रिवेसी चाहिए, पर ये बच्चे की हेल्थ के बारे में भी बात कर रहे हैं कि प्रिवेसी है, उनका मेंटल हेल्थ भी अभी ठीक नहीं, जो कॉप्स ने भी कहा है. तो हमें थोड़ा बताएं इस चिट्ठी के बारे में.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो ये बता दूं कि जो इस केस का खुलासा ही हुआ था जब लड़की को एक के बाद एक कई बार पैनिक अटैक आए थे और उसे अस्पताल में दाखिल कराया गया था. उसी दौरान ट्रीटमेंट के दौरान डॉक्टरों को पता चला था कि जो बच्ची है उसके साथ किस तरह की हैवानियत हुई थी. उसके बाद भी पुलिस मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने उसका बयान दर्ज करवाना चाहती थी, लेकिन डॉक्टरों ने मना कर दिया था. कल मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने लड़की ने बयान दे दिया है और उसकी मां ने चिट्ठी में बाकायदा ये लिखा भी है कि जो मेरी बेटी है उसने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने बयान दे दिया है. इस गंभीर स्थिति में और तनाव उनको और उनके परिवार को, खासतौर से उनकी बेटी को नहीं दिया जाए और उनकी जो प्राइवेसी है उसकी रिस्पेक्ट की जाए. देखिए, जिस तरह की लड़की की मेंटल कंडीशन है उसको देखते हुए मां ने बाकायदा अस्पताल प्रशासन को भी ये चिट्ठी लिखी थी और शायद यही वजह है कि जो स्वाति मालीवाल जब मिलने के लिए गई थी तब उनको पुलिस ने रोका और साथ ही साथ अस्पताल प्रशासन ने रोका. देखिए, जिस तरीके से कई महीनों तक जैसा एलिगेशन है, जैसा एफआईआर में लिखा है कि पीड़िता के साथ रेप हुआ और बाकायदा एक तरीके से कहें मेंटल ट्रोमा में थी वो, और उसी को देखते हुए मां ने ये चिट्ठी लिखी है. जब मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने उसका बयान हुआ, दोनों अक्यूज हस्बैंड वाइफ जो फॉर्मर डिप्टी डायरेक्टर थे उनको अरेस्ट किया गया। उसके बाद उसकी मां ने बाकायदा ये चिट्ठी लिखी है जिसमें ये बताया है कि किस तरीके से फिलहाल उनकी बेटी परेशान है और जो मां है वो परेशान है, तनाव किसकी है, इस वजह से उनकी प्राइवेसी को समझा जाए और उनको परेशान न किया जाए।
All right, so do not try to contact her right away. She's a minor. She's not yet in the best health condition, but there are doctors around, there are cops around, and the mother, of course, is there with the child. And this is in the backdrop of whether it's Swati Maliwal or anyone, whether out of concern, are right now wanting to meet her. But this is, remember, at a time when it's become such a huge political showdown as well. The family of the survivor, absolutely understandable, asking for privacy and are with the doctors right now. About 30 hours to go when India is set to create history, and they will be right now looking for a soft landing on the moon as Vikram lander is looking for the opportunity that with a billion prayers will be hopeful of that soft landing on the lunar surface. Now, as the Chandrayaan is inching closer to the moon, its predecessor, the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter, welcomed Vikram lander in the orbit saying, "Welcome, buddy," to the lander. Isro has been constantly updating us with incredible images on social media. But this two-way communication between the orbiter and the lander has also now been established. On Monday, Isro chairperson briefed Union Minister Jitendra Singh on the health status of Chandrayaan-3 and told him all systems are working perfectly. No contingencies are anticipated. As per the Indian Space Agency, the lander module carrying Vikram lander and Pragyan rover are expected to touch down on the lunar surface sharp 6 p.m. at about 4 p.m. specifically on Wednesday evening. Of course, India Today will be live at that moment from the location to tell you all about this big event. Listen in to our exclusive conversations with those associated with the projects.
I'm in Isro, Ahmedabad, and I'm speaking to the director, Mr. Nilesh Desai, sir. Sir, how big is Gujarat's contribution to this massive mission that the entire country currently is proud of?
So, as you may be well aware, that Chandrayaan-3 mission has been conceived after the failure in soft landing during Chandrayaan-2 mission, which was done in 2019. So, after the failure in soft landing, of course, the orbiter mission of the Chandrayaan-2 was very successful, as all of you would have already read in newspaper or heard about it, that Chandrayaan-2 orbiter, which was designed to last for around 1 to 1.5 years, due to the availability of fuel, sufficient fuel, it is now going to last up to minimum 7 years. In 2019, when we were trying to soft land on the moon surface with our lander, due to an anomaly which was developed, I will call it a last mile problem, which is when we were 2 kilometers away, almost 2 kilometers away from the moon surface, due to the tilting of the lander, and there was a software anomaly, due to which instead of soft landing, we ended up in having a crash landing or hard landing. Yes. So after the failure of Chandrayaan-2 landing, Isro and India decided that we should again try for soft landing with our Chandrayaan-3 mission. So that's how Chandrayaan-3 mission was conceived.
भारत का तीसरा चंद्रयान-3 अब चंद्र के करीब पहुंच गया है और कुछ ही समय में वो सतह पे उतरेगा, तो सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है। ये हमारा तीसरा मिशन है। पहले मिशन में हमने छोटा सा एक डिवाइस चंद्र पे डाला था। दूसरे मिशन में हमने एक बगी चलाने की कोशिश करी थी, मगर कुछ अंतिम समय में कुछ गलती की वजह से वो बगी पहुंच नहीं पाई। अब तीसरी बार जब हम जा रहे हैं तो हम बगी को ठीक से पहुंचाएंगे, और इस बार इसरो का यही फोकस है कि वो एक बगी चंद्र के दक्षिण ध्रुव की तरफ उतारे और उसको घुमा के वहां की सतह को ठीक से देखे।
Remember, this is no easy task. It takes a lot of effort of years of these scientists to be able to analyze what the lunar surface could be and how could you possibly land it in a cost-effective mission. Now, getting the lander, as you can see clearly, into a horizontal position. It's currently the orbit. To be able to bring it forth closer, get it into a position, then reduce the Vikram lander's speed for it to land properly and have a soft landing, which means does not crash, like we saw with Lunar 25 of Russia, that it lands exactly on that. But that's not all. What about the craters? What about the surface of the moon? And to find out that lunar surface exact spot, that is going to be the third big step and the big test for the Vikram lander. The scientists, of course, are constantly coordinating about, and we have had these images that Isro has shared about what sort of moon surface does it look like. It's absolutely incredible to look at these visuals and to know this is India's indigenous mission that's currently there on the moon. But lander eventually maintaining communication with the rover, maintaining communication with the ground station of Isro. These are some of the challenges that Isro is going to be facing, but they're of course prepared for it. And we of course have over 1 billion prayers sending right now to those scientists, to Isro, to Vikram lander for that soft landing. Now listen in to an exclusive conversation that our news director Rahul Kamal has had with former Isro chief K. Sivan. He was involved with earlier Chandrayaan missions. And now, what are the challenges? Because there is a 15 minutes of terror that scientists refer to. What about that? Listen in.
I want to start by asking you about the Lunar mission of the Russians, which crashed very unfortunately over the weekend without being able to land successfully. You know, given what has happened with the Lunar 25, which was Russia's first attempt to land a spacecraft off the moon and that ending in failure, you know, would that increase the levels of anxiety of the team in the Space Center of Isro at this moment? Does that make you one extra level more anxious?
No, it is not so. First of all, Lunar mission failure and this one, they are not related. Lunar, actually, that is have its own system, its own the sensor, thrusters, and it may have its own characteristics. But we have our own system, our own thruster, our own sensors, which it has been functioning very nicely and without any problem, and till now we are achieved what we want in a perfect way, and I am sure that this will repeat on 23rd also, so we will get a good landing, and we are not getting disturbed by the Lunar 25 failure. They are not related, they are not a similar system, they are different system. Okay. So we are confident that we will be able to achieve without any problem.
Just ahead of the landing of Chandrayaan-2, you described the final phase of the landing as the 15 minutes of terror. Could you explain in layman's language the complexity involved in that final slow descent, and why is it that most of the lunar missions that have gone wrong over the last few years, including the Japanese and the Israeli ones, have gone wrong just at the last stage, it seems?
See, this lunar mission is a very crucial and very critical and very complex, and that's what we are calling this the entire descent process from 25 or 30 kilometers to touchdown is a 15 minutes terror. The reason is that is when at the starting of the travel descent, the craft used to move with the velocity of about 2 kilometers per second in the horizontal direction. Now this velocity has to be reduced in a controlled fashion, within bracket controlled fashion, to 0. And very interestingly, this 2 kilometers per second velocity is to be made to 0 at the time of touchdown, this one. So what really happened is there is a lunar gravity is acting. At the same time, that is if the thrust is not sufficient, it will fall like a football, or if it is thrusting more, it will go away from the trajectory, And this controlled manner we are bringing to velocity 2 km per second to 0 is a very crucial, and this 0 should be only at the surface of the moon. If it is 0 earlier, it will fall like a football, and if it is non-zero at the time of touchdown, again it's a hard landing. So that way, the whole process is a very meticulous to ensure that the velocity is to be reduced to 0 at the right moment and time, at the right location should be there. That's what we are calling. It's a very critical and very complex process, and that's what we are calling a 50-minute stirrer.
So when at 6:04 p.m. that soft landing takes place, what will it make for India and the Indian Space Research Organization? It is going to be a big moment for our space programs. India will become a key player in space exploration and only the fourth nation after the United States of America, the former USSR and China to be attempting even that soft landing. India will of course acquire the new technology, the manner in which it has been able to, whether it's thrust propulsion or others, and with the lander and the rover separation, it will be able to have that new technology that it has put forth. It will boost the reputation for a cost-competitive space engineering. Over 600 crore of rupees, remember, is cost-effective when other countries have put billions of dollars into their space programs. Isro has done it at a way reduced amount. It will, of course, promote India's space startup, not just for government organizations, but a lot of private players that have come forth. We're looking also, remember, at Mangalyaan, Aditya L1 missions, other missions, specifically even to the Venus that we are aiming to from here on. As I wrap up, I want to leave you with this special story of what will happen on the lunar surface. There is Vikram lander, there is Pragyan rover. Pragyan means wisdom or intelligence, and that's exactly what we're expecting from Pragyan rover as and when that landing takes place. It's not just about intelligence for Isro, but wisdom to the world. There will also be the Isro logo and the Ashoka emblem pasted on Pragyan rover that will now be seen by the world. Leaving you with that. Thank you.
Vikram will prepare for rover Pragyan to carry out its mission right after the successful landing on the south pole of the moon. The rover will then conduct in situ chemical analysis of the lunar surface. As it starts to move, it will leave an indelible mark of India on the lunar surface. The back wheels of the rover have logos of Isro and Ashoka's line emblem. They are not on the same wheels, so the two parallel imprints on one side will create the Isro logo and the other will mark the Ashoka's line emblem. India has already left its mark on the moon during the Chandrayaan-3 mission in 2008. On 14 November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan-1 orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. And with that, India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Nearly 15 years later, Pragyan, with a lifespan of 1 lunar day or 14 Earth days, is all set for a much bigger leap. With 26 kilogram mass, 50 watt power and 2 payloads. It will make history for Isro by demonstrating a rover roving on lunar surface, carrying out qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis to derive the chemical composition. For mineralogical composition of the South Pole lunar surface. This is critical for mineral and chemical finding, as well as for ISRO's future manned moon mission, Gaganyaan.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajni's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya, unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रही है, सब आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlala for Ramlala Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the.
That's one, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
Yeah, बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा का इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
As Chandrayaan-3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd at 6 p.m. There was another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole, but failed. Russia's first moon mission in 47 years has failed. Russia's Lunar 25 took off for the moon on August 10th, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan-3 was launched into space, and was expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan. Lunar 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon after spinning into an uncontrolled orbit. Russia's space agency lost contact with Lunar 25 after a technical issue in the spacecraft. Measures taken to locate Lunar 25 were also unsuccessful. The Russian spacecraft was scheduled to land on Monday to explore southern pole of the moon, which scientists think could hold frozen water and precious elements. Lunar 25 was expected to reach the moon in just 12 days, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? Well, the most important factor is the weight. While Chandrayaan-3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Lunar 25 is much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kilograms. Now that Russia is out of the race to moon, all eyes are on India's Chandrayaan-3. After successful completion of India's moon mission, India will join an elite league of 3 nations, the United States, Russia and China, to make a soft landing on the moon. Bureau Report, India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Cops foil Delhi rape accused Babu and his wife's attempt to flee. Wife of accused jailed. Survivor's mother appeals to hospital for privacy. Says don't want to talk to anyone. India's moon mission nears exciting finish. Less than 35 hours to moon history. Vikram touchdown set for tomorrow. South Africa hosts 15th BRICS Summit. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Johannesburg. Massive suspense over India-China bilateral. Two incidents of stone pelting and vandalism in Bihar. Stones pelted at religious yatra in Bagaha. Nag Panchami procession targeted in Bihar. Indian chess grandmaster R. Pragananda makes it through to the final of the Chess World Cup. Becomes the third youngest to qualify for the candidates tournament after Bobby Fischer and Magnus Carlsen. News coming in right now. New violence accused Amir injured during an encounter with cops. The accused named Amir was shot at during the violence in New. Police personnel were accused of snatching weapons and firing. Encounter took place in Todu area. Shreya Chatterjee is joining me live at the moment. Shreya, tell us more about what exactly happened.
Well, Paulami, the news that is coming in from Nu, this one person whose name is Amir, he's actually been caught from the Aravali areas of Tauru region, and he was suspected as one of those who was involved in the Nu riot. Using obviously the garb of the mountains, but unsuccessfully, the police actually nabbed him. He also got injured in that particular encounter. We also do know that there has been a recovery of cartridges as well as country-made pistols. So this has been a part of recovery, and this person has been arrested. What we're being told that he was a crucial person who played a part in the Nu riots that happened on the 31st of July.
Okay, Shreya, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Shreya Chatterjee, they're reporting on the new violence and the investigation which is currently underway. An accused tried to, in fact, flee, which is when he was shot at in an encounter in the Tauru area. You can see those images of the accused in hospital at the moment. His name is Amir. And on the other side of your screens, you can see, of course, images of the violence which rocked Haryana on the 31st of July. Shocking rape horror from the national capital. A minor girl was allegedly raped repeatedly for months and impregnated by Premuday Khaka, a Delhi government officer. AAP questioned DCW and Delhi police, asking why the accused was not arrested immediately. Aam Aadmi Party also slammed the Delhi police for shielding the accused. Delhi government further clarified that the Babu was suspended as soon as the case came to light. The BJP, on the other hand, slammed the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that the accused was handpicked by Delhi Minister Kailash Gehlot and demanded his resignation. They further questioned WCD Minister, Women and Child Development Minister Atishi's silence on the issue. Taking a jibe at DCW Chief Swati Maliwal, BJP said that why is she not questioning the Delhi government? Meanwhile, DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sat on a dharna at the hospital, claiming she was being prevented from meeting the survivor.
ये जो आदमी है, जो रेपिस्ट है, वो बहुत बड़ा पावरफुल आदमी है। तभी तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने पिछले 8 दिन में अरेस्ट नहीं करा, जबकि वो FIR हुई है, पॉक्सो के सेक्शंस लगे, फिर भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने अरेस्ट नहीं करा। अब वही दिल्ली पुलिस जो अरेस्ट नहीं कर रही, वही दिल्ली पुलिस दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष को अंदर जाने नहीं दे रही, लड़की से मिलने नहीं दे रही। तो मेरे मन में बहुत सारे सवाल हैं दिल्ली पुलिस को लेकर, उनके कंडक्ट को लेकर, और मुझे लगता है उन्हें गुंडागर्दी बंद करनी चाहिए। दिल्ली महिला आयोग को लड़की से मिलने दें। हम समझना चाहते हैं लड़की की क्या मदद हुई है, नहीं हुई है, कोई दबाव तो उसके ऊपर नहीं है, क्या कॉम्पनसेशन मिल पाई है, सारा प्रक्रिया दिल्ली महिला आयोग को करना है। तो हमें क्यों नहीं मिलवा रही दिल्ली पुलिस?
हम ये सवाल पूछते जाएंगे और हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक कि इनका हमें जवाब नहीं मिल जाएगा, और हम कैलाश गहलोत जी का इस्तीफा मांगते हैं।
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहां अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया। ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है। ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज का मामला है। और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
The Deputy Director of Delhi's Women and Child Development Department is in police custody for allegedly raping a minor over several months. The bureaucrat had taken the minor girl in his care after her father passed away. When the minor got pregnant, the Babu's wife gave her abortion pills. Shockingly, the Delhi Commission for Women, headed by Swati Maliwal, had no idea about the predator until yesterday, when India Today reported about it.
Premodai Khaka, Deputy Director of Women and Child Welfare Department in Delhi government, tasked to safeguard women and kids in the national capital. This protector turned predator raped and impregnated a 14-year-old girl in his custody. While shockingly, his wife gave abortion pills to the teen. After India Today's report, the husband-wife duo has been taken into custody.
आज हमने 164 का बयान लिया है और उसके बाद हमने 2 लोगों को अभी अरेस्ट किया है। एक हैं श्री प्रमोदय खाका, 51 साल उम्र है, बुराड़ी के रहने वाले हैं और ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट में डिप्टी डायरेक्टर की पोस्ट पे है। सेकंड इनकी वाइफ हैं, सीमा रानी उनका नाम है, 50 साल उम्र है और शी इज अ हाउसवाइफ।
The minor survivor was living with the accused after her father's death in 2020. After the bureaucrat met her at a Delhi church and convinced her mother that he will be guardian to the child.
किसका सस्पेंशन होना है, किसकी गिरफ्तारी होनी है? इस पूरे मामले में एक बच्ची को उसकी बायोलॉजिकल मदर से छीनकर किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति को दिया गया और उस व्यक्ति ने बच्ची को रेप किया। तो इसमें जिस अधिकारी की कोताही है उन सब पर मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाना।
The heinous crime by a top Delhi government official answerable to Delhi Minister Atishi and DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sparked a massive storm. Facing political attacks over inaction and hypocrisy over child rape.
We have issued a notice to the Delhi police. We are also issuing a notice to the government because we wish to understand. One is, of course, this means a person needs to be suspended, which the government has already done. But at the same time, we wish to understand as to where all was he posted in his 20 or plus years of service, and what all sensitive posts did he handle, and what kind of complaints were received against him during this process.
The opposition BJP tore into the arm.
दिल्ली की जनता जो उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि दिल्ली सरकार उनके अधिकारों का हनन नहीं करेगी, दिल्ली सरकार का एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी ये करता रहा एक बच्ची के साथ और उनको जानकारी नहीं थी, और जानकारी थी तो क्या कार्रवाई की।
DCW की चेयरमैन तो जहां भी कोई घटना होती है हर जगह आंसू बहाने पहुंच जाती हैं, लेकिन उनके ऑफिस के अंदर अगर ये घटना हो रही है और वो 1-1.5 साल से, जो मुझे सुनने में आया, 1-1.5 साल से ये घटना हो रही थी और ऐसे किया जा रहा था, तो उनको नॉलेज नहीं है, तो समझ में नहीं आई मुझे तो।
After political attacks and widespread outrage, Chief Minister Kejriwal suspended the accused rapist.
उसको मैंने आदेश दिए हैं चीफ सेक्रेटरी को कि उसको सस्पेंड किया जाए तुरंत प्रभाव से जब तक इंक्वायरी वगैरह चल रही हैं, और शाम 5 बजे तक मैंने इसके ऊपर एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट मांगी। मैं पुलिस से वो करूंगा, अपील करूंगा कि उसको तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
Has the capital shocker exposed the AAP government bigwigs who go about preaching on rape when it comes to crimes in other states? With Arvind Ojha and Rahul Gautam in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. These are the inside details of the grilling of the rapist Babu. He has denied the allegations against him. Accused Premodaya says fake charges of rape have been framed against him. My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is joining us live this morning. Shreya, so the accused in this case, quite naturally, has denied the charges against him. What are the police sources telling you at the moment in terms of his questioning and what they've learned so far?
Well, Paulmi, what we're learning right now that yesterday the rigorous interrogation that Premodaya Khaka has faced within Delhi from the Delhi police officials, he's denied all the roles and he said that he has absolutely nothing to do and all these allegations are wrong. However, the Delhi police will obviously not be taking that in face value. There will be an investigation in the case. They will try to unearth from when to when did the girl actually come into living. And remember, it was not a biological child who was actually living. So there are questions that will also be put before him that he is the one. This man is someone who is supposed to entrust people and train them about POCSO. He's someone who drafted the JJB. He was part of the JJB drafting committee. So he's aware of the laws when it comes to the legal rights of children. Even then, when he was this girl who was not a biological child was living with him, why did he not follow the legal procedure? So there are questions that he will face. It's not an easy escape for him as well. So Delhi police will definitely take this with iron hands. They will also try to gather corroboratory evidence of the people involved in the process. Remember, there's a question again and again coming of a church being involved in the girl actually been sent to him as a guardian. So all these people will be questioned. There will be corroboratory evidences gathered, technical evidence be so it. So there will be a hefty investigation into the matter. His words will not be taken into face value because this is not a man who's not aware of child legal issues. He is the one who's a trainer supposedly about POCSO, something he's been booked under, and he was also part of the JJB drafting committee, so he's aware of a lot of things. So somewhere down the line the police will also be taking the entire investigation in a very serious manner.
Shreya, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Shreya, of course, is tracking that investigation extremely closely. Now, of course, the accused has denied the charges that have been brought against him. We're shifting focus now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in South Africa to attend the BRICS summit. He's going to South Africa at the invitation of the President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Soon after arrival, Prime Minister Modi will participate in the BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue and the BRICS Leaders Retreat. Prime Minister Modi is expected to participate in discussions on issues related to economic cooperation, food security and BRICS expansion. As per sources, the Prime Minister is expected to hold a bilateral meet with Iran, Mozambique and Ethiopia on August 24th. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping will also be in South Africa to attend the summit. As India-China border standoff refuses to die down despite 19 rounds of talks, all eyes will be on the two leaders as it remains to be seen whether they will hold a bilateral meeting or not.
The host country, South Africa, has invited large number of guest countries, besides, of course, the BRICS members who would be present there. The Prime Minister's schedule in terms of bilateral meetings with those leaders who would be present in South Africa is still being developed.
India's point of view, development dimension and issues that are so crucial and critical for the global South, on which Prime Minister visionary leadership has always been emphasizing, that the solutions and the challenges for the global South that we all have to collectively work together. There are lots of ideas of Prime Minister Modi's which are being discussed in the BRICS meetings, in the negotiations at the Sherpa level, and this will feed into the leaders' declaration in a couple of days from now.
Joining us right now is Peter van Olselen, who is in fact joining us live from Johannesburg at the moment. Thank you, Peter, for speaking to India today. Give us a sense of what is going to be on the agenda of this BRICS summit, an extremely crucial meeting of BRICS leaders.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's just gone 6:45 in the morning here in Johannesburg, and there really is a lot of hype, a lot of interest around the BRICS summit. I was in the precinct yesterday afternoon, just looking around and seeing, the security has been ramped up. As you mentioned there's over 30 heads of state that are expected to descend on Johannesburg over the next 3 days. Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive. We have it here at about 1:45 local time here in Johannesburg. He will be landing at Waterkloof Air Force Base, which is about a 30-minute drive from the Sandton Central Business District, which is where everything will be hosted this week. And so many dynamics are at play. As you mentioned, Chinese President Xi Jinping will be in town as well. We know that Lula da Silva, the Brazilian president, has arrived. He arrived yesterday and was welcomed by delegates here. So it really is, there's so many talking points. As you mentioned, a lot of people seem to be cramming for Xi Jinping in terms of this new bloc, this extension of the BRICS bloc, and who will be invited and what kind of agreements will be made in terms of who will be able to join. It's been dubbed as the global north versus the global south, trying to get away from our reliance on US dollar-based economies. So we know Narendra Modi will be, as you said, he will be chatting to a BRICS business forum. He'll also be chatting to the Indian diaspora, a huge amount of expat Indians in South Africa and Johannesburg. So he will be chatting with them a little bit later. And then this evening, a BRICS leaders retreat. So, you wish you could be a fly on the wall on that retreat. As you know, we have Xi Jinping, we've got Narendra Modi. And interestingly, Cyril Ramaphosa, just 2 evenings ago, gave a national television address to the nation, outlining South Africa's foreign policy, trying to preempt what his discussions will be this week. We do know that Xi Jinping is on a state visit as well as attending the BRICS summit, but he will also have a bilateral with Narendra Modi at some point over the next 3 days.
Right. You did speak about how the expansion of the BRICS bloc is going to be a focal point of this meeting. We do know that while there are countries like China who are extremely keen on expansion because they do want to see this bloc emerge as a bloc which can in fact challenge Western hegemony, there are countries like India, like South Africa, that have expressed their reservations about the expansion plans.
Well, that's going to be the big talking point. Not only the expansion plan, but who's going to join and what kind of format it's going to take. At the moment, BRICS seems like a fairly solid bloc, albeit that South Africa is one of the smaller economies in that. But Iran is on that list as well. Indonesia is on that list. Nigeria, Argentina. Do you extend it more with an African focus? There are a lot of political games at play here, and China seem to be pulling the strings in terms of who will join this bloc. There's over 20, Ramaphosa said on Sunday evening that over 20 countries have officially applied to extend this bloc. Logistically, it's going to be difficult to see how it will all work. Will they work under this new development bank, which has been set up by the BRICS countries? What kind of currency will it be based on? And who will be able to join? Because you can be sure that not everyone's going to agree on who is going to join, because the trade relations between all these countries is just so vast and different. And it's a real hustle between, cementing these trade relations with certain countries, and certain countries don't have great trade relations with others. So it will be interesting to see, I'm sure at the end of the week that they will announce a possible increase in the bloc. What will it be called and what kind of format will it take? That will obviously be uncovered come Thursday.
Right. Also, of course, from the India perspective, a lot in terms of the focus is on the possibility of a bilateral between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Will it happen? Will it not? What are you hearing on the ground?
We are hearing on the ground that it will happen.
Okay.
That Xi Jinping will entertain a bilateral with Narendra Modi. He is quite busy in terms of his schedule. There is a state visit for Xi Jinping as well. So he will be at the Union Buildings with Cyril Ramaphosa. It's a clambering for the Chinese. It just seems like everyone wants a piece. It's not often that you get that opportunity to sit down. But the word on the street is that there will be a bilateral between Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping.
Right. Peter, thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you as, of course, that summit begins and there are all of those meetings that happen, especially that retreat as well that you said that everyone would like to be a fly on the wall as far as that retreat is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us. We're getting some breaking news that's coming in at the moment. Now, ahead of the third round of the India camp meet, Aghadi leaders are to meet for preparations in Mumbai. Pawar, Uddhav and Congress leaders are in a huddle. Delegation of Aghadi is to meet with the Chief Secretary. Remember that meeting of the third meeting of the India Alliance is expected to happen in Mumbai on August 31st and September 1st. Already there's a meeting that's taking place among Aghadi leaders. To prepare for that meeting, Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live this morning from Mumbai. Mustafa, tell us more about this meeting which is taking place at the moment.
Well, yes, follow me. A meeting has been scheduled for the MVA leaders tomorrow at Hyatt Hotel, where this entire event is going to take place. And Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, all the senior leaders from Mahavikas Aghadi will be there to finalize the event schedule for the India meeting, which is going to happen on 31st August and 1st September. Adding to this, Rahul Gandhi will be visiting on September 1st at Maharashtra Congress office, which is Tilak Bhavan, and state leaders will be welcoming him. So that is going to be a grand event for Congress in Maharashtra. In between, about 28 parties is what the India Alliance is planning to invite at this time, and some agendas will also be decided. It is an important meeting in Mumbai because this is the first time that the India opposition meeting is happening in a state which is BJP and other parties ruled. Before this, Bangalore and Patna was the opposition ruled state, but this is the first BJP ruled state where this event is taking place. And these leaders will be meeting the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra to ask for security covers for the leaders who are coming for this event. So as of now, the preparations are on, and it would be after some time that senior Mahavikas Aghadi leaders like Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray and Congress leaders will be on one table tomorrow at 4 p.m. at Hyatt Hotel to discuss and finalize the issue and agenda for the India meeting. Back to you.
Mustafa, thank you for joining us with all of those details. Mustafa, they're tracking that meeting which is being held among Aghadi leaders right now to prepare for the summit of the India Alliance in Mumbai. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
As Chandrayaan-3 circles the moon, India's billion breaths are held. Our spacecraft is in final descent, and every Indian heart beats for it as India's historic moon landing nears. For our scientists and their mooncraft, your love, your prayers, your wishes matter. Come on, India, cheer for Chandrayaan. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on news TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
News coming in right now. Massive farmer stir in Punjab. Farmers up in arms against the centre after floods. Farmers seek compensation. They march to Chandigarh, but they're halted midway. Cops put up barricades near Chandigarh. Patiala, a tractor mode protesting Kisan. That's what we're learning from Patiala. There's images, of course, coming in from Sangrur at the moment. These are protesting farmers that have tried to, proceed towards the capital, Chandigarh, but have been halted by security forces. After floods, these farmers are seeking a compensation. They're up in arms against the centre. Kamaljeet Sandhu is now joining me live on this. Kamaljeet, tell us about these marches that are happening, these protests that are happening by farmers across the state of Punjab.
In all 16 farmer unions, and let me tell you, around 5,000 farmers, the biggest farmer protest that we're seeing is actually in Longowal, in Sangrur. Where we're starting is in Mohali. Heavy security and barricading being done. We've been told this is being done in tandem with Haryana, Himachal, Punjab, Chandigarh police. So yes, they have been dissuaded by Chandigarh police because they wanted to gherav Chandigarh. They've also said that they wanted to actually meet Punjab Chief Minister. There has been a talk about compensation because of heavy rains. There has been massive losses. Now what we know is, as far as security is concerned, that has been beefed up. There have been nakas which have been put all across, not just Chandigarh but at the border points in Panchkula, in Mohali, in other places. So there is a massive deployment, a massive manpower. The attempt is not to let the farmers in. Now they have been adamant because they're seeking compensation not only from the state but an increased compensation even from the centre. Now what we know is that there's the CAPF which has also been deployed, but yes, there would be every attempt being made, and we've been told at least overnight a large number of farmer leaders were put in detention, house arrest. So they have been who could possibly be leading the march have been put. Now in Sangrur there has been a different situation altogether, because once the farmers were coming in, that is when one of the farmer came under a tractor. Now the police has been saying this is their own fault and this is the reason, but the farmers have been saying it's only because of the police bandobast. There was a clash and that actually led to this particular accident. Now they have put the body and they've taken it to Patiala where a postmortem is going on, but the farmers are agitated. Now they have been saying that this is a symbolic fight and they will continue to actually take it head on as far as the government is concerned, but meanwhile every effort to placate them doesn't seem to be working out. Meanwhile, if you just give you a 360-degree view about how the arrangement is, a 360-degree view, and you would understand how there have been nakas, barricading, everything. So preparation has been put in place to ensure, but we've seen in the past, no matter how the preparation is, the farmers have managed to break down barricade. Earlier also when there were clashes, there were also there were a lot of cops who were injured. So this time there is obviously one part of an experience which says there has to be a heavy deployment, and that is what has been done. especially by Chandigarh police, because the farmers have threatened to ghairao it, and at least the support we've been told is also coming from UP and Uttarakhand farmers as well. Now what we've been told is that even though it is Punjab CM, but in a symbolic sense of a fight, all these farmers are coming and protesting and supporting the Punjab farmers in all.
Okay, so there are, of course, farmers who want to approach Chandigarh, but they're being stopped by the police. So there's some incidents that are being reported as well. An unfortunate one from Sangrur. As far as the government is concerned, what are the efforts, Kamalji, that they are making in order to placate these protesting farmers?
You know, since the farmer agitation in Singhu, what we've seen is there seems to be an escalation, because the farmers now, every now and then, and remember, at that point of time, they do feel that their crops have been spoiled. There have been unseasonal rain. There have been much of the soil which was underwater. So that has actually spoiled the crop. So they are demanding an increased compensation. Now, there have been several rounds of meeting which have happened. So this is where they're trying to step up pressure as far as the government is concerned. And that is where the entire mammoth support of the farmer unions coming together to help not just Punjab farmers, but keep their voice going on. And remember, the CAPF at this point of time, they're all joining hands. So clearly, the deployment being done, but farmers very adamant. And the other part is that with the 65-year-old farmer dying in this, there seems to be not only a dharna which is taking place in Longowal, in Sangrur, but this seems to be a long scale, and obviously an attempt to be made. And we know that Chandigarh police try to actually have a meeting with the farmers, trying to dissuade them. They're saying, do not do this. But we've seen, as far as the farmers are concerned, when it comes to Delhi or for other places, when they come to their demands, they're very, very adamant. And this is where security bandobast now being put in place to ensure there's no untoward incident. There could be a possibility of clash, but we've been speaking to police. They believe that the farmer leaders have been picked up, so things should go peacefully. But yes, this is a situation which is to wait and watch before they can really comment. Meanwhile, on ground, they have already put in deployment.
Right. Kamalji, thank you so much for joining us. Let's watch this report that my colleague Satendra Chauhan sent from Mohali as well.
पंजाब के किसान संगठनों ने आज चंडीगढ़ घेराव का ऐलान किया हुआ है। पंजाब में आई बाढ़ और उसके बाद उपजे हालातों से मुआवजे समेत कई किसानों की मांगे हैं और कल संगरूर में एक किसान की मौत हो गई थी, एक किसान का पैर टूट गया था। उसके बाद से किसान संगठन लगातार गुस्से में है। आप देख सकते हैं पंजाब पुलिस ने जगह जगह नाकेबंदी करके किसानों को चंडीगढ़ ना पहुंचने देने की तमाम कोशिशें की गई हैं। बड़ी भारी बैरिकेडिंग यहां पर की गई है। बैरिकेडिंग के अलावा बड़े बड़े डंपर्स यहां पर लगाए गए हैं ताकि किसान बड़ी संख्या में अगर चंडीगढ़ की तरफ आते हैं तो उन्हें कई किलोमीटर पहले ही रोक लिया जाए। इसके अलावा अगर चंडीगढ़ की बात करें तो तमाम 1 दर्जन जगहों पर बड़े बड़े नाके लगाए गए हैं। उसके अलावा चंडीगढ़ से लगते आसपास के कई किलोमीटर के एरिया में पंजाब पुलिस ने मोर्चा संभाला हुआ है। कुल मिलाकर एक तरफ किसानों की नाराजगी है तो दूसरी तरफ पंजाब पुलिस और प्रशासन ने इस तरह की व्यवस्था की है कि चंडीगढ़ से पहले ही किसानों को दूर रोका जा सके। लेकिन इससे हालात ऐसे बन रहे हैं कि किसानों को लेकर एक तरफ तनाव की स्थिति बनी हुई है तो दूसरी तरफ आप देख सकते हैं जिस तरीके से नाकेबंदी की गई है। कई जगह पर ट्रैफिक की लंबी लंबी लाइनें लग रही हैं, लोगों को परेशानी हो रही है। तो किसान और पंजाब पुलिस फिलहाल आमने सामने नजर आ रहे हैं। कैमरामैन गुंजीत कुमार के साथ सतेंद्र चौहान, मोहाली।
And it's an India Today exclusive news break. BJP Member of Parliament from Gurdaspur, Sunny Deol, has declared that he will not contest the 2024 elections. In an exclusive conversation with Aaj Tak consulting editor Sudhir Chaudhary, the actor-turned-politician said that he will quit politics and will not contest polls in 2024 because he doesn't like the world of politics. While Deol has been celebrating the success of Gadar 2, he's been facing flack for being missing, for being absent from his constituency while it was flooded. Listen in.
2024 का चुनाव आप दोबारा लड़ेंगे?
मैं तो नहीं अभी कोई चुनाव लड़ना चाहता क्योंकि मेरा चुनाव सिर्फ एज एन एक्टर रहेगा और मुझे लगता है एज एन एक्टर मैं देश सेवा करूंगा जो मैं करता आ रहा था और मुझे अभी यकीन है कि व्हाट आई कैन गिव टू द यूथ to the country is being a good actor and bringing out good projects.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, India's moon mission nears exciting finish. Less than 35 hours to moon history. Vikram touchdown set for tomorrow. Details on the other side.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajni's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रही है, सो आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at for Ramlila Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the.
That's open, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
Yeah, बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Countdown begins for the landing of Chandrayaan-3. As Chandrayaan inches closer to the moon, Chandrayaan-2 orbiter welcomed Vikram lander, saying, "Welcome, buddy," to the lander. Two-way communication between the orbiter and the lander has also been established. On Monday, Isro chairperson briefed Union Minister Jitendra Singh on the health status of Chandrayaan-3 and told him that all systems are working perfectly and no contingencies are anticipated on Wednesday. As per the Indian Space Agency, the lander module carrying Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover is expected to touch down on the lunar surface around 6:04 p.m. on Wednesday.
I'm in Isro, Ahmedabad, and I'm speaking to the director, Mr. Nilesh Desai, sir. Sir, how big is Gujarat's contribution to this massive mission that the entire country currently is proud of?
So, as you may be well aware, that Chandrayaan-3 mission has been conceived after the failure in soft landing during Chandrayaan-2 mission, which was done in 2019. So, after the failure in soft landing, of course, the orbiter mission of the Chandrayaan-2 was very successful, as all of you would have already read in newspaper or heard about it, that Chandrayaan-2 orbiter, which was designed to last for around 1 to 1.5 years. Due to the availability of fuel, sufficient fuel, it is now going to last up to minimum 7 years. In 2019, when we were trying to soft land on the moon surface with our lander, due to an anomaly which was developed, I will call it a last mile problem, which is when we were 2 kilometers away, almost 2 kilometers away from the moon surface, due to the tilting of the lander, and there was a software anomaly, due to which instead of soft landing, we ended up in having a crash landing or hard landing. So after the failure of Chandrayaan-2 landing, Isro and India decided that we should again try for soft landing with our Chandrayaan-3 mission. So that's how Chandrayaan-3 mission was conceived.
भारत का तीसरा चंद्रयान-3 अब चंद्र के करीब पहुंच गया है और कुछ ही समय में वो सतह पे उतरेगा, तो सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है। ये हमारा तीसरा मिशन है। पहले मिशन में हमने छोटा सा एक डिवाइस चंद्र पे डाला था। दूसरे मिशन में हमने एक बगी चलाने की कोशिश करी थी, मगर कुछ अंतिम समय में कुछ गलती की वजह से वो बगी पहुंच नहीं पाई। अब तीसरी बार जब हम जा रहे हैं तो हम बगी को ठीक से पहुंचाएंगे, और इस बार इसरो का यही फोकस है कि वो एक बगी चंद्र के दक्षिण ध्रुव की तरफ उतारे और उसको घुमा के वहां की सतह को ठीक से देखे।
So while of course everyone seems to be keeping their fingers crossed for the safe and soft landing of Chandrayaan-3, here are the challenges that the mission faces. To get horizontal lander into vertical position, reducing the lander's speed, identifying the right landing spot. That is also going to be, in fact, one of the big challenges that the mission will be facing. In fact, lander maintaining communication with rover. Again, another of the challenges that the mission will be facing. So these are some of the challenges that the mission is expected to face, of course, but the touchdown is expected at 6:04 p.m. tomorrow, August 23rd, and all eyes will be on that. It's the final countdown to Chandrayaan-3's landing. The lander module has established contact with Chandrayaan-2 orbiter. Every day, the Vikram lander is inching closer to the moon. It will now begin a powered descent on 23rd August. ISRO has made some changes to ensure that this time the landing is a success. India Today is tracking Chandrayaan-3's journey live. Here's the latest.
The Indian Space Research Organization has successfully reduced the orbit of the Chandrayaan-3 mission's lander module Vikram on Sunday. Vikram is on its own journey towards the lunar surface now. Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons of force each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. Chandrayaan-3 is largely a replica of its predecessor Chandrayaan-2. Chandrayaan-2 was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander Vikram bearing a rover Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander Vikram crashed instead of executing a slow descent. ISRO later identified a problem. Based on it this time, ISRO has strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence to a soft landing. The Vikram lander is currently traveling at about 25 kilometers above the lunar surface at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. From this, it needs to come down to a speed of 1 meter per second within seconds. It then further needs to make a sharp 90-degree turn as it starts moving away from its orbit. ISRO will need to make some major adjustments at very quick, almost breakneck speeds. To achieve a successful landing, Chandrayaan-3 has lander hazard detection and avoidance cameras that will be used to coordinate with the orbiter and mission control as the lander makes its careful descent approach to the surface of the moon. Vikram, the lander module, also carries Laser Retroreflector Array or LRA. It would carry out a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the moon system. Once the soft landing is achieved, the rover Pragyan will be deployed on the lunar surface on the South Pole to carry out its own research to find evidence of water molecules.
So we are going to measure it for the first time. What is the kind of profile that will be existing? So you have a probe that will be inserted into the lunar regolith. We will penetrate up to around 10 centimeter for probing. Actually 14 centimeter including the tip. The tip will be actually aiding us to penetrate. So 10 centimeter of the lunar surface will be probed. Temperature will be measured, and basically it will give you the conductivity. This regolith can be a building block for future space bases, lunar bases.
Chandrayaan-3 is the third installment of the Chandrayaan series and represents India's second attempt to achieve a soft landing on the moon's surface. So far, only 3 countries have successfully landed spacecraft on the airless lunar world. Failure of the recent Russian moon mission has put the limelight back on India's Chandrayaan-3.
My colleague Sagai Raj is now joining me live from Bengaluru on this. Sagai, we just in fact listed out the challenges that this mission faces, especially after 2019. All eyes will be on how in fact Isro makes this a successful mission. What are Isro scientists telling you? Have they taken care of all possible contingencies?
Yes, we spoke to the former chairman of Isro yesterday. He said that the scientists in Isro are quite robust and they are working hard on a success of Chandrayaan-3. They have learned from their past mistakes, especially from Chandrayaan-2, and they are quite confident that this time they will be successful. If you notice, there are few changes which has been made. If you notice in Chandrayaan-2, where the scientists had only limited area of landing, where a surface of say half a kilometer on the moon, and there are a lot of craters and boulders on the moon. So there is also a special camera which has been installed in lander this time, which is also called as laser Doppler velocimeter. So this particular camera along with this velocimeter will calculate the distance between the moon and the lander, and it will also calculate whether the surface where this particular lander is going to land is safe enough. There are no hassle for the lander to land, and probably there will not be any kind of problem to turn from vertical to horizontal. So everything has been calculated, and when it gets landed, probably they will have more space this time with their own calculation of algorithm in lander.
Right.
So there's a lot of calculation which has been done this time, and that is the reason scientists are quite confident that this time will be a successful one.
Okay, everyone's hoping, of course, that it is a successful mission. Sagai, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, my colleague Rahul Kanwal spoke to former Isro chief K. Sivan, and he explained the challenges for Chandrayaan-3 and also the 15 minutes of terror in the final phase of Chandrayaan-2 landing. Listen in.
I want to start by asking you about the lunar mission of the Russians, which crashed very unfortunately over the weekend without being able to land successfully. You know, given what has happened with the Lunar 25, which was Russia's first attempt to land a spacecraft off the moon, and that ending in failure, you know, would that increase the levels of anxiety of the team in the space center of Isro at this moment? Does that make you one extra level more anxious?
No, it is not so. First of all, Lunar mission failure and this one, they are not related. Lunar, actually, that is its own system, its own the sensor, thrusters, and it may have its own characteristics. But we have our own system, our own thruster, our own sensors, which it has been functioning very nicely and without any problem. And till now we are achieved what we want in a perfect way. And I am sure that this will repeat on 23rd also.
So we'll get a good landing, and we are not getting disturbed by the Lunar 25 failure. They are not related. They are not a similar system. They are different system.
Okay.
So we are confident that we'll be able to achieve without any problem.
Vikram lander module of Chandrayaan-3 carries the rover Pragyan. Derived from Sanskrit, the name means wisdom and supreme intelligence. Pragyan rover is also set to demonstrate that for India on moon, other than its scientific explorations, it will leave the indelible marks of Indian supreme intellect with Isro logo and Ashoka lion emblem on the lunar surface as it moves around. Here's a report explaining how.
Vikram will prepare for rover Pragyan to carry out its mission right after the successful landing on the south pole of the moon. The rover will then conduct in situ chemical analysis of the lunar surface. As it starts to move, it will leave an indelible mark of India on the lunar surface. The back wheels of the rover have logos of Isro and Ashoka's lion emblem. They are not on the same wheels, so the two parallel imprints on one side will create the Isro logo and the other will mark the Ashoka's lion emblem. India has already left its mark on the moon during the Chandrayaan-3 mission in 2008. On 14 November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan-1 orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. And with that, India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Nearly 15 years later, Pragyan, with a lifespan of 1 lunar day or 14 Earth days, is all set for a much bigger leap. With 26 kilogram mass, 50 watt power and 2 payloads. It will make history for Isro by demonstrating a rover roving on lunar surface, carrying out qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis to derive the chemical composition. For mineralogical composition of the South Pole lunar surface. This is critical for mineral and chemical finding, as well as for ISRO's future manned moon mission, Gaganyaan.
Chandrayaan-3 is currently aiming to find the perfect spot for a soft landing on the moon's challenging terrain. All eyes are on ISRO Chairman S. Somanath and Project Director P. Veeramuthuvel. Here's more about the team, in fact, behind India's largest ever space mission.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LBM-3M. The launch has also added a feather in the cap of LBM-3 rocket.
As Chandrayaan-3 inches closer and closer to the moon, it's our ISRO heroes who've made this possible.
जी हाँ, चंद्रयान को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है.
We sign off. Up next.
On July 14th, we got a glimpse of our scientists who've toiled for years now to make this mission a reality. Leading Team ISRO is Chairman S. Somanath, who is beaming with pride as his team managed to pull off a picture-perfect launch.
Congratulations, India. Chandrayaan-3 has started its journey towards moon. Our dear LVM-3 has already put Chandrayaan-3 craft into the precise orbit around Earth. 170 by 36,500 kilometers was its intended target orbit, and it is precisely there now. And let us wish all the best for the Chandrayaan-3 craft to make its further orbit racing maneuvers and travel towards moon.
And that's just been the beginning of their dream coming true.
ISRO scientists in the mission.
These scientists have had sleepless nights for nearly 40 days now, tracking every update, every maneuver. Leading this project is Director P. Veeramuthuvel, who hails from Villupuram in Tamil Nadu. A graduate from IIT Madras, Muthuvel has been dedicated towards building the Chandrayaan spacecraft since 2019.
All our spacecraft health parameters are normal
including the power generations in both propulsion module and lander module. Our journey to moon has begun now for the most awaited soft landing. We'll be closely monitoring and controlling the spacecraft from ISRAC Bangalore. Many critical events are lined up, starting from earthbound maneuvers, insertion into the lunar orbit, and separation of lander, and set of deboost maneuvers, and finally the power descent phase.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM-3.
Remember that heartwarming moment after the launch when ISRO Chief Somnath and another official simply couldn't hide their excitement? This is LVM Mission Director Mohana Kumar, who was in charge of India's Bahubali, the LVM which sent Chandrayaan-3 soaring into space.
I am very happy to report here that the LVM-3 M4 vehicle has injected the Chandrayaan-3 satellite to the precise orbit, and once again the vehicle is proved to be the most reliable heavy lift vehicle of Indian Space Research Organization. Congratulations to the teamwork of ISRO family.
So who else is part of Team Chandrayaan? The director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre, where the LVM-3 was developed, Unnikrishnan Nair, was in charge of several key functions during the launch. U.R. Rao's Satellite Centre Director M. Sankaran is currently leading the satellite fraternity to meet the national requirements and is part of Team Chandrayaan. A. Rajarajan, the director of Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota, gave the go-ahead for the launch. It takes an army to build a spacecraft like Chandrayaan-3, and there are so many more scientists who play an integral part of making this dream a reality. Bureau Report, India Today.
All eyes, of course, on the soft landing of that mission tomorrow at 6:04 p.m. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, cops foil Delhi rape accused Babu and his wife's attempt to flee. Wife of accused jailed. Details on the other side.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well, extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree. The sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know, it has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 40 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Preparations are underway in Johannesburg before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's arrival. BRICS Women Forum welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a Vande Mataram song. Listen in. All right, we're going to get you all the details of that big story that we're tracking very closely. That's the BRICS Summit where the Prime Minister is attending. I'm Sneha Mordani. A quick check of the headlines in this edition also. South Africa hosts 15 BRICS Summit. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Johannesburg. Massive suspense over India-China bilateral. Cops spoiled Delhi. Rape accused Babu and his wife's attempt to flee. Wife of the accused jailed survivor's mother appeals to the hospital for privacy. Says don't want to talk to anyone. India's moon mission nears exciting finish. Less than 32 hours to moon history. Vikram touchdown set for tomorrow. Two incidents of stone pelting and vandalism in Bihar. Stones pelted at Villages Yatra and Bagha. Nag Panchami procession targeted in Bihar. Indian chess grandmaster R. Pragananda makes it through to the final of the Chess World Cup, becomes the third youngest to qualify for the candidates tournament after Bobby Fischer and Magnus Carlsen. Some news just coming in. A major terror plot was averted by the Jammu police personnel after an IED was found along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Nagrota Post at midnight. According to the police, there was a generic input about the IED having been planted by terrorists along the highway. Based on the input, an intense search operation was carried out and an IED weighing about 2.5 kilos was detected and later defused by the bomb disposal squad. A case under the relevant sections of the Indian Penal Code has been registered by the police and investigations are on. Meanwhile, the traffic movement on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been restored after being halted due to the search operations.
Right now we are standing on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Jammu district's Nagrota area, and a short while ago an IED was detected here along the highway. As per sources, the IED was weighing 2.5 kilograms. there were generic inputs that Jammu and Kashmir police had, and based on those inputs, the Jammu and Kashmir police personnel carried out an intense search operation in this entire area, and an IED was detected here along the highway. The IED has been successfully defused by the Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. Earlier we saw that bomb disposal squad also reached here. Bomb disposal squad was also pressed into action, and it was clearly proven that the suspicious object that was found along the highway was an IED, and the IED has now been successfully defused by the Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. So it's a major success for the Jammu and Kashmir police, because there are inputs that are coming from intelligence agencies which suggest that that Pakistan is looking for an opportunity to create problems in Jammu and Kashmir, to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir. So there is high alert across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, and there were generic inputs that Jammu and Kashmir police had that there was an IED that was being planted along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. The IED has been diffused by the Jammu and Kashmir police now. With video journalist Siraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Jammu's Nagrota for India Today.
कुछ जनरल रिपोर्ट था, कुछ जहाँ पे सस्पिशियस टीम लाइक कर रही है, तो उसी बात आधार पे हमने अपनी टीमें सर्च के लिए लगाई। तो तकरीबन 10 बजे की बात है, 10-20 की, तब हम ढूंढ रहे थे, 15-20 मिनट लगे हमें, फिर हमने BDS स्क्वाड मंगवाया था, फॉलोड बाय स्नाइपर डॉग। उस स्नाइपर डॉग ने यहाँ पे जब हम घुमा रहे थे तो उसने यहाँ पे आके अपनी
आईडी मिली।
जी हाँ।
तो कितनी आईडी थी?
एक आईडी जी,
उसको डिफ्यूज कर दिया गया,
उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया, उसका डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया। अभी आपके सामने यहाँ डिस्ट्रॉय हुआ।
जेनेरिक इनपुट से आपके पास?
जी जी, जेनेरिक इनपुट पे।
तो अभी इस पर कोई गिरफ्तारी हुई है, किसी व्यक्ति पर शक जताया?
आपके सामने अभी यहीं पे हैं, फिलहाल तो जस्ट डिस्ट्रॉय किया, बाकी द लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स। इन्वेस्टिगेशन प्रोसेस सेट इन मोशन है, जिसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी पता चल जाएगा हमें।
थैंक यू।
Mind-numbing rape incident from the national capital. A day after the rapist Babu and his wife were arrested from Delhi, India Today accessed CCTV pictures of the time when the duo attempted to escape. They tried to flee their locality yesterday at about 9:35 in the morning, shortly after the news of this horror broke out. The Delhi government officer says charges framed against him are false. Politics over Delhi shocker refuses to die down, however. AAP has questioned Delhi police, asking as to why the accused was not arrested immediately. BJP has hit out at AAP, claiming that the accused was handpicked by Delhi Minister Kailash Gehlot. Now, in the middle of all of this, the Delhi Commission for Women Chief Smriti Maliwal sat on an overnight dharna at the hospital, claiming that she was prevented from meeting the victim. And in the backdrop of Maliwal's protest, the mother of the survivor appealed for the privacy, saying that her daughter doesn't want to meet anyone since she is already going through trauma and a critical phase.
Nobody till now, apart from the Delhi police, has actually met the survivor or the mother. So it is very important that an external agency, which is an autonomous body, should meet the mother and the mother or the survivor. Now, NCPCR, I believe, has met. But have they raised this important question that why is it that the Delhi police was silent for 8 days and did not arrest the man immediately? However, we have issued notices to the Delhi police as well as the Delhi government. I want to proceed with this case, and for that a meeting with the survivor is extremely important. In case the survivor or the mother does not wish to meet me, because I can understand there's a lot of trauma and all that has unfolded can be very, very traumatic, and it's a very serious case. So I can be allowed to meet them and they can say that to my face. At least I will be assured.
हम ये सवाल पूछते जाएंगे और हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक कि इनका हमें जवाब नहीं मिल जाएगा, और हम कैलाश गहलोत जी का इस्तीफा मांगते हैं।
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहां अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया। ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है। ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज का मामला है, और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
Well, the Deputy Director of Delhi's Women and Child Development Panel is in police custody for raping a minor over several months. The bureaucrat here had taken the minor girl in his care after her father passed away. When the minor got pregnant, the Babu's wife gave her abortion pills. Shockingly, the Delhi Commission for Women, headed by Swati Maliwal, had no idea about the predator until yesterday, is what she said.
Premode Khaka, Deputy Director of Women and Child Welfare Department in Delhi government, tasked to safeguard women and kids in the national capital. This protector turned predator raped and impregnated a 14-year-old girl in his custody. While shockingly, his wife gave abortion pills to the teen. After India Today's report, the husband-wife duo has been taken into custody.
आज हमने 164 का बयान लिया है और उसके बाद हमने 2 लोगों को अभी अरेस्ट किया है। एक हैं श्री प्रमोद खाका, 51 साल उम्र है, बुराड़ी के रहने वाले हैं और ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट में डिप्टी डायरेक्टर की पोस्ट पे है। सेकंड इनकी वाइफ हैं, सीमा रानी उनका नाम है, 50 साल उम्र है और शी इज अ हाउसवाइफ।
The minor survivor was living with the accused after her father's death in 2020. After the bureaucrat met her at a Delhi church and convinced her mother that he will be guardian to the child.
किसका सस्पेंशन होना है, किसकी गिरफ्तारी होनी है? इस पूरे मामले में एक बच्ची को उसकी बायोलॉजिकल मदर से छीनकर किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति को दिया गया और उस व्यक्ति ने बच्ची को रेप किया। तो इसमें जिस अधिकारी की कोताही है उन सब पर मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाना।
The heinous crime by a top Delhi government official answerable to Delhi Minister Atishi and DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sparked a massive storm. Facing political attacks over inaction and hypocrisy over child rape.
We have issued a notice to the Delhi police. We are also issuing a notice to the government because we wish to understand. One is, of course, a person needs to be suspended, which the government has already done. But at the same time, we wish to understand as to where all was he posted in his 20 or plus years of service, and what all sensitive posts did he handle, and what kind of complaints were received against him during this process.
The opposition BJP tore into the arm.
दिल्ली की जनता जो उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि दिल्ली सरकार उनके अधिकारों का हनन नहीं करेगी, दिल्ली सरकार का एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी ये करता रहा एक बच्ची के साथ और उनको जानकारी नहीं थी, और जानकारी थी तो क्या कार्रवाई की।
डीसीडब्ल्यू की चेयरमैन तो जहां भी कोई घटना होती है हर जगह आंसू बहाने पहुंच जाती हैं, लेकिन उनके ऑफिस के अंदर अगर ये घटना हो रही है और वो 1-1.5 साल से, जो मुझे सुनने में आया, 1-1.5 साल से ये घटना हो रही थी और ऐसे किया जा रहा था, तो उनको नॉलेज नहीं है, तो समझ में नहीं आई मुझे तो।
After political attacks and widespread outrage, Chief Minister Kejriwal suspended the accused rapist.
उसको मैंने आदेश दिए हैं चीफ सेक्रेटरी को कि उसको सस्पेंड किया जाए तुरंत प्रभाव से, जब तक इंक्वायरी वगैरह चल रही हैं, और शाम 5 बजे तक मैंने इसके ऊपर एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट मांगी है। मैं पुलिस से वो करूंगा, अपील करूंगा कि उसको तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
Has the capital shocker exposed the AAP government bigwigs who go about preaching on rape when it comes to crimes in other states? With Arvind Ojha and Rahul Gautam in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Moving on, tension continues to prevail in Bihar a day after fresh violence was reported in some districts. Around a dozen people, including 3 policemen, were injured in stone pelting during a religious procession in Baga town in West Champaran. The incident took place on Monday, where stones were thrown at a procession of Mahaviri Akhada. Meanwhile, clashes also took place in Motahari, leading to pelting of stones. The situation is now under control. The police is conducting camps across places where clashes took place. Videos of the clashes started circulating on several social media platforms, triggering more violence at other places. Rohit is getting us more details on that story. Rohit, several areas, not one, have been disturbed in some districts of Bihar. Give us an idea about how the current situation is, given that the spread of this news on social media has in fact triggered further violence.
Well, yes, this entire incident erupted yesterday evening when the Mahavir Julus was being taken out in two districts, that is the East Champaran and West Champaran, and in at least half a dozen places there were massive clashes that were witnessed between the two groups, and the most affected was the Paschim Champaran's Bagha area, where almost we saw that how rampant stone pelting took place, and there were stones that were hurled at the Mahavir procession from people who were standing atop the residences and houses around. And what the police and the administration is claiming that this could be a conspiracy, because stones were kept on the terrace and from there stones were pelted on the procession. And what triggered the entire incident is the fact that there was a rumor that was spread that some sort of a damage to a temple and also a mosque has taken place, and that rumor in fact really incited the entire violence that has taken place. And in this incident about half a dozen people have been injured. The police personnel have also been injured, and then the police had to rush to the spot to contain the situation. And now in both these districts, that is East Champaran as well as in West Champaran, on the affected places, we are seeing that massive police deployment has taken place. The entire area has been turned into a fortress, but situation is absolutely tense right now, because what we saw yesterday was unprecedented, that stone pelting took place on a procession that was peacefully being taken out on the occasion of Nag Panchami. And what is more shocking is the fact that, Sneha, that just yesterday when this entire incident was taking place in Patna, we saw that the Bihar DGP R.S. Bhatti was taking a high-level meeting with all the district SPs through video conferencing on the law and order situation. So clearly goes on to show that the situation on the ground as far as the crime and communal tension is concerned is spiraling in the state. As far as East Champaran and West Champaran is concerned, the situation right now is normal, but police is also camping in the affected areas to ensure that nothing untoward happens from here on. Sneha.
Thanking you, Rohit, for getting us up to speed with that. In fact, senior leader of the RJD, Shivanand Tiwari, has also spoken on the stone pelting that we've seen in some areas of Bihar. Listen in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो है एकमात्र स्ट्रेटजी चुनाव में जन समर्थन हासिल करने के लिए सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण हो गया है, उस समय से कोशिश यही लगातार होती रही है कि हम जो है उनके मोहल्ले से गुजरें, हम इस तरह का नारा लगाएं, इस तरह का भड़काऊ भाषण जो है वहाँ करें कि उधर वो पार्टी जो है रिएक्ट करके, उस पार्टी के भी नौजवान हैं, जैसे आपका खून खून है वैसे उनका भी खून खून है, उसमें कोई माने उत्तेजित होकर के ढेला और पत्थर चला दिया, मामला जो है बिगड़ जाता है, उसके बाद हिंदू मुस्लिम का पोलराइजेशन हो जाता है। ये एक तयशुदा उनका राजनीतिक जो है माने चाल है, राजनीतिक तौर तरीका है।
In other news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in South Africa to attend the BRICS summit. He is going to South Africa at the invitation of the President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Soon after arrival, the Prime Minister will participate in the BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue and the BRICS Leaders Retreat. The Prime Minister is expected to participate in discussions on issues related to economic cooperation, port security and BRICS expansion. As per sources, the Prime Minister is holding bilateral meeting with Iran, Mozambique and Ethiopia on the 24th of August. The Chinese President also is going to be in South Africa to attend the summit, as the India-China border standoff refuses to die down in spite of 19 rounds of talks. All eyes are going to be on the two leaders, as it remains to be seen whether they will hold a bilateral meeting or not.
The host country, South Africa, has invited large number of guest countries, besides, of course, the BRICS members who would be present there. The Prime Minister's schedule in terms of bilateral meetings with those leaders who would be present in South Africa is still being developed.
India's point of view, development dimension and issues that are so crucial and critical for the global South, on which Prime Minister visionary leadership has always been emphasizing, that the solutions and the challenges for the global South, that we all have to collectively work together. There are lots of ideas of Prime Minister Modi's which are being discussed in the BRICS meetings, in the negotiations at the Sherpa level, and this will feed into the leaders' declaration in a couple of days from now.
Joining us right now is Peter Fan from Johannesburg. Thank you for your time. I just want to get a perspective from what really is on the agenda as far as the BRICS summit is concerned, as far as the member countries and the agenda is concerned.
Well, a very good morning to you from a sunny Johannesburg. Yes, it's all systems go here. Yesterday, huge amounts of security were in the Sandton precinct. As we know now, Narendra Modi has left India and is expected here in Johannesburg, just checking my times, at about 1:45 this afternoon, where he will make his way from Waterkloof Air Force Base to Sandton. I was there yesterday. Lots of posters welcoming the Indian Prime Minister. Really looking forward to having all these world leaders. But behind the scenes, it's going to be lots of talks on the possible expansion of the BRICS summit. I'll be heading over to Sandton in about half an hour or so. The traffic is really, really busy here. So Narendra Modi, just checking the schedule, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, local time, he will be attending the BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue. Be interesting, as I said earlier, to be a fly on the wall there. Xi Jinping possibly will be in that business briefing as well. And then at 6 o'clock this evening, the BRICS Leaders Retreat, which is, I guess, a more relaxed environment. That's where the leaders will possibly have an early dinner and possibly, get themselves settled for the days ahead. And then, that's basically what's on the agenda for today, with tomorrow more business meetings, and we should get a more clearer idea of what meetings will be scheduled for tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to thank you for getting us those details. We'll, of course, Peter, keep connecting with you for more on that big story that we are tracking as far as the 15th BRICS summit is concerned. Bloc expansion, like Peter was saying, trade in national currencies among top agenda items here. More news coming in. Politics over, Rajni touching Yogi Adityanath's feet. Congress leader says Yogi will be the new Prime Minister. Udit Raj says Rajni showed courtesy to the next Prime Minister. Talks doing rounds that Yogi is the next PM is what Congress leader Udit Raj has said.
अब ये तो है, लेकिन अभी बहस चल रही है कि आगे या भविष्य में योगी जी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर के रूप में देखा जा रहा है, वरना यह कटसी तो रजनीकांत जी ने प्रधानमंत्री के लिए तो नहीं दिखाई, तो उनको उनमें एक झलक देख रहे हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर, फ्यूचर प्राइम मिनिस्टर का। यह गलियारों में चर्चा हो रही है।
யோகி ஆகட்டும், அவங்க வயசுல நம்மளை விட சின்னவளா இருந்தா கூட அவர் காலையில விழுறது என்னுடைய பழக்கம், நான் அதான் செஞ்சிருக்கேன். இது ஒரு சன்னியாசி ஆகட்டும் இல்ல ஒரு யோகி ஆகட்டும், அவங்க வயசுல நம்மளை விட சின்னவளா இருந்தா கூட அவர் காலையில விழுறது என்னுடைய பழக்கம், நான் அதான் செஞ்சிருக்கேன்.
There's more details on that story, Rahul. In fact, this is Udit Raj commenting on the fact that indeed Yogi Adityanath is going to be projected by the BJP as the next Prime Minister of the country. Is a Congress leader. What is it that he's trying to get at, really?
Well, it seems that the Congress leader Udit Raj has taken a jibe at film star Rajnikant, saying that in an anticipation that in coming days Yogi Adityanath will be declared as the next Prime Minister of the country, and that's why Rajnikant had touched his feet. And in fact, he said that speculations are rife and there are talks making around that Yogi Adityanath will be projected as the next Prime Minister of the country, and he'll be becoming the next Prime Minister of the country. And that's why the courtesy that Rajnikant had shown, this was the main reason. Now Rajnikant has already clarified on this issue. He said
said that be it sannyasi or yogi, whenever he's he come across such people, he always touch their feet. So clearly it seems that by making that jibe and by taking that pot shot at Rajinikanth, clearly it seems that he has started a political war of words. But clearly BJP is saying that this only shows that how Congress party is scared of their leaders, and this clearly shows that they are not confident that they are going to come in power in 2024. So we all know that Rajinikanth has been touring Uttar Pradesh, not just Yogi Adityanath. In fact, he had also met Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav, Raja Bhaiya. So clearly he was only meeting people and showing respect and courtesy. But it seems that Congress leaders are not impressed, and specifically Udit Raj, he has not. He has spoken about his mind and clearly said that in an anticipation this step was taken by Rajinikanth. Clearly it seems that this is certainly going to initiate a war of words between BJP and other opposition parties.
Right. Thanking you, Rahul, for the moment, for getting us those details. It's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, India's moon mission nears an exciting finish. Less than 35 hours to moon history. Vikram touchdown, all set for tomorrow.
You are watching India Today.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the Hostel Air Base, and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajini's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya, unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रही है, सो आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlala for Ramlala Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the.
That's open, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
Yeah, बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. You're tuned into India Today, and as promised, we're getting you every single update that's coming in on Chandrayaan-3. I've been getting you all the updates at 6 p.m. every evening on the latest that Isro is putting out. I've now touched down in Bengaluru to get you the latest updates. I'm standing in the Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium, and you can see behind me the theme of the day, and at this center is all about Chandrayaan-3. We're going to have experts, children, space enthusiasts all joining us over the next 30 minutes as we get you this special broadcast from Bengaluru, where all of the action is currently. But let me show you around first of what's happening right here, because behind me you've got several explainers of exactly how the Chandrayaan-3 functions. And interestingly, as I go forward here, I'm going to show you also exactly what lander Vikram and rover Pragyan look like. Here is, in fact, a model that's been put up at the planetarium to explain for children and for space enthusiasts exactly what this mission looks like. There is the lander Vikram. Hopefully, come tomorrow at 6:04 p.m., this is what the lander will look like on the south pole of the moon. And out of it will come out the Pragyan rover and continue to do its rounds on the surface of the moon for 14 days. Let me show you also other parts of what's set up here at the planetarium. You've got, in fact, models explaining exactly what the Chandrayaan-3 mission looks like, what they plan to accomplish as well. We're going to get you also a number of space scientists on this broadcast to explain what's expected over the next 32 hours, really. That's when the actual soft landing will take place. But before that, let's get you breaking news that's coming in now. What is ISRO's plan B? Well, we're all expecting Plan A will 100% succeed, but ISRO scientists are leaving nothing to chance. And India Today is getting you details of how really ISRO scientists are thinking through the entire process right now. If conditions aren't favorable tomorrow, what happens? Well, ISRO saying then we will attempt the soft landing directly on August 27th on Sunday. This is based on whether weather conditions are favorable or not. 2 hours before the soft landing happens tomorrow. So at about 4 p.m., we'll know whether the ISRO scientists have decided to go ahead or not. If weather conditions aren't favorable, they may choose to actually go ahead and skip the landing tomorrow and push it to Sunday. Besides that, another option is to actually change the landing side. Does that mean we'll move away from the South Pole? No, it will still be in the South Pole, but the landing spot could be 400 kilometers away from the current site. It will still be in the South Polar region, which remains largely unexplored, which is why this by itself is a hugely historic mission. But this is the plan B that they're putting forth. If weather conditions aren't perfect, then you could see Isro actually pushing the landing from tomorrow 6:04 p.m. to Sunday. The time, of course, will be confirmed then, and this is something they'll know only 2 hours before the actual landing time. So 4 p.m. is when we can get that clarity. Secondly, if they decide that the current spot that they've chosen isn't favorable, isn't the best, they may push that to about 400 kilometers radius that they've identified, where they could move it back and forth.
I'm in Isro, Ahmedabad, and I'm speaking to the director, Mr. Nilesh Desai, sir. Sir, how big is Gujarat's contribution to this massive mission that the entire country currently is proud of?
So, as you may be well aware, that Chandrayaan-3 mission has been conceived after the failure in soft landing during Chandrayaan-2 mission, which was done in 2019. So, after the failure in soft landing, of course, the orbiter mission of the Chandrayaan-2 was very successful, as all of you would have already read in newspaper or heard about it, that Chandrayaan-2 orbiter, which was designed to last for around 1 to 1.5 years, due to the availability of fuel, sufficient fuel, it is now going to last up to minimum 7 years. In 2019, when we were trying to soft land on the moon surface with our lander, due to an anomaly which was developed, I will call it a last mile problem, which is when we were 2 kilometers away, almost 2 kilometers away from the moon surface, due to the tilting of the lander, and there was a software anomaly, due to which instead of soft landing, we ended up in having a crash landing or hard landing. So after the failure of Chandrayaan-2 landing, Isro and India decided that we should again try for soft landing with our Chandrayaan-3 mission. So that's how Chandrayaan-3 mission was conceived.
Let me take this across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath and Sagar Raj, both of whom have been getting us every single update coming in from Team Isro. Nagar, to you first. You know, when we talk about a plan B, it by no means, means that plan A is a failure or that Isro is prepared for the worst. They're only ensuring that if climatic conditions aren't favorable or for some reason that exact spot that they've identified isn't working out, they have another plan in place.
Well, that's true. Absolutely, Akshita. They have a plan B in place. But this morning as such, the information that we are getting is the ISRO chairman has spoken to all the scientists at the tracking center. They are very hopeful that it will only be plan A and nothing else because they are 100% sure this time around the landing will be successful because of all the errors that was done in Chandrayaan-2 that has been taken care. The velocity that it was decreasing, the descent has been increased to 3 meters per second. So even if it's descending at a faster rate, the impact, the Vikram can take the much more impact on the lunar surface. And secondly, this will be a controlled landing, the controlled descent rather than just a descent right away like last time. This will be a controlled descent like Mr. Sivan also spoke about yesterday on India Today. So some much more control between the tracking center and the lander as well. So plan A is what Mr. Somnath has told the chairman of ISRO with all the scientists, that the mood is upbeat and positive, that all of them are hopeful and 100% sure that tomorrow come in 30 hours from now, lander Vikram will be on the south pole of the lunar surface.
That's right. So hugely confident right now. There have been multiple briefings also that have taken place. Sagar Raj is also live with us. Sagai, we know that the ISRO chairman made a quick halt at Delhi yesterday to also brief the government on all that's happened. It's clear the message from ISRO at this point is that, everything, all parameters look 100% normal. There's been a bit of chatter on social media about some signals coming through from Chandrayaan-3, which were kind of inexplicable, but very clearly ISRO sending out a message that we have everything under control.
Absolutely. The update that we are getting from Isro time and again clearly shows that everything under control. And this time the scientists have learned from their past mistakes, because there are 4 stages of landing procedures which will be followed. One, the first stage of rough braking, second of altitude holding, and third of touchdown phase, and third was touchdown phase, and fourth of fine braking. So this time they are ensuring that whenever the lander is landing on the surface of the moon, they have a clear calculation of velocity, which was gone wrong last time. The calculation of velocity in sense, it's a speed calculation when the lander is landing on the surface of the moon. And they also have a camera which will also take the photographs of the moon surface, where they will get a picture whether they have any kind of boulders or any kind of craters on the moon. So that will send a signal to the orbit, and from the orbit we will be getting a signal in ice track, and they will ensure that if there is a safe place for them to land. Last time they had only half a kilometer of a space for landing, because they have found out only half a kilometer on the moon. But this time they have a lot of range where they can go ahead and choose between 4 kilometers of range of landing on the moon surface. If this space is not good for landing, you can look out for another space. So that is the reason this laser Doppler velocimeter, which will reduce the speed and also take the pictures of the moon and send it across to the scientists, which will also take a decision where to land and which is the safest place for them to land. So this time they have a lot of options for landing, a lot of calculation which has been done. Algorithm has been fixed inside the lander to calculate and reduce the velocity when it is closer to the moon. So probably this time they might be successful. The experience in the previous Chandrayaan failure have taught a lot of lesson to the scientists, and they have done their homework. And this time probably they'll be more successful on their
not maybe successful, but will be successful. At least that's the hope of 1 billion Indians right now. Sagai Naga, thanks very much for getting us those details. What's expected in the next 32 hours? Imagine this. Lander Vikram is traveling at about 6,000 kilometers per hour and then comes to complete stillness. Imagine the amount of science, the amount of tech, the amount of genius it requires to actually fulfill that. Professor Anand is joining us. He's a senior space scientist. Welcome, sir, to India Today. I'm sure you're very excited about what's slated to happen tomorrow. But explain to us, in the next 32 hours, how will ISRO be preparing for this moment? How will they be preparing to ensure very smooth, soft landing?
As we know that the Chandrayaan-3 lander is in the orbit around the moon, in an orbital size of about 25 by 150 kilometers. So that means it will be near to the moon at the point just 25 kilometers away from the surface. So from this stage, here in this orbit, ISRO will make all the observations that is necessary to confirm that everything is working fine. And once the lander is stabilized in this orbit, and it will check all the parameters and see whether it is ready for the next major important step. So the next major important step is the soft landing of the Chandrayaan lander.
There's some talk, sir, Dr. Anand, of a plan B that's being put in place by ISRO, that they could change the landing date, that they've identified about 400 kilometers of space in the South Pole. What is all that about? What is this plan B and when does it come into effect?
I don't have any information about the plan B, but actually it is an automated system that will take care of when actually the landing will take place. And aborting a thing will be very, very, very sensitive thing. So I don't think that will be taken into consideration. But as far as I know, the automated mission or automated control that it has. So that will see that it will choose its own place where actually it is very, very safe for lander to land. So we
if Dr. Anand, you compare Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 and lander Vikram, let's talk about that. You've got lander Vikram right here. What's different from last time's lander and this time's lander? What's different in that little guy that you see there who's currently circling the moon?
Actually, the number of boosters engines that were there in the Chandrayaan-2 has been reduced now, and there are few lesser booster, so that we have a much better control over the entire situation or the entire mission. So that is what, and there are about 4 scientific instruments on the lander, which actually looks at the shock waves that happens on the moon, and also it looks at the chemical composition of the moon, and it also has an instrument which measures the distance between the moon and the earth very accurately. So there are many scientific 4 scientific instruments that is on the lander.
Okay, interesting. Let's take a look at that report as well. Dr. Anand, thank you very much for explaining all those details to us. He's given us a sense of what's really different in the lander this time around. Our next report explains exactly that. There were clearly a few errors from Chandrayaan-2 from 2019, which has been tweaked for this time. And largely all of that is in this little guy right here, in the lander, because that's what didn't really succeed in that soft landing. What are those changes? Let's break that down for you in our next report.
The Indian Space Research Organization has successfully reduced the orbit of the Chandrayaan-3 mission's lander module Vikram on Sunday. Vikram is on its own journey towards the lunar surface now. Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons of force each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. Chandrayaan-3 is largely a replica of its predecessor Chandrayaan-2. Chandrayaan-2 was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander Vikram bearing a rover Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander Vikram crashed instead of executing a slow descent. Isro later identified a problem. Based on it this time, Isro has strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence to a soft landing. The Vikram lander is currently traveling at about 25 kilometers above the lunar surface at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. From this, it needs to come down to a speed of 1 meter per second within seconds. It then further needs to make a sharp 90-degree turn as it starts moving away from its orbit. Isro will need to make some major adjustments at very quick, almost breakneck speeds. To achieve a successful landing, Chandrayaan-3 has lander hazard detection and avoidance cameras that will be used to coordinate with the orbiter and mission control as the lander makes its careful descent approach to the surface of the moon. Vikram, the lander module, also carries Laser Retroreflector Array or LRA. It would carry out a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the moon system. Once the soft landing is achieved, the rover Pragyan will be deployed on the lunar surface on the South Pole to carry out its own research to find evidence of water molecules.
So we are going to measure it for the first time. What is the kind of profile that will be existing? So you have a probe that will be inserted into the lunar regolith. We will penetrate up to around 10 centimeter for probing. Actually 14 centimeter including the tip. The tip will be actually aiding us to penetrate. So 10 centimeter of the lunar surface will be probed. Temperature will be measured, and basically it will give you the conductivity. This regolith can be a building block for future space bases, lunar bases.
Chandrayaan-3 is the third installment of the Chandrayaan series and represents India's second attempt to achieve a soft landing on the moon's surface. So far, only 3 countries have successfully landed spacecraft on the airless lunar world. Failure of the recent Russian moon mission has put the limelight back on India's Chandrayaan-3.
So all of these these changes have been made in Lander Vikram to ensure that this time around it's completely successful. And as we pointed out in our report as well, there are several sensors. So to some extent, ISRO will have control. And then after that, it's Lander Vikram on his own, ensuring that soft landing onto the moon's south pole. Now, if this, and I'm going to say when actually, ISRO's mission, when Chandrayaan is successful, what really will it do? What kind of research are we talking about? And why is this a historic first when we touched on the south pole of the moon? I'm handing it across to my colleague Pooja Shali to explain that to you.
So when at 6:04 p.m. that soft landing takes place, what will it make for India and the Indian Space Research Organization? It is going to be a big moment for our space programs. India will become a key player in space exploration and only the fourth nation after the United States of America, the former USSR and China to be attempting even that soft landing. India will of course acquire the new technology, the manner in which it has been able to, whether it's thrust propulsion or others, and with the lander and the rover separation, it will be able to have that new technology that it has put forth. It will boost the reputation for a cost-competitive space engineering. Over 600 crore of rupees, remember, is cost-effective when other countries have put billions of dollars into their space programs. ISRO has done it at a way reduced amount. It will, of course, promote India's space startup, not just for government organizations, but a lot of private players that have come forth. We're looking also, remember, at Mangalyaan, Aditya L1 missions, other missions, specifically even to the Venus that we are aiming to from here on.
So we've told you all about the lander Vikram. Let's focus on rover Pragyan, which is right now inside Vikram. As you see there, much smaller than really the entire Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft, much smaller than lander Vikram as well. And you're going to see rover Pragyan, once the soft landing is completed, stepping out of lander Vikram. And this is where the most crucial details of the moon will really be captured by our ISRO scientists. The rover has cameras in it. Rover Pragyan also has sensors, materials that can actually test what the surface of the moon looks like, which will also be crucial in taking forward any scientific study that they want to conduct on the craters in the south pole of the moon. The word Pragyan from Sanskrit means wisdom, means supreme intelligence. But also, very importantly, we're going to be seeing a permanent, indelible mark of India on the surface of the moon. What do I mean by that? I don't mean because of our accomplishments, because of what we're going to achieve here, but literally, as Pragyan moves on the surface of the moon, it's going to be leaving a mark of the ISRO symbol, highlighting our amazing achievement by the ISRO scientists. And secondly, the Ashoka emblem, the lion emblem, which we all know and so familiar with, that's going to be imprinted on the moon's surface. How cool is that? Let's get you exactly how that will happen, how Pragyan rover will do that on the surface of the moon in our next report.
Vikram will prepare for rover Pragyan to carry out its mission right after the successful landing on the south pole of the moon. The rover will then conduct in situ chemical analysis of the lunar surface. As it starts to move, it will leave an indelible mark of India on the lunar surface. The back wheels of the rover have logos of ISRO and Ashoka's lion emblem. They are not on the same wheels, so the two parallel imprints on one side will create the ISRO logo and the other will mark the Ashoka's lion emblem. India has already left its mark on the moon during the Chandrayaan-3 mission in 2008. On 14 November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan-1 orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. And with that, India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Nearly 15 years later, Pragyan, with a lifespan of 1 lunar day or 14 Earth days, is all set for a much bigger leap. With 26 kilogram mass, 50 watt power and 2 payloads. It will make history for ISRO by demonstrating a rover roving on lunar surface, carrying out qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis to derive the chemical composition. in for mineralogical composition of the South Pole lunar surface. This is critical for mineral and chemical finding, as well as for ISRO's future manned moon mission, Gaganyaan.
So from 3,600 kilos, which was the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft's weight, to 1,770 kilos, which is the lander's weight, to 27 kilos, which is Pragyan rover's weight. That's how intricate the entire spacecraft is that's been built by the ISRO. 32 hours, less than that really. Tomorrow, 6:04 p.m., I'm going to be joining you from the ISRO Center, which is in Pune on the outskirts of Bengaluru. This is me, Akshita Nandagopal, signing off from the Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium, as we promise here on India Today to continue getting you all of the reactions, all the latest updates on our Chandrayaan-3 mission. Thank you for tuning in.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajni's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रही है, आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlila for Ramlila Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the. That's open, yeah. How do you see this, Rajni sir?
Yeah, बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा का इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me cut across to the headlines first. Cops foil the Delhi rape accused Babu and his wife's attempts to flee. The wife of accused has now been jailed. Survivor's mother appeals to the hospital for privacy, says don't want to talk to anyone. India's moon mission nears exciting finish. Isro reveals the plan B if at all the landing is delayed, reducing the lander's speed to optimal level, the topmost challenge for Isro. And 2 incidents of stone pelting and vandalism reported in Bihar. Stones pelted at religious yatra in Bagaha. And Nag Panchami procession also targeted in Bihar, reports surfacing. South Africa hosts 15 BRICS summit. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Johannesburg. Massive suspense over the India-China bilateral talks. Politics over Rajnikant touching Yogi Adityanath's feet. Of course, social media has gone abuzz with it. The Congress leader now says that Yogi will be the next Prime Minister. Udit Raj says that Rajni showed courtesy to the next Prime Minister. All right, let me get across to protests that have just erupted in Mandya over Kaveri water war, a stir that's erupted against the release of water to Tamil Nadu farmers. In fact, farmers have now hit the streets over water war. Fear of water scarcity now erupts in Karnataka as Siddaramaiah government now plans to release at least 10 TMC water. Farmers protest in Mandya against Kaveri water released to Tamil Nadu. Police try to detain and disperse the crowds who have gathered in large numbers. As you see, huge crowds who have shown up only to condemn Siddaramaiah government's decision to release water. But one should know this is a Supreme Court's decision, or rather a direction, after Tamil Nadu reached the Supreme Court, knocked the doors of the Supreme Court asking for some kind of intervention and relief, wanting Kaveri water to be released to farmers of Tamil Nadu. As we see now, protesters have come out on the streets condemning the decision, wanting Kaveri water only for Karnataka. Farmers there have really suffered over the last few years. In fact, this is the Kaveri row that's been going on for quite a while, and it's now, it's of course spilling out in such a manner after Siddaramaiah agreed to release water to Tamil Nadu. Let me cut across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath for more on that. Nagarjun, give us more. Has Siddaramaiah finally decided to appeal against the Tamil Nadu government's request in the Supreme Court? We believe that they're going to take this matter up legally, but yet farmers are furious.
Well, Nabila, the Chief Minister has called an all-party meeting tomorrow, post that the legal action or the legal course for the further few weeks will be decided as to what stance should the government take. Because you have the former Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai who's attending the meeting. He's also held the Water Resource Department before, and Mr. Kumaraswamy, former CM himself, will be attending. So unanimously, the three parties here in Karnataka will come to a stance as to what should be the next course of action before the protests take in a much wider spread agitation across Karnataka. Right now, the local farmers in Mandya, Maddur district, Maddur Taluk have come to the highway trying to protest against the government decision. The police there are trying to disperse them, asking them to seek prior permission for protest and not try to come to the highway. Yesterday was BJP, today was farmers. We'll have to wait and watch what course of turn will this protest take. But tomorrow is a high-level all-party meeting, and some respite is what Karnataka government is asking, that there should be a distress formula, because there has been deficit of rainfall this monsoon, and subsequently we can't give water to Tamil Nadu. All eyes tomorrow. We'll have to wait and watch the government decision post the all-party meeting.
Right. You know, as we see the visuals here, it seems like as if protesters in Karnataka have really, farmers particularly, have come out really agitated. For them, their crops have been fully damaged. It's been a season of dry spell, and then the monsoons hit to the level of floods. So we can imagine their entire produce, a lot of it has been washed out, and they're of course at this point really upset over the fact that Karnataka government has decided to release water to Tamil Nadu while they are struggling. And it's not just the farmers. One should know that Karnataka capital city Bengaluru itself is right now in tatters. When it comes to water itself, there's a huge water crisis, and Bengaluru relies on Kaveri water. So Karnataka government's decision is going to be affecting a much larger population in the days to come. All right, some news coming in from Bihar as we see VVIP high-handedness reported from Bihar by the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar himself. An ambulance has been blocked for Nitish's convoy to pass. Chief Minister Nitish's convoy is priority clearly, and not the patient. The ambulance was blocked. Patient's family cries. Ambulance carried emergency patient. Unfortunately, it had to stop only to allow for the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's convoy to pass.
क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप? और फिर भी इस एम्बुलेंस को भी वो कर, वहाँ पे बड़े अधिकारी खड़े थे और उनके पास भेजा गया एम्बुलेंस को। एम्बुलेंस रुका हुआ है, लोग रो रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है, ये पूरा, और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है, ये पूरा पब्लिक रुकी हुई है। नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं, वाह, क्या बिहार है, क्या आत्मीयता है, क्या इंसानियत है। क्या भैया, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप? और फिर भी इस एम्बुलेंस को भी वो कर
is a man videographing this entire scene where a convoy had to pass. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's convoy had to pass, and an ambulance that had an emergency patient in it had to wait until the convoy passed. And this angry, agitated citizen has videographed this entire scene here, clearly showing the high-handedness, whether Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, did he know about this emergency situation or not? An ambulance is standing right in front of his convoy. He couldn't have possibly missed it, in our assumption. Now, despite that, that ambulance and the police, the security, the tight security that revolves around the Chief Minister, all of them knowing very well that there is an ambulance waiting to pass. It has an emergency patient inside. It's an emergency case. The ambulance needs to pass. Family members are weeping, but yet priority number one for them is for the convoy to pass smoothly.
नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं। वाह, क्या बिहार है, क्या आत्मीयता है, क्या इंसानियत है। क्या भैया, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप? और फिर भी इस एम्बुलेंस को भी वो कर वहाँ पे बड़े अधिकारी खड़े थे और
For more on that, let me cut across. Rohit, tell us more. Was it a case that could have, or a situation that could have been clearly avoided at this point? The video shows how the family is in distress. They had an emergency case. That ambulance needed to pass and needed to reach a hospital urgently, but yet that convoy had to pass. That was the priority by the police. They were all standing right there witnessing this, but yet not one of them interrupted to let that ambulance move first.
Well, absolutely. This video which has gone viral on the social media now clearly shows that how the family is in distress, but despite that, the police and the administration did not allow the ambulance to pass, and they had to keep the ambulance waiting till the convoy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar crossed from that area. In fact, yesterday evening, Nitish Kumar had gone to conduct an inspection on Marine Drive, and he was there for some few minutes, and his convoy was passing from that area. And since his convoy was passing from that area, an ambulance which was stuck there for at least 10 to 15 minutes was stopped by the district administration and also by the local police there. And the family were in distress. They were weeping and wailing and asking and requesting the police personnel to let them go. But the police did not allow the ambulance to move even an inch till the convoy of Nitish Kumar crossed that area. And it's only after that the convoy moved away, crossed from that area, that the ambulance was allowed to move. Clearly goes on to show the kind of VIP culture that is prevailing in Bihar. And many times we have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi also setting examples that he had stopped his convoy and has allowed the ambulance to pass on various occasions. But this time this is not happening in Bihar, and this is not the first time this has happened. Remember, a few months back when Nitish Kumar was on a yatra, a train was stopped at the outer signal to ensure that Nitish Kumar's convoy crossed the railway track. So this is the kind of a VIP culture which is prevailing in Bihar at this point of time, and this video which has gone viral only is another manifestation of how the district officials or the police personnel are prioritizing the movement of Nitish Kumar more than the ambulance.
Basically, the Chief Minister is of high priority and not an ailing patient. Thank you very much, but do stay with us. We have some more cases of high-handedness coming in from the very state of Bihar, and this time it's Lalu Prasad Yadav. It appears that a DSP-level officer, in a new image that surfaced, a DSP-level officer holds an umbrella for Lalu. Lalu visits a temple, the cop holds the umbrella, brazen high-handedness that was caught on camera. Now again, this, of course, could have multiple interpretations. On one hand, it looks like clear high-handedness with Lalu Prasad not intervening, not stopping that police officer who's holding that umbrella. DSP-level officer has to hold that umbrella while he walks hands-free. That's the image there that you see of Lalu. Let me quickly cut across to Rohit Singh joining us for more on that. Rohit, you know, if of course they could argue that this was Lalu Prasad is a much older person. You have the officer possibly holding that umbrella just because he respects him, respects his age, whatever be the interpretation. There was not once that Lalu turned around to suggest that he would hold the umbrella himself, or you know, the fact that DSP level officer had to do it for him through his entire passage is of course has sent tongues wagging.
Well, absolutely. See, this is the VIP culture on display, not just on the part of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, but also on part of RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad, who is on a visit to his ancestral village Fulvaria in Gopalganj. And yesterday he had gone to Gopalganj with Rabri Devi, and early morning today he went to the Thave temple to pay his for worship and doing puja there. And the visuals are taken from there, which has gone again viral on social media, where we see Anurag Kumar, a DSP of Hathua. He is holding an umbrella for Lalu Prasad. And this could easily have been avoided, because see, Lalu Prasad is an older person, he is aged, but his own security personnel, which has been provided by the state government, they could have done that. On many occasions we see that they do hold umbrellas for the netas, but in this case we are seeing that this DSP level officer in Gopalganj district is holding an umbrella for Lalu Prasad, and clearly goes on to show again the kind of VIP culture that is prevailing in Bihar at this point of time. Chati.
All right. Well, as we say, this was a quite brazen high-handedness that was caught on camera. I'm going to show you those visuals coming in from Bihar. On one hand, you had Nitish Kumar not allowing for an ambulance with an emergency case, a patient who had to rush to hospital, to pass while his convoy was passing. That ambulance was stopped until Nitish Kumar's convoy passed, and that's the visual that you see there on the left-hand sides of your screens. On one hand, that was Nitish Kumar. On the other, you have ally Lalu Prasad Yadav walking in the rain with a huge crowd. Instead of his own personal security holding that umbrella up for him, you had a DSP level officer holding the umbrella for Lalu. Lalu not once interrupting him or asking his own security to do the needful. So this comes as clear high-handedness from the state of Bihar. Now, tensions continue to prevail in Bihar just a day after fresh violence reported in some districts. In fact, around a dozen people, including 3 policemen, were injured in stone pelting during religious procession in Bagaha town in West Champaran. In fact, the incident has taken place on Monday when stones were allegedly thrown at the procession of Mahaviri Akhara. Meanwhile, clashes also took place in Mothari, leading to pelting of stones there. While the situation is now under control, the police is conducting camps across places where clashes took place. A security drill is currently being carried out to sensitize and sanitize the place. Videos of the clashes there started circulating on several social media platforms, triggering more violence at some other places.
नीतीश कुमार की सरकार पूरी तरह फेल्योर है, ना सुशासन दे सकती है, ना संरक्षण दे सकती है, सिर्फ तुष्टीकरण कर सकती है। ये तुष्टीकरण वाली सरकार है। इसी का उदाहरण है, चाहे वो आप मोतिहारी कहें, बगहा कहें, जो लोग सड़कों पर नारा लगा रहे हैं, अपने धर्म की पूजा कर रहे हैं, उस पर ईंटा चल रहा है, पत्थर चल रहा है, कौन फेंकने वाला है? कार्रवाई करने का दम है क्या नीतीश कुमार जी में? ये तुष्टीकरण वाले लोग हैं।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो है एकमात्र स्ट्रेटजी चुनाव में जन समर्थन हासिल करने के लिए सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण हो गया है। उस समय से कोशिश यही लगातार होती रही है कि हम जो है उनके मोहल्ले से गुजरें, हम इस तरह का नारा लगाएं, इस तरह का भड़काऊ भाषण जो है वहाँ करें कि उधर वो पार्टी जो है रिएक्ट करके, उस पार्टी के भी नौजवान हैं, जैसे आपका खून खून है वैसे उनका भी खून खून है, उसमें कोई माने उत्तेजित होकर के ढेला और पत्थर चला दिया, मामला जो है बिगड़ जाता है, उसके बाद हिंदू मुस्लिम का पोलराइजेशन हो जाता है। ये एक तयशुदा उनका राजनीतिक जो है माने चाल है, राजनीतिक तौर तरीका है।
उन्माद की भेंट नई पीढ़ी चढ़ जाता है कि भाजपा और आरएसएस के नेता अगर वो जेल जाता है तो उसके जमानतदार नहीं बनते हैं। लेकिन दिमागी उन्माद पैदा करते हैं, चूंकि बुनियादी सवाल पर जवाब देने के लिए इनके पास कुछ भी नहीं है।
All right, now mind-numbing rape incident reported from the national capital, Delhi. A day after rapist Babu and his wife were arrested in Delhi, India Today accessed a CCTV image of the time when the duo attempted to escape as well. They tried to flee their locality just after this case surfaced at around 9:35 a.m. in the morning. Shortly after the news broke out of that horror, the couple even tried to flee from their home, and that's caught on CCTV cameras as well. The Delhi government officer says that charges framed against him are absolutely false. And in the backdrop of Swati Maliwal's protest, the mother of the survivor has appealed for privacy, stating that her daughter doesn't want to meet anyone since she's already going through quite a critical phase of her life. DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sat on an overnight dharna. She slept there. That's the image that you see there. She slept right at the hospital, claiming that she was prevented deliberately from meeting with the victim. But the politics over Delhi's shocker refuses to die down. Clearly, Aam Aadmi Party has questioned Delhi police, asking as to why the accused was not arrested with immediate effect. BJP, however, has slammed the AAP, claiming that the accused he was in fact hand-picked by Delhi Minister Kailash Gehlot himself. Why was there no background check done?
Nobody till now, apart from the Delhi police, has actually met the survivor or the mother. So it is very important that an external agency, which is an autonomous body, should meet the mother and the mother or the survivor. Now, NCPCR, I believe, has met. But have they raised this important question that why is it that the Delhi police was silent for 8 days and did not arrest the man immediately? However, we have issued notices to the Delhi police as well as the Delhi government. I want to proceed with this case, and for that a meeting with the survivor is extremely important. In case the survivor or the mother does not wish to meet me, because I can understand there's a lot of trauma and all that has unfolded can be very, very traumatic and it's a very serious case. So I can be allowed to meet them and they can say that to my face. At least I will be assured.
हम ये सवाल पूछते जाएंगे और हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक कि इनका हमें जवाब नहीं मिल जाएगा और हम कैलाश गहलोत जी का इस्तीफा मांगते हैं।
दिल्ली सरकार ने इस ऑफिसर को सस्पेंड करने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई की, या इसको अपने ऑफिस से हटाने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई की, या डीसीडब्ल्यू ने जो आज धरना दे रही है, उसने 7-8 दिनों में इस बच्ची से मिलने का क्या प्रयास किया, या उनके द्वारा बनाए गए सीडब्ल्यूसी के सिस्टम ने इस बच्ची के संरक्षण के लिए क्या काम किए, या किस प्रकार से उनकी सरकार में एक सिस्टम नहीं है जहां पर ऐसा प्रेडेटरी ऑफिसर जो बाल और महिला शोषण के खिलाफ जिसको काम करना है वही बाल और महिला शोषण में लगा हुआ है, ऐसे ऑफिसर को आइडेंटिफाई करने का क्या सिस्टम है।
8 दिन पहले एफआईआर हुई उस अधिकारी के खिलाफ, कल सस्पेंड किया। देखता है कि कितनी सीरियस है दिल्ली सरकार। सिर्फ ड्रामा करने के लिए, थिएटर करने के लिए वो वहाँ धरने पे बैठ गई हैं और पुलिस उसकी तहकीकात करी, डॉक्टर्स चिंता कर रहे हैं और बिटिया जो है वो इस हालत में नहीं कि उससे कोई जाकर राजनीतिक बात करे, चर्चा करे। जब ठीक समय उपयुक्त समय को मिलवा दिया जाएगा, परंतु उस पर राजनीति करना, धरना प्रदर्शन करना, दिखता है कि किस प्रकार की सरकार और किस प्रकार की सोच है। जब एक्शन लेना चाहिए था तब सोती रही।
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहाँ अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया। ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है। ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ का मामला है और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
All right, let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee, who's been tracking those developments. Shreya, what we saw was the couple accused trying to flee from their home soon as the news broke out. And even as now he's under arrest and investigation is underway, you have politics brewing around this case. The BJP blaming the Aam Aadmi Party for hand-picking a criminal to be part, what an irony, he is part of the Women's Commission to protect women's rights. And here is a man who's an all-out perpetrator right under the nose of the government officials, while you have the AAP asking Delhi police as to why this man was not arrested with immediate effect.
Well,
Well, you know, Nabila, the fact that this man was holding a very serious position of a deputy director, he was there in the litigation and ICDS department of the WCD Ministry of Delhi government. It is but obvious for these questions to be raised because now he's the deputy director. Previously, he's held the position of superintendents in several juvenile homes. He's also been a member of the drafting committee of the juvenile laws. So somewhere down the line, the questions are very legitimate, whether or not there are past histories, past cases, there were complaints that were raised, something that the Delhi police will also be investigating into the matter. And you know, we've revealed that CCTV that clearly establishes that this man was also following the entire matter, and when he thought that it was fit because the word has gone out, he also attempted to flee. He was touched with a lawyer. He tried to get a bail. That did not happen. His adventure was short-lived. The Delhi police arrested him. Shortly will also be produced in PCSRE court where we are standing right now. But we cannot really, clear out the politics because even for the BJP, this is a fit case to ask questions for the Aam Aadmi Party, especially because the AAP is a very vocal political party whenever it comes to cases of women assault and atrocities. And we've seen Swati Maliwal also being at the helm of it. Somewhere down the line, the question is being asked because of very simple fact. The FIR was registered on 13th of August. This is a POXO case. There are SOPs that needs to be followed. So it's a little difficult for everyone to believe that the Delhi government and the DCW wasn't really aware. However, they are constantly saying that they only came to know about the incident yesterday when India Today reported about it. But right now, the only good thing is the Delhi police has arrested them. The woman has been sent for judicial custody, the wife of Premoday Khaka, and shortly he'll be produced today. And what we're learning is the Delhi police will in all likelihood seek for police custody because they will need to question him for further investigation into the matter. Important to point out that it was a tenure during November 2020 to January 2021 is allegedly when this minor was raped and impregnated, and after that the wife gave her the abortion pills.
Absolutely tragic. The family, of course, of that victim, the young girl, wants some privacy, do not want to speak to people, and clearly understood. We're going to continue tracking those developments on the investigation, though. Thank you very much, Riya, for joining us. Now, a massive farmers' protest has taken place in Punjab. This comes after a farmer died, reportedly after he was run over by a tractor trolley. This news came in after the farmers and the police clashed. The farmers were on protest, asking for some kind of concession, some subsidies, and not, in fact, what we hear is during those clashes, 5 policemen were also injured when farmers clashed with them in Sangrur district on Monday over detention of some of the farmers. Some farmer leaders were taken into custody. Over their detention, the farmers were protesting, and this clash led to 1 farmer dying and at least 5 policemen injured. As preventive measures, security has been beefed up now to stop farmers' protests from and those farmers from actually entering the Zirakpur and Chandigarh areas, as they are again protesting over their demands in Chandigarh now, including compensation for crop loss in the recent floods. Farmers are also demanding a package of 50,000 crore rupees from the centre for damages caused by the floods in the northern region, including that of Punjab. The farmers were protesting a day ahead of a planned demonstration in Chandigarh by 16 farming bodies.
पंजाब के किसान संगठनों ने आज चंडीगढ़ घेराव का ऐलान किया हुआ है। पंजाब में आई बाढ़ और उसके बाद उपजे हालातों से मुआवजे समेत कई किसानों की मांगे हैं और कल संगरूर में एक किसान की मौत हो गई थी, एक किसान का पैर टूट गया था। उसके बाद से किसान संगठन लगातार गुस्से में है। आप देख सकते हैं पंजाब पुलिस ने जगह जगह नाकेबंदी करके किसानों को चंडीगढ़ ना पहुंचने देने की तमाम कोशिशें की गई हैं। बड़ी भारी बैरिकेडिंग यहां पर की गई है। बैरिकेडिंग के अलावा बड़े बड़े डंपर्स यहां पर लगाए गए हैं ताकि किसान बड़ी संख्या में अगर चंडीगढ़ की तरफ आते हैं तो उन्हें कई किलोमीटर पहले ही रोक लिया जाए। इसके अलावा अगर चंडीगढ़ की बात करें तो तमाम 1 दर्जन जगहों पर बड़े बड़े नाके लगाए गए हैं। उसके अलावा चंडीगढ़ से लगते आसपास के कई किलोमीटर के एरिया में पंजाब पुलिस ने मोर्चा संभाला हुआ है। कुल मिलाकर एक तरफ किसानों की नाराजगी है तो दूसरी तरफ पंजाब पुलिस और प्रशासन ने इस तरह की व्यवस्था की है कि चंडीगढ़ से पहले ही किसानों को दूर रोका जा सके। लेकिन इससे हालात ऐसे बन रहे हैं कि किसानों को लेकर एक तरफ तनाव की स्थिति बनी हुई है तो दूसरी तरफ आप देख सकते हैं जिस तरीके से नाकेबंदी की गई है। कई जगह पर ट्रैफिक की लंबी लंबी लाइनें लग रही हैं, लोगों को परेशानी हो रही है तो किसान और पंजाब पुलिस फिलहाल आमने सामने नजर आ रहे हैं। कैमरामैन गुंजीत कुमार के साथ सत्येंद्र चौहान, मोहाली।
All right, cutting across to a short break. On the other side, India's most exciting moon mission in recent years has finally come to quite a finish point, rather, an exciting finish that's going to happen in barely 35 hours' time. We're keeping our countdown and our tickers ready with, of course, Akshita Nandagopal right in Bengaluru, bringing us all the updates as Vikram touchdown is all set for tomorrow. Stay with us, bringing you all the updates on Chandrayaan-3.
As Chandrayaan-3 circles the moon, India's billion breaths are held. Our spacecraft is in final descent, and every Indian heart beats for it as India's historic moon landing nears for our scientists and their mooncraft. Your love, your prayers, your wishes matter. Come on, India, cheer for Chandrayaan. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and you're tuned in to the special 30-minute broadcast where we get you every update, everything related to Chandrayaan-3. Everything's on course. There's an update that's coming from Isro that I'll tell you about. But let me just tell you that currently we're in Bengaluru at the Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium, all set for that mega touchdown that happens tomorrow at 6:04 p.m. Just a few kilometers away from where I am is the main Isro headquarters, which is in fact the heart of Bengaluru. But away from that is ISTRAC in the outskirts of Bengaluru in Pina, which is where you're going to be seeing all the action come tomorrow. At 6:04 p.m. is the time that's been given right now by ISRO. They're sticking to that schedule. And you'll see that in many parts of the country, planetariums like this one are fully prepped. The excitement is at an all-time high for Chandrayaan-3's landing. Many of them giving you detailed explainers of exactly what Chandrayaan-3 looks like. You've got that particular lander and rover depiction here at the Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium to give a lot of space enthusiasts a sense of what's expected to happen in the next 24 hours. So join us here on the special broadcast on India Today as we get you all the updates, all the highlights that's coming in from ISRO at this point. Vikram lander is at, in fact, that elliptical orbit of about 24 to 27 kilometers, which is the closest point. And then the farthest point goes up to about 135 kilometers. So it's continuing that orbit. According to ISRO, they're saying that everything is going as per schedule. You will see about 44 minutes for the entire landing procedure to take place. The live streaming will begin at 5:20 p.m. That's been confirmed again by ISRO. And yes, here on India Today, we'll get you all of those updates. ISRO also, scientists are at this point prepping for that big moment. You saw ISRO chairman, Mr. Somanath, briefly making a halt to the national capital yesterday to brief Union Minister Jitendra Singh, to brief the government on all parameters and how everything at this point looks to be on track. ISRO scientists, everyone we've spoken to, says they're extremely confident that this time it will be a 100% success because we've plugged the holes, the issues that really came up with Chandrayaan-2 and ensured that in Chandrayaan-3 everything is smooth. Let's get you the latest update coming in from ISRO. They've just put out a post with fresh images of the surface of the moon. Now, these pictures released by ISRO was clicked actually a few days ago on August 19th. And they've also confirmed, I'll just read out for you what ISRO said there in their latest post, and I quote, "The mission is on schedule. Systems are undergoing regular checks. Smooth sailing is continuing. The mission operations complex, which is where all of our ISRO heroes are based, is buzzed with energy and excitement. Live telecast of the landing operations begins at 5:20 p.m. on August 23rd. So there you have it, ISRO confirming that everything going as per schedule. Nothing has changed. 5:20 is when it will start. 6:04 is when the soft landing is expected to actually happen and to be completed. The images that you see on your screens with several names, if you're wondering what those names are, those are points of the moon that have been identified, craters that essentially have been named. And these pictures released by ISRO, according to them, is from an altitude of about 70 kilometers on August 19th. Remember then, that means that these pictures were taken before the latest deboosting was done. The latest deboosting put it closer to the moon. These pictures were taken on August 19th from an altitude of about 70 kilometers. Absolute perfect precision that you can see there. Every detail, every crater on the surface of the moon very clearly seen. I'm not really sure which part of the lunar surface this is, but looking at all of the craters, it could be the rugged side of the moon that very often we don't get to see really. Those pictures that ISRO has just released, once again, of course, leading to excitement reaching an all-time high. Now, also what's been confirmed by ISRO is that these images assist the lander module, assist lander Vikram in determining its position by matching them against an onboard moon reference map. So very interesting to really see how each of these areas, how each of these spots are actually chosen. And all of these pictures don't just aid ISRO scientists in identifying, which crater is where, and then kind of beaming it across to their live imagery of a map so that they can identify which is the exact spot, but it will help them identify which is a safe spot to go ahead with that landing. Remember that Chandrayaan-2, the orbiter that continues around the moon since 2019, is also greatly helping right now in communication. They've clicked, the orbiter currently that's going around the moon has clicked a lot of pictures, also sent it back to ISRO all of this data has actually aided the scientists in figuring out exactly where Landing Vikram should actually touch down. They've also identified a 400-kilometer radius to ensure that if they need to actually change the spot of landing from the south pole of the moon to another point on the south pole, there's no question of landing in any other part of the moon. They've just identified a larger radius so that if they need to move a few kilometers away, they can do that. There's also details coming in of ISRO saying that, and as I want to make it very, very clear here, ISRO has said everything is going as per plan. It's smooth sailing off the lander right now, but scientists leave no space for any sort of doubts, which is why in case there is some situation that's out of their control, and what do I mean by out of control? I mean weather conditions, I mean, a lot of other natural conditions that the scientists can't really control, lighting, etc. If any of that doesn't seem to be going as per the forecast, as per what's expected, there is a plan B in place, which is that they will immediately not attempt a soft landing until it's picture perfect conditions. If that doesn't happen, it could be pushed to August 27. But like I said, that's a big, big if. I'd say the biggest if ever, because I'm going to stick to when the Vikram lander touches down on the moon tomorrow at 6:04 p.m. So it's going to be very exciting. I've told you about the plan B. I don't think we need to harp too much on that, because right now ISRO, in the latest comment, in their latest post, has told us here that everything is going as per plan. Everything is on schedule. They've said it's smooth sailing, and of course released more wonderful images, mesmerizing pictures really of the moon. You saw the last time around where they put out pictures, it was of the far side of the moon, the more rugged side of the moon, where there are several craters. In this too, you can see in great detail exactly what the moon's surface looks like. This is about 70 kilometers away from the moon, and I know all of us are very excited to see these kind of pictures, but beyond that, there's huge relevance in ensuring that these pictures are constantly beamed across to the ISRO team who are seated here in Bengaluru. Why? Because it helps them essentially identify which is the perfect spot. They will want to ensure that it is not too much of craters, it's smooth surface, and very importantly, one of the biggest determiners of exactly which place is chosen is the amount of lunar dust. Because remember that when a soft landing occurs, we're talking about the lander from 6,000 kilometers per hour slowing down in a matter of 15 to 20 minutes and then touching down to a very, very basic speed. Per second it will be coming down. Imagine that. So you can imagine the amount of science, the amount of genius involved in actually ensuring that something like that is made possible. So in such a circumstance, the last thing you need is lunar dust completely clouding your view. And very often it happens. There have been missions abroad by NASA also. I remember one in particular that failed, an Apollo mission, because of the amount of dust that it threw up in the moon's air, in the orbit. So that is something also the ISRO scientists are extremely mindful of. It's not just about learning lessons from Chandrayaan-2. It's about learning lessons from all the past moon missions, including, of course, the latest of Lunar 25 by Russia, which was unfortunately and tragically a failure. It crashed into the moon. There are pictures also that have come in where space scientists are seeming to suggest that they've identified exactly which part of the moon it's crash landed on. But very importantly, ISRO is learning from all of those lessons to ensure that, they have everything going as per plan, and they're saying that they're routinely communicating that everything is sticking to schedule. I did mention, however, a plan B that is in place. That is not in case the soft landing doesn't occur. That is in case the weather conditions and other such circumstances don't really match up as ISRO had hoped. Nabila is joining me from the studio to get you those details. Nabila, it's over to you.
Thanks, Akshita. Of course, all the anticipation mounting, and you have hopes from 1 million Indians and people all across the globe, of course, rooting for India's moon mission. And we're just basically 1 day away from that soft landing. Let me take you through a quick look at Vikram as it gets closer to the moon's surface. Vikram now to be trying to land from a height of 30 kilometers. We're looking at barely about 34 hours from now when the landing is likely to take place, and it's headed closer to the moon's surface. Vikram's speed is set to be about 1.68 kilometers during the descent, and that's going to be a very important aspect, considering the speed is what is going to really decide on a soft landing versus a hard crash landing that happened with Chandrayaan-2. So Vikram now will be balancing pull of lunar gravity. While we know that, for example, Lunar 25 of Russia, that we believe they've lost contact with, it crashed on the moon's surface, relied on a rocket. And here, the Vikram lander is relying entirely on gravity. So this will be the gravitational force that will be drawing it closer to the moon's surface, and it will be reducing the speeds crucial to avert any crash. That's, of course, ISRO's main focus here, to ensure that the landing is as soft as possible. And we heard conversations there from some of the ISRO scientists who also said that they have ensured that the speed is reduced from what it was in compared to Chandrayaan-2. Now, as we see, this is what is ISRO's plan B to ensure a perfect landing. ISRO has also plan B of landing parameters not optimal. As we see, ISRO has planned multiple ideas that they have if in case that there's a situation that may not be in favor of the Chandrayaan's successful landing. They have some of the plans that already are in place, and that is one of it, is that the landing can be delayed if at all conditions are not favorable to August 27th if parameters are unsuitable. Whatever the weather condition or reasons that are known to them, they would be deciding then to delay the landing process. The second landing spot, at least 400 kilometers away from the first. If in case they feel that that spot itself that they've chosen to land in the first place is again not favorable, then their next spot is about 400 kilometers away from that spot. ISRO's plan B after Russian moon craft crashed, and that this is, of course, the biggest takeaway here, that ISRO is preparing in every way possible, learning from the crash of Lunar 25 to ensure we don't make those same mistakes. Akshita, over to you.
Thanks very much, Nabila, for getting us all of those details. There you had Nabila explaining how ISRO is prepping in case we don't really see that soft landing happening tomorrow. When will we know? Well, it's estimated that ISRO essentially will be able to tell us maybe 2 hours before the soft landing. So if 6:04 is the scheduled time, maybe by 4 o'clock we'll know, and that's based on the weather conditions prevalent in the south pole of the moon when the soft landing is set to occur. Let's get in Nagarjun Dwarkanath. I again want to put the focus on the latest update that's come in from ISRO. Extremely positive, looking great at this point, Nagarjun, because even as we're putting out those amazing, mesmerizing pictures of the moon, ISRO's confirmed everything is sorted, everything's on schedule.
Like Akshita, I spoke to you earlier that Plan B is for something else, but Plan A is what we are going to achieve, is what ISRO scientists have been talking among themselves. ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath, this morning briefed all the scientists about what is going to happen in the course of next 30 hours. But he also updated them as to what has happened till now. He said there has been no error, not even a nanomillimeter or nanocentimeter error till now. Everything has gone as per the plan. The only last maneuver remaining is the maneuver of landing, which is quite critical. And they seem to be very hopeful that 100% they will land on the lunar surface. And like Mr. Somnath and other scientists are feeling, the ISRO has tweeted that mission operation complex is buzzed with positive energy, and they're all set to make sure that Chandrayaan-3 will land on the lunar surface. They have also shared images of the lander who has taken the images of the lunar surface from 70 kilometers orbit. You can see the craters. They have named the craters as well. We also have seen the couple of landing patches where probably it would land in that small box, like I mentioned, 4.5 kilometers to 2.5 kilometers. The lander will land anywhere in this box. The craters in this box, the images have been shown, is what we are told. And like Mr. Shivan kept saying, this will be a controlled descent rather than uncontrolled descent. In brackets, he said it will be partially controlled descent. It has to be 0 kilometers per second or 0 meters per second at the surface of the moon. It can't be before, it can't be later. That coordination is quite important. That's where the last Chandrayaan-2 failed, because that coordination showed some errors. But they have taken all into consideration. Tomorrow at 6:04, we will have a good news, is what ISRO scientists are feeling.
Fingers crossed, Nagarjuna. From what you're telling us, the scientists are excited, and these regular posts being put out by Isro definitely helps us calm our nerves as well, because all of us are so excited, but also, I must admit, a tinge nervous, hoping that everything goes as per plan. You know, Nagarjuna was highlighting how complex an operation the soft landing actually is. Imagine this, Chandrayaan-2 was about 2.1 kilometers from the surface of the moon when suddenly it crashed. And what you're going to be seeing is from 6,000 kilometers per hour suddenly to come to a standstill on the surface of the moon. Imagine how hard that is. And then there's the factor of lunar dust that I was talking about. So there are several issues really that Chandrayaan-3 will have to keep in mind. The lander uses its thrusters at about 100 meters or so. It kind of takes a sense and stock of what's happening around to see if there are any obstacles. And if there aren't, the sensors in the lander also will come into effect to ensure that smooth, perfect landing on top of the south pole of the moon. So those are in fact the updates that we have for you right now. As you know, Isro has confirmed that everything is a get-go, that tomorrow 6:04 as scheduled is when you will see that soft landing take place. Let's get you some of the reactions coming in from renowned scientists, from experts, on what they have to say about Chandrayaan-3's journey so far.
वो लैंडिंग साइट का सिलेक्शन भी हमने ही विश्लेषण करके पूरी तरह से पहले की तस्वीरों की चंद्र की उसका पूरी तरह से एनालिसिस विश्लेषण करके वो डेटा को स्टडी करके उसका डिजिटल एलिवेशन मॉडल बना के उसके बाद ये निर्णय किया कि ये जगह पे एक 4 बाई लगभग 2.5 किलोमीटर 2.4 किलोमीटर का एरिया हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है और उस एरिया को 24 बाई 24 मीटर के सब सेक्शन में डिवाइड करके उसकी इमेज जनरेट की है। तो लगभग 3,900 इमेज सेक्शंस जनरेट करके उसमें से एक पे हम ये विक्रम लैंडर को उतारने वाले हैं और उसमें से जो मेन अच्छी साइट है वहाँ नहीं उतर पाए तो दूसरी 3,900 में से अच्छे सेक्शन पे सिलेक्शन करके वहाँ उतरान करेंगे। और जैसा कि हम 23 अगस्त को उतरने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, 23 को अगर परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं हुई और हमको लगा कि 23 पे उतरना ठीक नहीं रहेगा तो 27 अगस्त को प्रयास करेंगे 4 दिन बाद। तो 27 अगस्त को अगर हम उत्तरायण करते हैं तो लगभग मेन साइट से लगभग 400 किलोमीटर दूर होगी जो दूसरी साइट है। तो वो साइट का भी पूरा विश्लेषण एनालिसिस करके उसका भी प्रोग्राम हमने लैंडर में पहले से ही प्रोग्राम करके रखा हुआ है। तो ये सब इंफॉर्मेशन का जो पहले प्री प्रोसेसिंग एनालिसिस जो है वो सब यहाँ पे अहमदाबाद केंद्र में हुआ है, हमारे अंतरिक्ष उपयोग केंद्र अहमदाबाद में।
23 से 27 तारीख तक फिर अगर वेट करना पड़ा तो इस बीच लैंडर कहाँ होगा, ऑर्बिट में होगा, किस तरीके से?
ऑर्बिट में ही रहेगा लैंडर। जो मैंने बताया 100 बाई 30 किलोमीटर पे 23 अगस्त को रहेगा, तो 30 किलोमीटर से हम उत्तरायण करेंगे। अगर हम पोस्टपोन करते हैं और 4 दिन बाद करते हैं 27 अगस्त को, तब तक लैंडर 100 बाई 18 किलोमीटर पे आ जाएगा। तो 18 किलोमीटर के अंतर से हम ऊंचाई से नीचे उतरने का प्रयास करेंगे। तो इसके लिए अलग साइट और अलग प्रकार की जो लैंडिंग साइट है, जैसे कि मैंने बताया 400 किलोमीटर दूर होगी जो हमारी मेन अच्छी साइट जो कही जाती है। बट ये साइट भी अच्छी है, बट उतनी अच्छी नहीं है जितनी पहली साइट थी। इसीलिए हमारा भरपूर प्रयास यही है और मोस्टली कोई दिक्कत आने वाली नहीं है। हम 23 अगस्त को ही अच्छी तरह से जो हमने मेन साइट आइडेंटिफाई की है वहाँ पे उतर पाएंगे।
भारत का तीसरा चंद्रयान 3 अब चंद्र के करीब पहुंच गया है और कुछ ही समय में वो सतह पे उतरेगा। तो सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है। ये हमारा तीसरा मिशन है। पहले मिशन में हमने छोटा सा एक डिवाइस चंद्र पे डाला था। दूसरे मिशन में हमने एक बगी चलाने की कोशिश करी थी, मगर कुछ अंतिम समय में कुछ गलती की वजह से वो बगी पहुंच नहीं पाई। अब तीसरी बार जब हम जा रहे हैं तो हम बगी को ठीक से पहुंचाएंगे और इस बार इसरो का यही फोकस है कि वो एक बगी चंद्र के दक्षिण ध्रुव की तरफ उतारे और उसको घुमा के वहां की सतह को ठीक से देखे।
The speed is brought down to a few hundred meters per second. From then onwards, then an orientation is corrected, and after that, further speed is reduced, and then various sensors and the cameras come into action, and that's how that is to make sure that the descent is as expected and as prescribed.
All right, also with me, because you've got the Chandrayaan mission and Isro inspiring so many of our youngsters and the younger generation. I've got some students with me. I was speaking to them earlier as well. And, they're all talking about how inspired they are and how they're all hoping for the best tomorrow. They're here at the planetarium to get all the details of Chandrayaan-3. So, Sanidhi, tell me first, how awesome do you feel or how excited are you about Chandrayaan-3?
I'm really excited for the launching of Chandrayaan-3. Like the day we got to know information that Chandrayaan-3 has been launched, I was really interested, excited for it to land. And tomorrow it's the day. I don't know how the time went off from the day of launching to the landing. And I'm really excited for tomorrow's landing of the lander Vikram and rover. And I'm really hoping for the best, smoothest landing ever from India, and I'm wishing for best, and I'm really interested about the information and results we get from Chandrayaan-3.
I'm sure all of you will be watching it very closely. Tell me, Rishika, right? Were you very, very excited by what happened, and does it make you want to become an astronaut or become a space scientist, seeing all that our heroes have achieved?
When I see Chandrayaan-3 launch and tomorrow we are going to see the landing, I'm so excited, and I wish I would be in the place of Isro scientists who are there, and it makes me very proud to be Indian because our India launched Chandrayaan-3 even though Chandrayaan 1 and 2 failed. Our India did not give up, and our Isro team made up mind and made Chandrayaan-3 with lots of effort, and now it's releasing, it's launching tomorrow, and I'm very excited for launch.
There's a lesson for all of you not to give up in the face of failure, right? Are you, Digant, going to be watching it live tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited. I'm really curious to see the landing of the lander Vikram and rover Pragyan. These days we're so curious to see the landing when it was launched on July 4th, Friday, 12 p.m. from Sriharikota. I was really happy after the Chandrayaan-3 successful launching, and tomorrow I'm really going to see the live. First I would read in the afternoon and sit to see with my whole family, and it's really a historical moment for India.
Do you guys want to wish Isro?
We all want to thank Isro to making this great endeavor, and
all the best.
All the best for.
Okay, thank you so much, and hope all of you also continue to make us proud in the near future by maybe building more Chandrayaans for us. Thanks very much, Digant. Thank Rishika for joining us. Lots of wishes pouring in from across the country right now for Isro, for our scientists, for Chandrayaan-3 to achieve that perfect soft landing on the moon. Let's get you some of those reactions from celebrities across the country.
I think it's a great moment for India, and a proud moment for each and every Indian. The kind of, you feel that pride in your heart. And as an Indian, all of us, I think, right now, we're waiting to watch it. A lot of people are going to be glued watching it. And I'm going to be doing that with my boys as well, with bated breath.
मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है, सब भारतवासियों को खुशी है कि आज हमारा विक्रम लैंडर जो स्पेस क्राफ्ट है वो चांद से बिल्कुल 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास दूर है, और ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारे भारत की, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरे यूनिवर्स के लिए, पूरी ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए। और मैं सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, इसरो के चेयरमैन साहब को और उनकी पूरी टीम को।
So the mission is on schedule. Smooth sailing is continuing. That's the latest update that Isro has put out for us. We're counting down to 6:04 p.m. Actually, even before that, 5:20 p.m. tomorrow is when the landing operation will kick off. I'm leaving you with these stunning images that Isro has given us and gifted us again of the image of the moon. What the view of lander Vikram looks like. This is from August 19th, and we were just 70 kilometers away from the moon. Believe it or not, we're now closer than even that at this point. Tomorrow, 6:04 p.m. and 5:20 is when the landing will actually begin here on India Today. I'll continue getting you all the latest updates and all the latest action from Bengaluru. That's it from me. Thanks very much for tuning in.
Amid the success of the film, Thalaiva's meet with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has sparked a mega political showdown. The superstar was seen calling on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for a special screening of the movie and touching the feet of Yogi, who is also the Mahant of revered Gorakhnath Mutt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Taking a jibe at Rajni's gesture, DMK student wing chief R. Rajiv Gandhi accused the BJP of doing religious politics. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram slammed the superstar, accusing him of bowing down to what he called wild bulldozer. Rajni, who had earlier been on a religious trip of Char Dham Yatra, then headed to Ayodhya unfazed by criticism hurled at him, but not before calling on SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav and paid his respect to the late SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister Yogi, Akhilesh wrote on Twitter, "People hug when hearts meet."
9 साल पहले बॉम्बे में एक फंक्शन में अखिलेश जी से मुलाकात हुआ था। उस दिन से हमारा दोस्ती चल रही है, आपस में फोन में भी बात करते हैं।
On Sunday, Thalaiva visited Ayodhya and prayed at the famous Hanumangadi temple in the holy town.
Rajni sir, you are here at Ramlala for Ramlala Darshan. How do you see this, sir? Sir, open the catch, open the.
That's one, yeah.
How do you see this, Rajni sir?
Yeah, बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ मैं। ये बहुत सारा इरादा था, आज पूरा हो गया, आज पूरा है।
Rajnikant, who shares special ties with political leaders, had earlier shied away from a political plunge, citing his health. But Thalaiva can certainly not stay away from political limelight. With Samar Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 40 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our top news here is Rajnikant touching the feet of Yogi Adityanath as it's divided social media. Rajnikant has come out to clarify. Taking you through those details, the headlines first. Cops foil Delhi rape accused Babu and his wife's attempts to flee from their house after news of their crime surfaced. The wife of the accused has now been jailed. Survivor's mother appeals for privacy at the hospital, says don't want to talk to anyone at the moment. India's moon mission nears an exciting finish. ISRO reveals plan B if at all landing is delayed, reducing lander speed to optimal levels, the topmost challenge. 2 incidents of stone pelting and vandalism reported from Bihar. Stones pelted at religious yatra in Bagaha. Nag Panchami procession targeted in Bihar. South Africa hosts 15th BRICS summit. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Johannesburg. Massive suspense over India-China bilaterals. And as politics over Rajnikant touching the feet of Yogi Adityanath surfaces, Congress leader now says that Yogi Adityanath is the next Prime Minister of India. So basically, Rajni touched the feet of the next Prime Minister. Protests in Mandya over Kaveri water war. Farmers hit the streets over water war. Cops detained and dispersed the crowds in Mandya, agitated crowds demanding for Congress government in Karnataka to not release water to Tamil Nadu. All right, this controversy over superstar Rajnikant bowing down, touching the feet of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's much younger to him in age, has of course blown out and left social media divided. After this became a talk of the town, Rajnikant himself has come about to clarify on why he's touched Yogi's feet. He stated that he has a habit of touching the feet of yogis, even if they are younger than him. The Jailer star said, and I quote, "Be it a sannyasi or a yogi, even if they are younger than me, I have the habit of touching their feet." This comes after Tamil Nadu was of course enraged in many ways, and of course raising a lot of questions of why the superstar Rajnikant had to touch someone's feet who is way younger than him and a political figure. Rajnikant says this is not a political figure. He viewed Yogi Adityanath as a guru. But this didn't stop the Congress as well, as the Congress Neta, Udit Raj, has now claimed that Yogi Adityanath is now going to be the next Prime Minister of India. And he says Rajnikant didn't just touch anyone's feet. He touched Yogi Adityanath's feet, who is going to be the next Prime Minister of India. This is precisely what the Congress Neta had to say.
அவங்க வந்து வயசில் நம்மளோட சின்னவராக இருந்தால் கூட அவர் காலையில் விழுறது என்னுடைய பழக்கம். நான் அதான் செஞ்சேன். இது ஒரு சன்னியாசி ஆகட்டும் இல்லை ஒரு யோகி ஆகட்டும், அவங்க வந்து வயசில் நம்மளோட சின்னவராக இருந்தால் கூட அவர் காலையில் விழுறது என்னுடைய பழக்கம். நான் அதான் செஞ்சேன்.
अब ये तो है, लेकिन अभी बहस चल रही है कि आगे या भविष्य में योगी जी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर के रूप में देखा जा रहा है, वरना यह कटसी तो रजनीकांत जी ने प्रधानमंत्री के लिए तो नहीं दिखाई, तो उनको उनमें एक झलक देख रहे हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर, फ्यूचर प्राइम मिनिस्टर का। यह गलियारों में चर्चा हो रही है।
Well, what we see here is Rajnikant himself has said that it is a religious guru. Yogi Adityanath is a religious guru and he is religious. We know Rajnikant is religious.
Film star Rajnikant touched feet of UPCM Mr. Yogi Adityanath, and Congress leader Mr. Udit Raj has said that it is in anticipation that tomorrow Yogi Adityanath will be becoming Prime Minister of the country. That's why he is showing his regards. How do you see this, sir?
Rajnikant as an actor has been a different person, and as an individual, when he went to Lucknow, he touched the feet of the UP Chief Minister, and in Chennai he explained that thing, that he has touched the feet of the sadhu. But the question remains that, to my knowledge, whomever is a sadhu is that who is not attached to power. He is called sadhu. He has touched the feet of Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Therefore, Mr. Rajnikant has to clarify clearly how many Chief Ministers' feet he has touched like this. It is the people who power he has touched. He has not touched a sadhu's feet, and this should be very clear from Mr. Rajnikant that he remains to clarify his stand on touching the feet of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh.
Sir, Privilege Committee of Lok Sabha has summoned Rahul Bhatia, who is the MD of Indigo, and they've been saying that
देखिए, ये इंडिविजुअल मामला है, इस पे कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं की जा सकती है। कौन किसके पाँव छूता है, कोई योगी के छूता है, कोई किसी के छूता है। हर आदमी का अपना अपना आस्था है, अपना अपना यकीन है कि वो किसकी इज्जत करता, किसकी इज्जत नहीं करता। अगर वो योगी आदित्यनाथ की इज्जत करते हैं और उनके पाँव छूते हैं तो ये उनका इंडिविजुअल मामला है।
All right, let me cut across to Rahul Gautam joining us live for more on that. Rahul, we know what the situation or the controversy is with Rajnikant touching Yogi's feet in the south of India. But tell us, what's the reaction to this in the north, especially in Uttar Pradesh, with Congress now saying Yogi Adityanath is being groomed to be the next Prime Minister of India. So Rajnikant did this with intention. He bowed down to the next Prime Minister of India. How is this received?
Well, Nabila, clearly Congress party is not impressed with this move of Rajnikant touching feet of Yogi Adityanath. In fact, Congress leader Mr. Udit Raj had in fact put in a record that because Rajnikant is anticipating that Yogi Adityanath is going to become future Prime Minister of the country, that's why he's showing these respects and regards. In fact, Tamil Nadu Lok Sabha MP from Congress party, Mr. Manikam Tagore, also said that although Rajnikant has clarified that he only gave this respect as a mark of he touched feet of Yogi Adityanath as a mark of respect since he's a yogi, to which Manikam Tagore has said that typically yogis are those people who are not attached with power, which is not in the case as far as Yogi Adityanath is concerned. He is attached with power. So clearly Congress party is not really impressed. However, BJP is saying that this only shows that how Congress party is scared of the popularity of their leaders, and that's why they are not pretty confident about 2024, and that's why they are making these statements that after Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it is Yogi Adityanath who's going to fill in the gap, and he's going to step into his shoes. So clearly it seems that this has set a stage for confrontation, but clearly Congress party is not very impressed. On the other hand, the BJP is saying that this only shows that how Congress party is scared of the popularity, and that's why they are trying to make a non-political issue a main issue as far as this episode is concerned.
All right. Thank you very much, Rahul, for joining us on that. All right, some big news coming in. A US court has stayed the extradition of Mumbai terror attack accused Tawahur Rana. In fact, this comes after the court has decided to stay the appeal, or rather has decided to entertain an appeal by Tawahur Rana. And until that appeal comes through in court, the extradition will be stayed. This overrides the Biden administration's recommendation and appeal, as US court has now ordered a stay on the extradition of the Pakistani origin Canadian businessman Tawahur Rana to India, where he's currently facing a trial for his involvement in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. Rana, who's 62, has appealed before the 9th Circuit Court against the order of a US district court in the Central District of California that denied the writ of habeas corpus. In fact, this judgment itself comes as it overrides the Biden administration's recommendation asking or suggesting that the courts must not stay Rana's extradition. Rana has been accused in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, the terror attacks, and he's been facing trial ever since, and he's managed to evade it. Seated in the US, he's a Canadian businessman also, and his links have been clearly proven. And while India has been seeking his extradition, wanting to bring him back here and carry out investigation and punish him, it appears that he's managed to be shielded multiple times. And at the moment, his appeal in court is pending, which is why the court says, for the moment, they will stay his extradition appeal. Right now, mind-numbing rape incident has been reported from the national capital. In fact, a Delhi officer, Babu himself, rapes his friend's daughter at his home, impregnates her, and then the wife helps him in ensuring that she gets an abortion. And this kind of this assault on that young girl went on for months together, and just days after the rapist, Babu and his wife have been arrested from Delhi. India Today has now accessed a CCTV camera of the time when the duo, as soon as the news broke out about their crimes, they tried to escape from their home. This is that footage showing them quickly trying to jump into the car and wanted to flee from their home when they were stopped. They tried to flee their locality at around 9:35 a.m., shortly right after the news of that horror broke out. The Delhi government officer says the charges that have been framed against him are completely false. And in the backdrop, you see Swati Maliwal on our screens here. She's been seated on dharna or rather sleeping at the hospital there because she claims she's been denied access to the victim. She's been wanting to meet the victim. She's appealed to the police there to speak with the victim, but it appears that the police have stopped her based on the request of the girl's mother. In fact, the victim's mother has asked for some privacy at the moment. This is a critical phase, and she says that she does not want to speak to anyone for now. DCW Chief Swati Maliwal sat on overnight dharna, sleeping at that hospital. She was right after she claimed she was prevented from entering. Politics erupts over this case as well. Delhi Aam Aadmi Party questions the Delhi police, or rather the police that of course is under the central government, asking why did they delay taking action or arresting this man when they knew that he had committed the crime. While on the other hand, you have the BJP accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of handpicking a criminal of such nature.
Nobody till now, apart from the Delhi police, has actually met the survivor or the mother. So it is very important that an external agency, which is an autonomous body, should meet the mother and the mother or the survivor. Now, NCPCR, I believe, has met. But have they raised this important question that why is it that the Delhi police was silent for 8 days and did not arrest the man immediately? However, we have issued notices to the Delhi police as well as the Delhi government. I want to proceed with this case, and for that a meeting with the survivor is extremely important. In case the survivor or the mother does not wish to meet me, because I can understand there's a lot of trauma and all that has unfolded can be very, very traumatic, and it's a very serious case. So I can be allowed to meet them and they can say that to my face. At least I will be assured.
हम ये सवाल पूछते जाएंगे और हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक कि इनका हमें जवाब नहीं मिल जाएगा, और हम कैलाश गहलोत जी का इस्तीफा मांगते हैं।
दिल्ली सरकार ने इस ऑफिसर को सस्पेंड करने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई की, या इसको अपने ऑफिस से हटाने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई की, या डीसीडब्ल्यू ने जो आज धरना कर रही है, धरना दे रही है, उसने 7-8 दिनों में इस बच्ची से मिलने का क्या प्रयास किया, या उनके द्वारा बनाए गए सीडब्ल्यूसी के सिस्टम ने इस बच्ची के संरक्षण के लिए क्या काम किए, या किस प्रकार से उनकी सरकार में एक सिस्टम नहीं है जहां पर ऐसा प्रेडेटरी ऑफिसर जो बाल और महिला शोषण के खिलाफ जिसको काम करना है, वही बाल और महिला शोषण में लगा हुआ है, ऐसे ऑफिसर को आइडेंटिफाई करने का क्या सिस्टम है।
8 दिन पहले एफआईआर हुई उस अधिकारी के खिलाफ, कल सस्पेंड किया। देखता है कि कितनी सीरियस है दिल्ली सरकार। सिर्फ ड्रामा करने के लिए, थिएटर करने के लिए वो वहाँ धरने पे बैठ गई हैं, और पुलिस उसकी तहकीकात करिए, डॉक्टर्स चिंता कर रहे हैं, और बिटिया जो है वो इस हालत में नहीं कि उससे कोई जाकर राजनीतिक बात करे या चर्चा करे। जब ठीक समय उपयुक्त समय होगा मिलवा दिया जाएगा, परंतु उस पर राजनीति करना, धरना प्रदर्शन करना, दिखता है कि किस प्रकार की सरकार और किस प्रकार की सोच है। जब एक्शन लेना चाहिए था तब सोती रही।
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहाँ अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया। ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है। ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज का मामला है, और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
All right, let me cut across to our reporter Himanshu Mishra tracking those developments. Himanshu, we believe that he is now arrested. Of course, he says that all these charges against him are false. Do we know of any substantial proof of evidence or evidence that the police have now to persecute this man? All right, we seem to have lost his connection. We're going to try and patch Himanshu, but here you see clearly the man who the victim has clearly stated has raped her for months. He impregnated her, and it was the wife of that accused himself who helped in ensuring the girl was aborted. She went through an abortion at that age. They tried to keep the entire case under wraps, and finally it seems like the victim has spoken up. Himanshu back with us on the line. Himanshu, ये पुलिस को ये केस के बारे में पता कैसे चला? How did the victim even come out, have the courage to come out and speak up against this assault that was done against her for months together? And he is a powerful man. He's a Delhi officer.
देखिए, जहां पर हम खड़े हैं 30 हजारी कोर्ट, जहां पर अब से कुछ देर के बाद एक्यूज को पुलिस लेकर पहुंचेगी और रिमांड की मांग करेगी। इस जगह से कुछ ही दूरी पर एक हॉस्पिटल है, सेंट स्टीफन। वहां पर जब बच्ची की चूंकि मेडिकल जो मेंटल कंडीशन है वो ठीक नहीं थी, वो ट्रॉमा से गुजर रही थी, तो जिस तरीके का उसका बिहेवियर था, उसके फैमिली के लोग जब हॉस्पिटल लेके पहुंचते हैं और हॉस्पिटल में जब उसकी काउंसलिंग की जाती है, तब वहां से जानकारी निकल के आई कि किस तरीके से उसके साथ जब वो उस अधिकारी के घर पे थी, जो उसकी माँ को बहन कहता था, जिसे ये बच्ची मामा कहती थी, उसने किस तरीके का व्यवहार किया है। और जब ये अधिकारी जो डॉक्टर्स हैं उनके सामने जब ये बात आई, जब ये स्टेटमेंट आई, तो फौरन पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया गया। पुलिस ने तुरंत इस मामले में एक एफआईआर दर्ज की, जिसमें पॉक्सो रेप 120B यानी क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी की धाराएं लगाई और केस रजिस्टर कर लिया। लेकिन चूंकि पुलिस का कहना है कि 164 का जो बयान था वो पुलिस जो डॉक्टर्स हैं उसने इसलिए नहीं होने दिया क्योंकि जो कंडीशन थी पेशेंट की वो इस लायक नहीं थी, वो स्टेबल नहीं थी कि वो 164 का बयान दर्ज कर सके या पुलिस उसका बयान दर्ज कर सके। इसलिए पुलिस को 2 हफ्ते का टाइम दिया गया। लेकिन इस दौरान कल पुलिस को मौका मिला और कल जब 164 का बयान दर्ज हुआ तो उसके बाद पुलिस ने फौरन जो गिरफ्तार किया, पति और पत्नी दोनों को गिरफ्तार किया। पत्नी जो सीमा है उसे कल पुलिस ने कोर्ट में पेश किया और रिमांड नहीं चाहिए थी क्योंकि 120B लगा था, इसलिए सीमा तो जेल चली गई। लेकिन पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी किस तरीके से रची गई, कैसे उसने दवाइयां मंगाई, क्या कुछ उसने क्या डराया, क्या धमकाया, इन सारी चीजों को जानने के लिए पुलिस रिमांड की मांग करेगी। नबीला,
वेल, यहाँ पर तो पॉलिटिक्स चल रहा है, each one blaming the other for a situation like this, but clearly at the moment the man is in custody and investigation is underway while the girl is receiving treatment. We will continue tracking those developments. Let me cut across to now Punjab as we see farmers who have come out in massive protests. In fact, a farmer had died after these clashes became violent between the police and the farmers. The farmers had come out in large numbers demanding compensation for their crops after floods devastated their crops, and they incurred some huge losses. And clearly the farmers, while they came out aggressively to protest, the police tried to detain some of those farmers and that led to crashes. A farmer died because of a tractor trolley, we believe, running over him. Some policemen, at least 5 of them, were injured after the clashes, and this happened in Sangrur district on Monday over the detention of some of those farmers. A lot of the farmers who were protesting showed their anger in such a manner where we believe 5 police personnel were injured. As preventive measures, now security has been beefed up to stop those farmers from entering Zirakpur and Chandigarh areas as they are again protesting over demands in Chandigarh, including compensation of crop loss owing to the floods. Farmers also demanding a package of 50,000 crores from the central government for damages caused by floods in the northern region, including that of Punjab. Farmers were protesting a day ahead of a planned demonstration in Chandigarh by 16 farming bodies.
पंजाब के किसान संगठनों ने आज चंडीगढ़ घेराव का ऐलान किया हुआ है। पंजाब में आई बाढ़ और उसके बाद उपजे हालातों से मुआवजे समेत कई किसानों की मांगे हैं और कल संगरूर में एक किसान की मौत हो गई थी, एक किसान का पैर टूट गया था। उसके बाद से किसान संगठन लगातार गुस्से में है। आप देख सकते हैं पंजाब पुलिस ने जगह जगह नाकेबंदी करके किसानों को चंडीगढ़ ना पहुंचने देने की तमाम कोशिशें की गई हैं। बड़ी भारी बैरिकेडिंग यहां पर की गई है। बैरिकेडिंग के अलावा बड़े बड़े डंपर्स यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं ताकि किसान बड़ी संख्या में अगर चंडीगढ़ की तरफ आते हैं तो उन्हें कई किलोमीटर पहले ही रोक लिया जाए। इसके अलावा अगर चंडीगढ़ की बात करें तो तमाम 1 दर्जन जगहों पर बड़े बड़े नाके लगाए गए हैं। उसके अलावा चंडीगढ़ से लगते आसपास के कई किलोमीटर के एरिया में पंजाब पुलिस ने मोर्चा संभाला हुआ है। कुल मिलाकर एक तरफ किसानों की नाराजगी है तो दूसरी तरफ पंजाब पुलिस और प्रशासन ने इस तरह की व्यवस्था की है कि चंडीगढ़ से पहले ही किसानों को दूर रोका जा सके। लेकिन इससे हालात ऐसे बन रहे हैं कि किसानों को लेकर एक तरफ तनाव की स्थिति बनी हुई है तो दूसरी तरफ आप देख सकते हैं जिस तरीके से नाकेबंदी की गई है, कई जगह पर ट्रैफिक की लंबी लंबी लाइनें लग रही हैं, लोगों को परेशानी हो रही है। तो किसान और पंजाब पुलिस फिलहाल आमने सामने नजर आ रहे हैं। कैमरामैन गुंजीत कुमार के साथ सत्येंद्र चौहान, मोहाली।
मैं समझता हूं कि आज भगवंत मान में जो किसी टाइम हिटलर की रूह थी वो आज उसमें आ गई, और जो कल किसानों के साथ हुआ और विशेष तौर जो लंगोवाल में हमारे किसान भाई की मौत हुई है लाठीचार्ज पे, उसके लिए मैं डायरेक्टली भगवंत मान को रिस्पॉन्सिबल समझता हूँ।
जिस प्रकार से कल पुलिस ने जास्ती की है, लाठी चार्ज किया और भगदड़ में किसान एक ट्रॉली के नीचे आ गया, मैं समझता हूँ उस ट्रॉली वो किसान का क्या कसूर था। तो ये सरासर जास्ती है, ये अन्याय है, ये धक्का है, हम इसके खिलाफ हैं। हम सरकार का इस बार में विरोध करते हैं और किसानों को उनकी मांगे मानी जाए। आज पूरे किसान देश के पूरे पंजाब के किसान चंडीगढ़ की तरफ आ रहे हैं, अगर वहीं पर अच्छे तरीके से इसको निपटा लिया जाता तो आज ये जरूरत ना पड़ती।
All right, cutting across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's in South Africa to be attending the BRICS summit. He's going to South Africa at the invitation of President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Now, soon after the arrival, Prime Minister Modi will participate in the BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue and BRICS Leaders Retreat. During the retreat, the key focus will be the expansion of grouping and use of national currencies. As per sources, Prime Minister is also expected to hold a bilateral meeting with Iran, Mozambique and Ethiopia on August 24th. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping will also be in South Africa to be attending the summit as the India-China border standoff refuses to die down despite 19 rounds of talks. All eyes now will be set on the two leaders likely to be holding bilateral talks, but whether that's going to happen or not is still unclear. But of course, there is hope and a positive approach by India, saying that they're keeping an open mind on the talks if it happens.
Well, it's posters like these that surround Sandton CBD this morning in anticipation for the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We're standing just next to the hotel. This is downtown Sandton CBD, where all the BRICS Summit delegates will be joining us here. With just opposite here is the Sky Hotel, where Narendra Modi will be staying for his BRICS Summit visit. We do know that Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, has arrived. So all we're waiting is for the go button to be pushed as we await for delegates to begin talking. Some important points coming out of this summit is the possible expansion of the BRICS network. Which countries will be included in that expansion? That's going to be the big talking point, as well as the BRICS Development Bank and whose involvement and how it will logistically work will be top of the agenda. Stay tuned. I'm Peter van Onselen. I will be in Sandton throughout the duration of the 15th BRICS Summit.
The host country, South Africa, has invited large number of guest countries, besides, of course, the BRICS members who would be present there. The Prime Minister's schedule in terms of bilateral meetings with those leaders who would be present in South Africa is still being developed.
India's point of view, development dimension and issues that are so crucial and critical for the global South, on which Prime Minister visionary leadership has always been emphasizing, that the solutions and the challenges for the global South, that we all have to collectively work together. There are lots of ideas of Prime Minister Modi's which are being discussed in the BRICS meetings, in the negotiations at the Sherpa level, and this will feed into the leaders' declaration in a couple of days from now.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Peter Van Osselin, joining us live from Johannesburg. Peter, thank you. Tell us the excitement and the mood as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has touched down and the meeting is due to begin. And there's a lot of talk and buzz around Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping holding bilateral talks on the sidelines of BRICS. Any word on that development there, and give us a sense of what's due to be discussed in this meeting of the five nations?
Yeah, very good morning to you from a sunny Johannesburg. We're expecting Narendra Modi to touch down at about 1:45 local time here in Johannesburg. All these posters you can see behind me, and you saw in that insert a short while ago, there is a real sense of excitement. No official word, as you said, on the talk, the official bilateral talk between Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi, but no doubt that will be on some kind of agenda, and talks will be taking place. I'm outside the hotel where he will be staying. I'm just going to move my camera a little bit. The main area is just down the road here. Lots of security, lots of police presence. And just in the last few minutes, we've received the actual official program that is going to be taking place, that the Prime Minister will be attending. Just some of the topics that will be discussed, things like agriculture. BRICS nations produce more than a third of the global agriculture output. So that's certainly a hot topic of discussion today. Also, partnerships in production of electric vehicles. That's also interesting. Many of the BRICS countries are far way ahead in terms of the production of green vehicles and electric vehicles than South Africa. So that should be a hot topic of discussion for today. That's the BRICS Business Forum meeting, which Prime Minister Modi will be attending later. That's at 4:00 local time here in Johannesburg. And then the BRICS Leaders Retreat at 6:00 this evening. Narendra Modi will be attending that as well. No official word, though, on those bilateral talks. Xi Jinping is also on a state visit here in Johannesburg at the Union buildings, but it is really a hive of activity here. Lots of police presence on the streets of Sandton.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much for joining us on that. Of course, Prime Minister Modi will be joining all the top leaders from China, Russia, South Africa, Brazil as well. A lot on the table to be discussed. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Now, while Prime Minister Modi is all set to be part of the 15th BRICS summit, Congress has slammed the Modi-led government for inaction and shying away from naming China. Also added that BHP is busy diverting attention from the real issue. Remember, a few days ago, the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi had raked up China's issue to attack Modi government. He accused Prime Minister Narendra Modi of making false claims about China not occupying Indian territory.
So Tiwari, Rahul Gandhi is visiting Leh and Ladakh, and in fact he has been attacking government over Chinese incursions. Now counter responses are also coming from government side. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad has said that Rahul Gandhi is misleading the country over China. In fact, he is trying to raise questions over the martyrdom of our soldiers, valiant soldiers.
Well, first of all, the Congress party doesn't require a certificate of nationalism from the BJP. The Congress party from 1885 onwards till today has sacrificed for the unity and integrity of the country. We don't require a certificate of nationalism or patriotism from those people who did not shed a single ounce of blood during the freedom struggle. Number two, the SSP of Ladakh, in a paper submitted to the conference of DGPs and IGPs, very clearly and categorically stated that Indian security forces are not able to access 26 out of the 65 patrolling points on the line of actual control in the Ladakh sector. This is not us saying it. This is a paper written by the highest law and order administration official in Leh and Ladakh. I quoted that paper chapter and verse during the no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. There was no response from the government. So the question is that if Indian security forces are not able to access 26 out of the 65 patrolling points, then who is responsible? Who will take responsibility?
So you also held a very elaborate press conference on Chinese incursions. In fact, you also moved several motions on the same issue. Do you think that a lot to be discussed as far as China issue is concerned? And this is nothing but an divergent tactic on the part of the government.
I spoke at length on China during the vote of no confidence. Not one word in reply from the government. This government is scared of even uttering the word China.
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Coming up next, all the updates from Chandrayaan's mission right from Bengaluru. Isro is all ready and set for the grand landing. In fact, images of the moon that's been captured by the lander, all for you to see on the other side of a short break. Do stay tuned to India Today.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the hostile airbase and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 144. In Mumbai, 52. In Kolkata, 66. In Bangalore, 34. In Chennai, 11. In Hyderabad, 90. Quality today. In Delhi, 144. In Mumbai, 52. In Kolkata, 66. In Bangalore, 34. In Chennai, 11. In Hyderabad, 90.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. Welcome back. I'm cutting across with this big news coming in as Prakash Raj, the actor, had put out a mocking message on his social media platform, almost teasing the Chandrayaan-3, India's ambitious moon mission. A complaint has now been formally filed against the actor, a complaint for mocking India's moon mission. Some of the Hindu groups in Karnataka's Bagalkote have filed a complaint against Prakash Raj, and we see that the police have taken the complaint, turned this into an FIR. Prakash Raj has denied mocking the moon mission in the post. He only says that this was a joke. It was intended to be a joke. One looks at something with hate, you will see hate. This was his response to that mocking image that he put out of the moon mission. The actor said that he posted the image of the famous chaiwala. And clearly, this has not gone down well, as the police now turning a complaint into an FIR in Karnataka's Bagalkote area, where a bunch of the Hindu groups formally filed a complaint against Prakash Raj for hurting sentiments of Indians. And this is, of course, the Chandrayaan-3 at this point. It takes immense anticipation and people looking at it as India's pride. Prakash Raj putting out that post hasn't certainly gone down well among a whole host of people, especially some of the Hindu groups, we believe, in Karnataka's Bagalkote have taken this up with the police. After filing a formal complaint, the police has now turned this into an FIR. All right, now let me take you through all that anticipation that's now building around the Chandrayaan-3. It's barely 1 day to go for the Chandrayaan-3, India's ambitious moon mission, to land on the surface of the moon, and the first to be on the South Pole. Of course, as anticipation and excitement builds, here's a quick look at what the Chandrayaan-3 mission is all about. Of course, the lander, Vikram, is named after Vikram Sarabhai. As we know, Sarabhai is the father of the Indian space program. And this has been designed, the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover is designed to stay on the surface of the moon for at least 14 days to carry out its expedition. The number of sensors have been put up to ensure a safe touchdown. In fact, this time, all the more, they're going to be focusing on the speed of the lander, only to ensure it's a soft landing as compared to what we saw of Chandrayaan-2. And we know that the Vikram lander can generate a 938-watt power. It will be engaged in exploring the Lunar's South Pole. It is India's first touchdown on the South Pole, and of course, of any other country that's ever ventured, India is the first to touch the South Pole in particular. Now, the role of the Pragyan rover, as we know that the rover carries instruments for lunar surface study. It's going to be studying extensively the composition of the soil on the moon, if there's any traces of water. It provides data related to the moon's surface, and Isro will be recording that in the 14 days that the lander and the rover is there on its mission. It will be conducting experiments on the moon for at least one whole lunar day. That's equal to 14 days. It will be gathering elemental composition of the atmosphere. We know this is the data that Isro will be banking on for any kind of further moon missions, or for that matter, to explore any other planet in the future. This will be great basis to bounce off on. Of course, India is hugely anticipating a success of the Chandrayaan-3 mission, and it's no less than 30 hours away, barely 30 hours, and we're going to see a touchdown of the Vikram lander on the moon's surface. And with this lander, click the very latest image of the moon, wherein the craters can be very clearly visible. These are images that you see on our screens. The photo is it's been taken from 70 kilometers away from the moon. These are the first images that Isro has released, but a top Isro scientist says that there is a plan B in place if at all this does not work. If at all there is a glitch, then Isro has a couple of plans that they have in place. Though ISRO chairperson says that the mission is on track and the system is undergoing regular checks to ensure smooth sailing of the spacecraft, yet they do have a couple of plans in case just to ensure this is successful. As per ISRO, the lander module carrying Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover is expected to land on the moon at around 6:04 p.m. tomorrow.
वो लैंडिंग साइट का सिलेक्शन भी हमने ही विश्लेषण करके पूरी तरह से पहले की तस्वीरों की चंद्र की उसका पूरी तरह से एनालिसिस विश्लेषण करके वो डेटा को स्टडी करके उसका डिजिटल एलिवेशन मॉडल बना के उसके बाद ये निर्णय किया कि ये जगह पे एक 4 बाई लगभग 2.5 किलोमीटर 2.4 किलोमीटर का एरिया हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है और उस एरिया को 24 बाई 24 मीटर के सब सेक्शन में डिवाइड करके उसकी इमेज जनरेट की है। तो लगभग 3900 इमेज सेक्शंस जनरेट करके उसमें से एक पे हम ये विक्रम लैंडर को उतारने वाले हैं और उसमें से जो मेन अच्छी साइट है वहाँ नहीं उतर पाए तो दूसरी 3900 में से अच्छे सेक्शन पे सिलेक्शन करके वहाँ उतरान करेंगे। और जैसा कि हम 23 अगस्त को उतरने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, 23 को अगर परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं हुई और हमको लगा कि 23 पे उतरना ठीक नहीं रहेगा तो 27 अगस्त को प्रयास करेंगे 4 दिन बाद। तो 27 अगस्त को अगर हम उतराण करते हैं तो लगभग मेन साइट से लगभग 400 किलोमीटर दूर होगी जो दूसरी साइट है, तो वो साइट का भी पूरा विश्लेषण एनालिसिस करके उसका भी प्रोग्राम हमने लैंडर में पहले से ही प्रोग्राम करके रखा हुआ है। तो ये सब इंफॉर्मेशन का जो पहले प्री प्रोसेसिंग एनालिसिस जो है वो सब यहाँ पे अहमदाबाद केंद्र में हुआ है, हमारे अंतरिक्ष उपयोग केंद्र अहमदाबाद में।
23 से 27 तारीख तक फिर अगर वेट करना पड़ा तो इस बीच लैंडर कहाँ होगा, ऑर्बिट में होगा, किस तरीके से?
ऑर्बिट में ही रहेगा लैंडर। जो मैंने बताया 100 बाई 30 किलोमीटर पे 23 अगस्त को रहेगा, तो 30 किलोमीटर से हम उत्तरायण करेंगे। अगर हम पोस्टपोन करते हैं और 4 दिन बाद करते हैं 27 अगस्त को, तब तक लैंडर 100 बाई 18 किलोमीटर पे आ जाएगा। तो 18 किलोमीटर के अंतर से हम ऊंचाई से नीचे उतरने का प्रयास करेंगे। तो इसके लिए अलग साइट और अलग प्रकार की जो लैंडिंग साइट है, जैसे कि मैंने बताया 400 किलोमीटर दूर होगी जो हमारी मेन प्रयास यही है और मोस्टली कोई दिक्कत आने वाली नहीं है। हम 23 अगस्त को ही अच्छी तरह से जो हमने मेन साइट आइडेंटिफाई की है वहाँ पे उतर पाएंगे।
Basically, Chandrayaan-3 mission objective was to soft land in the southern region of the southern polar region. That was the objective. Also to have that in situ experiments there, so that it will be the science will be used for that the global scientific community for discovering some new things. This is the with this objective, that is Chandrayaan-3 was configured, which is similar to Chandrayaan-2, this one. One thing is, except that the orbiter in the Chandrayaan-2 is replaced by a propulsion module here. Otherwise, it is almost the same as what have flown in the Chandrayaan-2.
भारत का तीसरा चंद्रयान 3 अब चंद्र के करीब पहुंच गया है और कुछ ही समय में वो सतह पे उतरेगा। तो सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है। ये हमारा तीसरा मिशन है। पहले मिशन में हमने छोटा सा एक डिवाइस चंद्र पे डाला था। दूसरे मिशन में हमने एक बगी चलाने की कोशिश करी थी, मगर कुछ अंतिम समय में कुछ गलती की वजह से वो बगी पहुंच नहीं पाई। अब तीसरी बार जब हम जा रहे हैं तो हम बगी को ठीक से पहुंचाएंगे और इस बार इसरो का यही फोकस है कि वो एक बगी चंद्र के दक्षिण ध्रुव की तरफ उतारे और उसको घुमा के वहां की सतह को ठीक से देखें।
The speed is brought down to a few hundred meters per second. From then onwards, then an orientation is corrected, and after that, further speed is reduced, and then various sensors and the cameras come into action, and that's how that is to make sure that the descent is as expected and as prescribed.
All right, as the excitement builds around the Chandrayaan-3 mission successful landing, it's barely 32 hours left. Nagarjun Dwarkanath joins us with more information. Nagarjun, the lessons learned from Russia's Lunar 25 that crashed. We believe that ISRO has now Plan B in case it's not favorable conditions for the lander and the rover to arrive on the moon's surface. They have another way to make this happen. Why don't you tell us, break it down for us, what exactly is the next option?
Well, when I spoke to Mr. Sivan also, that he explained that we have nothing to worry because of the Lunar 25 crash. He said our systems are completely different from the Russian moon mission, so we are not going to have the same system. Russian moon mission crash landing is not affecting us. We are still up in spirits. We are positive and hopeful about our Chandrayaan-3 making a successful landing. But it all depends on the weather on the lunar surface. Also, if there's too much dust or if there's bad weather there, that's when they might also abort the mission, and they would try to land on the other patch, which is around 400 kilometers away on 27th. That is 4 days later. But Mr. Somnath has briefed the scientists this morning and spoken to them, saying that everything is going according to plan. I don't see any changes that would happen within the next 24 to 30 hours. As we speak, ISRO scientists are in the command center tracking every movement of the lander, and the lander has had a two-way communication between Chandrayaan-2 orbiter and Vikram now. So everything is going as per plan. So I don't also see anything coming out of ISRO right now that Plan B would be executed. As of now, they're up in positivity that Plan A will be successful come at 6:04 tomorrow.
All right. 6:04 is the time that is likely when Chandrayaan-3 is to land. Let me cut across to Milan, also joining us. Milan, you've been speaking to scientists from ISRO, different parts of the country. They're all gearing up to watch this iconic and momentous landing on the moon. This is the third mission to India, and we have lots of lessons to be learned. One from Chandrayaan-2, and of course from the latest, the Lunar 25. Give us an understanding on Plan B that ISRO has to ensure that this is a successful one.
All right, so Nabila, what we've been told by the present director of the Space Application Center in Ahmedabad's ISRO is that the Vikram lander has already been programmed with the Plan B of the landing option. Of course, we are all hoping and fingers crossed that Vikram lander does a successful landing on the 23rd. But certainly at 6:04, the landing time that has been programmed into the systems, if something is amiss or the environment is not conducive enough, we will know perhaps 2 to 3 hours before, and that is what ISRO scientists both in Ahmedabad as well as in Bengaluru are closely tracking at the moment. And of course, then it will be decided whether or not we could move to Plan B. Remember that Chandrayaan-2 had, an anomaly in the software the last time they tried to land like this. But of course, it's a huge opportunity for India to land on the southern pole of the moon. This is a space where no mission has landed before. India would perhaps become the first country to do so ever, to land on the southern polar region of the moon. And of course, after the crash landing of Lunar 25, this particular program has already been put into the lander, is what the scientists have told us. The second site of the landing, as the scientist also has told us, will be on the 27th, and that would be 400 kilometers. So if I explain to you in Earth distance, if the lander was landing in Ahmedabad, it would perhaps land in Mumbai. So that would be the distance of landing on the southern polar region. Of course, it's a very conducive region to land in, also the scientists have told us, because a lot of unexplored, uncharted territories are there, but also it's quite treacherous rapturous of what the scientists have informed us. So huge challenge. And on 23rd, the lander will be about 30 kilometers away from the surface of the moon, but on the 27th, perhaps the Vikram lander will be about 14 kilometers away from the surface of the moon. So as the scientists have said, the propulsions, the thrust of the engine, everything will determine the velocity and how it's slowed down so that the lander can make a smooth and soft landing on the surface of the moon.
Sure enough, and it's a delicate affair, and Isro has been all hands on deck for them, and this is the most anxious part. In the next 30 hours odd, we'll know if India's third attempt to the moon is successful. Of course, the anticipation has built up all across the country. Akshita Nandagopal is right at the epicenter where all the action is happening in Bengaluru. She's spoken to a bunch of students there who are waiting to see Chandrayaan-3 touch down. Let's have a look.
And I've got with me two young, bright minds who are here at the planetarium to catch a glimpse of what Chandrayaan-3 looks like and to learn a thing or two. Sanidhi and Trishika, both of whom are in 7th grade. I caught them here at the planetarium. How excited are you about Chandrayaan-3, Sanidhi?
I'm really excited for Chandrayaan-3, and we every year celebrate International Moon Day on July 20th, and the theme for this year's Moon Day is International Moon Day is sustainability and exploration of moon, and I'm really excited for Chandrayaan-3, and it's the proud moment for all of us, for all the Indians, as the Chandrayaan-3 was successfully launched by Indian Space Research Organization ISRO. The goal is to land the lander and rover on the lunar surface of moon, and I'm really excited for the Chandrayaan-3.
When you heard, Trishika, about Chandrayaan-3, does it make you want to become an astronaut in the future? Does it make you want to become a space scientist?
Actually, when I was younger, I felt I want to become an astronaut, and it was my dream when I was younger, and I was really excited when Chandrayaan came because I like the space, astronauts, etc. And being an Indian, we are all proud because of Chandrayaan, and we are like expecting more upcoming results, and we are so excited for perfect landing on the moon.
Well, Chandrayaan-3 has become India's pride, undoubtedly. Millions of Indians are waiting to witness the historic event, with even Bollywood now cheering for India's moon mission.
I think it's a great moment for India, and a proud moment for each and every Indian. The kind of, you feel that pride in your heart. And as an Indian, all of us, I think, right now, we're waiting to watch it. A lot of people are going to be glued watching it, and I'm going to be doing that with my boys as well, with bated breath.
मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है, सब भारतवासियों को खुशी है कि आज हमारा विक्रम लैंडर जो स्पेसक्राफ्ट है वो चांद से बिल्कुल 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास दूर है, और ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है हमारे भारत की, पूरे विश्व के लिए, पूरे यूनिवर्स के लिए, पूरे ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए। और मैं सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, इसरो के चेयरमैन साहब को और उनकी पूरी टीम को।
All right, India Today's only channel bringing you that rolling coverage on India's ambitious moon mission, Chandrayaan-3. On that note, I'm slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 40 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through all the top news that's coming in. The headlines first. Cops foil Delhi rape accused Babu and his wife's attempts to flee from the spot soon after the news of their crimes broke out. The wife of the accused has now been jailed. Survivor's mother appeals to the hospital for privacy, says it's a crucial period, doesn't want to speak to anyone now. India's moon mission nears an exciting finish. Isro reveals the plan B if the landing is delayed. Reducing the lander's speed to optimal levels is really the topmost challenge to ensure a soft landing. Two incidents of stone pelting and vandalism reported from Bihar. Stones pelted at religious yatra in Bagaha Nag Panchami procession that's targeted in Bihar. South Africa hosts 15th BRICS summit. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Johannesburg. Massive suspense now over if there will be an India-China bilateral talk. Politics over Rajnikant touching the feet of Yogi Adityanath. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister is now escalated as a Congress leader from UP says that Yogi is the next Prime Minister. Udit Raj says that Rajnikant in fact showed respect to the next Prime Minister of India. Protests in Mandya over Kaveri water war. Farmers hit the streets over water war. Cops detain and disperse the crowds in Mandya. Farmers agitated that there's no water to sustain. All right, an update on Nitish Kumar's VVIP culture that was captured on cameras with his convoy insisting on moving first. Despite an ambulance waiting to reach a patient, an emergency case that had to be catered to, the ambulance was blocked off and the convoy of the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar was let go. The BJP now hit out at Nitish Kumar, says Nitish wants to be the Prime Minister, but really look at his insensitivity. BJP says, and I quote, life put at stake for Nitish's convoy. Nitish didn't think of family crying in the ambulance. Their priority was for the Chief Minister himself to move first. The ambulance was blocked off for Nitish's convoy. This is the BJP hitting out at Nitish Kumar and his government for prioritizing their movement and the CM's convoy over a patient, an ailing patient.
और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा पब्लिक रुकी हुई है नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं वाह क्या बिहार है क्या आत्मीयता है क्या इंसान लोग रो रहे हैं आप देख सकते हैं और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा पब्लिक रुकी हुई है नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं वाह क्या बिहार है क्या आत्मीयता है क्या इंसान लोग रो रहे हैं आप देख सकते हैं और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा पब्लिक रुकी हुई है नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं वाह क्या बिहार है क्या आत्मीयता है.
All right, let me cut across to Rohit Singh joining us. Rohit, tell us more on the BJP's response, a valid one, and as expected, the BJP has slammed Nitish Kumar for prioritizing his convoy over an ailing patient. They take a jibe at him for wanting to have ambitions of being the Prime Minister, but being so insensitive.
Well, absolutely. It's not only the Bihar BJP, but the central BJP, which also is now hitting out at Nitish Kumar, taking jibe at his Prime Minister ministerial aspirations. Amit Malviya just tweeted that this is the person, leader who wants to become the Prime Minister, and look at the manner in which he shows insensitiveness as far as the video is concerned, where we saw yesterday that when Nitish Kumar had gone to the Marine Drive to conduct an inspection, and when his convoy was passing, an ambulance was kept on waiting. The police...
See, Rohit, hang on. Just for the moment, for better understanding for our viewers there on the right-hand side, you see that ambulance was stopped off. His convoy, Nitish Kumar's convoy, wanted to move, and the cops and the security there block off that ambulance for the moment and ensure that the convoy moves first. And that ambulance was asked to wait. Despite this being an emergency situation, we saw how an angry citizen captured a video of this scene that showed absolute insensitivity to that ailing patient. It was an emergency case. The family was weeping, we believe, inside that ambulance. And despite the distress of the family members, they decided to block off the ambulance and let the convoy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar pass. I'm going to play that out for you, that video that was captured.
लोग रो रहे हैं आप देख सकते हैं और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है ये पूरा और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है। ये पूरा पब्लिक रुकी हुई है। नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं। वाह, क्या बिहार है, क्या आत्मीयता है, क्या इंसान। लोग रो रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है। ये पूरा और यहाँ पे नीतीश जी का काफिला जा रहा है। ये पूरा पब्लिक रुकी हुई है। नीतीश जी जा रहे हैं। वाह, क्या बिहार है, क्या आत्मीयता है, क्या।
All right, let me cut across now to Rohit for more on that. Rohit, the family members of that patient were weeping in that ambulance, and that's what a concerned citizen captured on his cameras. We see the citizens enraged. A clear condemnation of what has happened, as people on the roads there were appalled by the insensitivity shown by the security of Nitish Kumar. Do we know if Nitish Kumar was aware that an ambulance carrying an emergency case was waiting for him to move?
See, Nitish Kumar, whether he knew whether the ambulance was there, we kept waiting for him. I don't think so that Nitish Kumar must have known that. It's only that the police which was present at the Marine Drive, they only knew that there was an ambulance which was kept on waiting till Nitish Kumar's convoy passed. But this matter has now not only been, is now gone in a national level also, because not only the Bihar BJP leaders but also the central BJP leaders have now started hitting out at Nitish Kumar. Amit Malviya has just tweeted that this is the politician who wants to become the Prime Minister, is harboring PM aspirations, and this is the kind of insensitiveness which has been shown here in this case. And remember, Nitish Kumar had gone to Marine Drive yesterday to conduct an investigation, and that is the place where the Patna Medical College and Hospital is also just adjacent to the Marine Drive. And an ambulance was passing from that area which was kept on waiting, and this video now has gone viral on social media, and Nitish Kumar facing flags for the kind of insensitiveness that has been displayed here from all quarters, especially by the BJP, and also the VIP culture which is on display. Because remember, this is not the first time. In January also, when Nitish Kumar was on a yatra, on Bihar Yatra in Buxar, a train was kept waiting outside on the outer signal for about 15 minutes so that Nitish Kumar's convoy could cross the railway crossing. So that is what happened in January also, and almost something similar to that being repeated here in Patna also in August. But this time it is more serious because an ambulance which was carrying a patient was kept waiting to ensure that Nitish Kumar's convoy passes off without any hurdle smoothly, and it's only when that the convoy passed away from there that the ambulance was allowed to move.
Right.
Nabila.
You know, and this is not an isolated case, as we see on the same day another image of Nitish Kumar's ally, Lalu Prasad, showing a brazen attempt of, or rather absolute carelessness of or respect for his own police department, as we see a DCP level officer holding that umbrella up for him. Those are the visuals that you see on the center of your screens, where a DCP level officer holding up an umbrella, Lalu walking hands free. Of course, we know that Lalu has his own security. He could have used his own security to do the same, but it was a police officer instead holding it up for him. Now, this is the VIP culture which the BJP has now condemned and slammed. In Patna, an ambulance was blocked off to make way for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's convoy. The ambulance carrying an emergency patient, relatives crying, asking to pass through, but the ambulance was stopped until the Chief Minister's convoy passed through. Now, meanwhile, in Bihar's Gopalganj, we saw Lalu Prasad Yadav while he was just about making his way through in the rain. A DSP level officer held an umbrella for Lalu Prasad during his temple visit as he was making his way through to a temple, we believe. It drizzled and that officer held that umbrella for him. Now, this also the BJP has used to attack Nitish Kumar and his allies, to say that these are, of course, against Nitish Kumar, you have Amit Malviya, who himself has penned down an attack on Twitter, claiming that as many times that Modi ji has stopped for an ambulance to pass. This shows Nitish Kumar, who has ambitions to become the Prime Minister, has absolutely no sensitivity. While Sushil Kumar Modi was also questioned on Nitish Kumar slamming the government and the act also by Lalu Prasad. All right, let me cut across to Delhi as mind-numbing rape incident that's come to light in the national capital. A day after rapist Babu and his wife were arrested from Delhi, India Today accessed CCTV footage of a time right when the news broke out of this gory act. The duo attempted to flee. They wanted to escape from their home. They tried to flee their locality at around 9:35 a.m. on Monday morning, shortly after the news of this horror came out. Delhi government officer says that the charges that has been framed against him are completely false. In the backdrop of Swati Maliwal's protest, the mother of the survivor has now appealed for privacy, stating that her daughter doesn't want to speak to anyone at the moment. It's a crucial and critical phase for her. She wants to be left alone. And that said, DCW Chief Swati Maliwal continued to sit on dharna overnight at the hospital. She slept at that hospital, claiming that she was deliberately prevented from meeting the victim. But politics over Delhi's shocker refuses to, of course, die down. Aam Aadmi Party has questioned Delhi police, asking as to why the accused was not arrested immediately. BJP asks Aam Aadmi Party, or rather slamming the app of handpicking a criminal of such nature, and that was done by Delhi's minister himself, Kailash Gehlot.
Nobody till now, apart from the Delhi police, has actually met the survivor or the mother. So it is very important that an external agency, which is an autonomous body, should meet the mother and the mother or the survivor. Now, NCPCR, I believe, has met. But have they raised this important question that why is it that the Delhi police was silent for 8 days and did not arrest the man immediately? However, we have issued notices to the Delhi police as well as the Delhi government. I want to proceed with this case, and for that a meeting with the survivor is extremely important. In case the survivor or the mother does not wish to meet me, because I can understand there's a lot of trauma and all that has unfolded can be very, very traumatic, and it's a very serious case. So I can be allowed to meet them and they can say that to my face. At least I will be assured.
हम ये सवाल पूछते जाएंगे और हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक कि इनका हमें जवाब नहीं मिल जाएगा और हम कैलाश गहलोत जी का इस्तीफा मांगते हैं।
दिल्ली सरकार ने इस ऑफिसर को सस्पेंड करने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई की, या इसको अपने ऑफिस से हटाने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई की, या डीसीडब्ल्यू ने जो आज धरना कर रही है, धरना दे रही है, उसने 7-8 दिनों में इस बच्ची से मिलने का क्या प्रयास किया, या उनके द्वारा बनाए गए सीडब्ल्यूसी के सिस्टम ने इस बच्ची के संरक्षण के लिए क्या काम किए, या किस प्रकार से उनकी सरकार में एक सिस्टम नहीं है जहां पर ऐसा प्रेडेटरी ऑफिसर जो बाल और महिला शोषण के खिलाफ जिसको काम करना है वही बाल और महिला शोषण में लगा हुआ है, ऐसे ऑफिसर को आइडेंटिफाई करने का क्या सिस्टम है।
8 दिन पहले एफआईआर हुई उस अधिकारी के खिलाफ, कल सस्पेंड किया। दिखता है कि कितनी सीरियस है दिल्ली सरकार। सिर्फ ड्रामा करने के लिए, थिएटर करने के लिए वो वहाँ धरने पे बैठ गई हैं और पुलिस उसकी तहकीकात करी, डॉक्टर्स चिंता कर रहे हैं और बिटिया जो है वो इस हालत में नहीं कि उससे कोई जाकर राजनीतिक बात करे या चर्चा करे। जब ठीक समय उपयुक्त समय होगा मिलवा दिया जाएगा, परंतु उस पर राजनीति करना, धरना प्रदर्शन करना, दिखता है कि किस प्रकार की सरकार और किस प्रकार की सोच है। जब एक्शन लेना चाहिए था तब सोती रही।
इसका मतलब साफ साफ है कि वहाँ अधिकारियों को तो जानकारी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने डेटाबेस में नहीं दिया, बल्कि इलीगल तरीके से उस बच्चे को घर ले जाके इस डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ने उसका यौन शोषण किया। ये सीधे सीधे ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला है। ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद सेक्सुअल अब्यूज का मामला है, और सरकार को, जब राज्य सरकार को पिछले 9 दिन से ये बात पता चल चुकी थी, तब वो इस पे हाथ रख के क्यों बैठी थी?
All right, a quick update coming in from Union Minister on Chandrayaan-3. The Union Minister Jitendra Singh assures that the Chandrayaan-3's moon mission is on track. The moon mission is on schedule. Jitendra Singh says systems undergoing regular checks. This is Jitendra Singh, who's in fact keeping a close watch on Isro's handling of the Chandrayaan-3. He's been in contact, in touch, in conversation with the Isro chief, Somnath, as well. And an update that the Union Minister himself gives, assuring that the moon mission is all on track and it is on schedule. All systems are undergoing regular checks. All right, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi is currently touching down South Africa to be part of the BRICS summit. He is going to be in South Africa on the invitation of President of Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Soon after arrival, Prime Minister Modi will be participating in BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue and the BRICS Leaders Retreat. During the retreat, the key focus will be expansion of the grouping and the use of national currencies. As per sources, Prime Minister is expected to hold bilateral meeting with Iran, Mozambique and Ethiopia on August 24th. Now, meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping will also be in South Africa to attend the summit as the India-China border standoff refuses to die down despite 19 rounds of talks. All eyes now will be on the two leaders as it remains to be seen whether they will be holding bilateral meetings or not.
Well, it's posters like these that surround Sandton CBD this morning in anticipation for the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We're standing just next to the hotel. This is downtown Sandton CBD, where all the BRICS Summit delegates will be joining us here. With just opposite here is the Sky Hotel, where Narendra Modi will be staying for his BRICS Summit visit. We do know that Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, has arrived. So all we're waiting is for the go button to be pushed as we await for delegates to begin talking. Some important points coming out of this summit is the possible expansion of the BRICS network. Which countries will be included in that expansion? That's going to be the big talking point, as well as the BRICS Development Bank and whose involvement and how it will logistically work will be top of the agenda. Stay tuned. I'm Peter van Onselen. I will be in Sandton throughout the duration of the 15th BRICS Summit.
From India's point of view, development dimension and issues that are so crucial and critical for the global south, on which Prime Minister visionary leadership has always been emphasizing, that the solutions and the challenges for the global south that we all have to collectively work together. There are lots of ideas of Prime Minister Modi's which are being discussed in the BRICS meetings, in the negotiations at the Sherpa level, and this will feed into the leaders' declaration in a couple of days from now.
His visit is definitely very inspiring. India has become, as I said, Sone ki chidiya, so the opportunity between South Africa and India is huge. And since his last visit, even a company like us has committed $1 billion and we have invested. And I think his more visit will attract more investment to South Africa as well. On the other side, South Africa got greater mining skill, which can import to India as well. South Africa got all the 30 critical minerals which India is looking for. So definitely there's a greater opportunity between both the countries to trade and bring synergy, especially in the natural resource sector as well.
All right, now, while Prime Minister Modi is all set to be part of the 15th BRICS summit, Congress has slammed Modi-led government for inaction and shying away from naming China. Also added that BHP is busy diverting attention from the real issue here. Remember, a few days ago, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi himself had raked up the China issue to attack the Modi government. He accused Prime Minister Modi of making false claims about China not occupying Indian territory.
So Tiwari, Rahul Gandhi is visiting Leh and Ladakh, and in fact he has been attacking government over Chinese incursions. Now counter responses are also coming from government side. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad has said that Rahul Gandhi is misleading the country over China. In fact, he is trying to raise questions over the martyrdom of our soldiers, valiant soldiers.
Well, first of all, the Congress party doesn't require a certificate of nationalism from the BJP. The Congress party from 1885 onwards till today has sacrificed for the unity and integrity of the country. We don't require a certificate of nationalism or patriotism from those people who did not shed a single ounce of blood during the freedom struggle. Number two, the SSP of Ladakh, in a paper submitted to the conference of DGPs and IGPs, very clearly and categorically stated that Indian security forces are not able to access 26 out of the 65 patrolling points on the line of actual control in the Ladakh sector. This is not us saying it. This is a paper written by the highest law and order administration official in Leh and Ladakh. I quoted that paper chapter and verse during the no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. There was no response from the government. So the question is that if Indian security forces are not able to access 26 out of the 65 patrolling points, then who is responsible? Who will take responsibility?
So you also held a very elaborate press conference on Chinese incursions. In fact, you also moved several motions on the same issue. Do you think that a lot to be discussed as far as China issue is concerned? And this is nothing but an divergent tactic on the part of the government.
I spoke at length on China during the vote on no confidence. Not one word in reply from the government. This government is scared of even uttering the word China.
ब्रिक्स सम्मेलन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और विशेष तौर पर जब नए सदस्यों को सम्मिलित करने की बात हो रही है तो भारत को बहुत सावधान रहने की जरूरत है। प्रधानमंत्री के साथ पूरे देश की शुभकामनाएं हैं और वो हमारे हितों का ठीक से संरक्षण कर सकें और भारत की शुभकामनाएं और भारत का सद्भाव दुनिया को दे सकें और सीख से जो उनकी मुलाकात हो तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो आंख में आंख डाल करके उनसे कहेंगे कि वे दमचौक और दीपसांग से कब हट रहे हो।
All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay with us. Our entertainment special in the club on the other side.
As Chandrayaan-3 circles the moon, India's billion breaths are held. Our spacecraft is in final descent, and every Indian heart beats for it as India's historic moon landing nears for our scientists and their mooncraft. Your love, your prayers, your wishes matter. Come on, India, cheer for Chandrayaan. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com